Why men turned mGtOw, quitting Daygame in 2025. Are you tired of hearing that modern women are delusional and picky? What if I told you that the real issue lies in a combination of distorted mental filters, societal stress from the inflation or binflation, and men lack in social skills? Hopefully, this third time the video is up here is not going to get censored. I'm Johnny Elite, the best Daygame coach in the world, and I'm about to review 3 secrets that will revolutionize your approach to dating, especially in these challenging and economic times. Get ready to discover the Elite Bundle 2, your key to conquering modern dating and economic challenges, so you won't have to turn mGtOw, men going their own way. Hey, did you know that while modern women may seem delusional and picky, the real issue lies in a combination of distorted mental filters, societal stress from the inflation, and men's lack of social skills. So that prevents them to adapting to today's challenges and dating landscape. I know it sounds crazy because we're so used to hearing about avoiding women and saving money to be a passport bro or Asian passport bro. And because the West is turning into countries with low birth rates, kind of like turning to Japan. And while you may think that's important to avoid dating, I'm going to share with you 3 secrets today that's going to revolutionize the way you approach Daygame. Because mGtOw is by far the biggest threat we've ever seen in our lives in terms of dating. And I'm going to show you some statistics for the community section. So let's recalibrate your mindset and achieve consistent success, even amidst the economic uncertainties and societal shifts. So even though I have 656 latent poll testimonials for Daygame and they're consistent, people just don't give a fuck anymore, and I don't know why they don't care. But it started making a lot of sense because people most likely have turned mGtOw, men going their own way. That's right. So what's the secret to thriving in the modern dating landscape despite the inflation, societal pressures, and the rise of mGtOw? It's the Elite Bundle 2, recalibrating your mental filter to conquer modern dating and economic challenges. It's very simple when we do an equation. Looks is out of 10. Money is out of 5. Status is out of 10. Social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, and game are 2.5 points each. Once you hit 20 out of 35, even with modern women, you will still get laid and women will start to submit. You're like, really? Yes. What changes in 2025 in general for Daygame? Nothing changes for 20 out of 35. It's just the economic stress has been so high that people has been quitting. Give it a thumbs up if you're learning something. So that's the difference, is that the Daygamers, for them, even my students, they feel more stressed out. So it shows up in their tonality. It shows up in their voice. So it's really important to have emotional control. Okay? So let me see if I can put this video up here because people are not here yet. Like I said, I'm going to share with you 3 secrets about the Elite Bundle 2, recalibrating your mental filter to conquer modern dating and economic challenges, and how you can overcome modern dating challenges, adapt to societal shifts, and master the skills necessary to achieve consistent results in Daygame. Since my students can still get laid just fine in the West. So stop blaming the West, thinking, oh, it's modern women and whatever nonsense. That's not the real reason why you're stuck. The real reason you're stuck is because the lack of social skills, the lack of social calibrations. Is because of the lockdowns. People lost their skills, and now they're all stuck, and the whole world turned upside down. Don't blame Tinder. Don't blame Instagram. They have been around for more than 10 years. Why is there so less people here? Maybe I need to change the title a little bit. So, and I know what you're probably thinking. Even with these adjustments, won't modern women's delusions? And what is the delusional traits, by the way? Number 1, obviously delusions. Number 2, half-assing it. Number 3, half-assing it with Tinder. Number 3, the wrong path, the sociopath. Men rejects them once they hit 30. And they don't realize that they're going down the wrong path for modern women. Because when you look at a woman's face, you can tell when they're actually physically aging. Because of that, women that are in their 30s and 40s will find it very hard in the dating market. And this is not just my opinions as facts. In fact, this is something that's very true. Even in China, by the way, that modern women are struggling because they're demanding a big dowry that men have to pay $200,000 just to marry them. It's crazy. So I'm going to change the title. Let's see. All right. The new title is mGtOw the New Norm? Why are men giving up on Daygame in 2025? Let's try if that works. All right. So that's the thing. Like I said, number one is delusional women. Number two is they're half-assing it with Tinder, sleeping with so many guys, and then they can't find the man they want. The wrong path, the sociopath, when they hit 30 is the third thing. They're quitting dating. Eventually, they're going to blame men on TikTok and social media. Of course, not all women are like that. The women that actually do that are the narcissistic ones that shows up. And they're making dating, to some of you, think it's impossible, but it's not impossible. For my students, they don't get affected. 20 out of 35, you automatically get laid. But however, for these women, they're claiming statistically that in 2050, most of these women will be single in 2050. I know that sounds completely crazy, but that's what's going to happen. So narcissistic personality disorder from these women are going to destroy dating in 2050. So it's almost like Darwinism, for Darwinism, that it'll filter these women out, and only is not the strongest to survive or the smartest or whatever, is the one that's most adaptable to change. My students already adapted, but for the rest of you guys, you have not adapted. So, but then again, I'm going to show you a great way you can really master the system, recalibrate your mindset, mental filter, and thrive in dating, even during the most challenging and economic and times like my students, and get amazing results. Let me just check something. The door's a little bit open. I don't want my roommates to hear this. All right. So let's talk about the first thing, okay? Before we talk about the three things, right? I want to talk about the statistics, because I'm looking over in the community section on my phone. So as I turn this on and I look through everything, right? Okay. You can see the newest stream, right? The last stream the whole screen went black and then cut out. Hopefully now you can still see it. Okay. So if we look into the community section over here, I'm going to look over the community section. So we're going to look over the polls, because I believe there's some kind of mGtOw happening. I don't want my students or potential students to turn mGtOw. Hope that makes sense. That's not my intentions here. How come it keeps saying one viewer? What the hell? Something fishy is happening here. But let's look at the stats. If you guys can see it, then just write something. It says 4 people is viewing this right now, but I only see like 2. So number 1, let's look at the stats. I'm scrolling down. So the first vote, should I teach people here Krav Maga martial arts? Okay. I know this is not the Israeli military. And I'll tell you how this relates to mGtOw. I used to teach this in my boot camps for very timid students. So I do teach them how to fight. But people need like survival mindset and also learn how to get into the forward gear. So what I mean by that is that people, when they're mGtOw, they're always either fight, flight, or freeze. They're always fleeing away and running away, or they're freezing up and not doing anything. So basically what I'm saying is that instead of freezing up, I have an army to build this year. Metaphorically speaking, I need more Elite Bundle 2 students. So what did people vote for over here? If you guys can see it. Okay. So you can see it polls here. So 60% of the people thought this is a good idea. to not freeze up and move forward. That means they want me to teach martial arts. They want to learn Krav Maga. And I can make some videos here so people can practice at home and they can get out of that mGtOw mindset of quitting because of the binflation. So 60%. The votes, the first one's called, this is a good idea to not freeze up, okay? So 60% voted for that and move forward. The second one is called bad idea, dangerous, waste of time, people won't care. It used to have votes, but now it's at 0. They changed their minds. Number 3, 40% voted for this. mGtOws. Not going to even learn. Will ignore it. Too depressed. What the fuck? Too depressed? You see that? Why are they depressed? It's the binflation. After 4 years of being strangled financially, people quit. And number 4, save this training for your own students instead, not here. 0% vote for it. There is 15 fucking votes here. 15. So this is not just some bullshit. That's quite a lot of votes. And lots of people already chose to quit. That makes sense. Okay, 4 people so far has viewed this video. At least now we're in the right direction. So the next thing, what is the next video for the next, what is the next video for the video section? It's kind of strange because the first one says 17 lays, 2024 Jewish white student Daygame preview. 0% voted for it. Like, why 0? So when you look at the next one over here for the polls, hopefully you can see it. No, you can't. Just, yeah, you can kind of see it here. Yeah. So the next one, Chinese 3 lays to marriage, 11% out of 9 votes. Only 1 person voted for that. So they don't care anymore. The mGtOws, the people that are men going their own way, quitting modern dating, has voted. Only 1 person has voted that they want to see the Chinese getting 3 lays and getting married. It's like the more testimonials I post, I always wonder, why are people ignoring the video testimonials? Why are you ignoring miracles? It's like, thank you, Moses, for another miracle. It's because they're mGtOw. That's the main reason. Let's not bullshit ourselves. I hope whatever I've been saying on YouTube Live, I have not been here for 6 months. And then I start being on YouTube Live a lot more recently. Because of COVID, I caught it. But I'm thinking, maybe a lot of people are quitting, and Biden, he's only here for a few more days. Biden is only here for a few more days, but the amount of damage he's caused to the economy is making people stressed out and quitting. The next one, 11% voted for 5'4" bald Indian married. That means they don't even want to see the testimonial. Only 1 person voted for that. So where is the 78% out of 9 votes? What did they vote for? Common question advice videos. They want some more value. At least in some ways, maybe to get more motivated. The next statistics, of course, this is just a small sample size. I'm looking for more students, not less, like my Chinese, Italian, or Jewish white for 2025. Would more YouTube lives attract students like this? I posted less videos and go on live more. So 71% voted for this. Why are there less people here? Fucking mGtOw pieces of shit just disappears. All right. As I was saying, yes, it would. You will correct our mental filters, clarity, and we'll join. Okay, so that's what people voted for. Oh, you're gonna leave now? It's fucking bullshit. Next one, no, keep posting videos in the video section instead. Next one, YouTube Lives, we'll cut it down, repost a video, 0. And the other one, 29% voted for this. I'm poor, apathetic, mGtOw, given up, none of it matters. What the fuck? So 71% wants more videos, but 29% voted that they're poor and they're depressed. What the fuck? The next one, okay? Is there too much content? Is it saturated? Does it take blah, blah, blah? 50% says not too much. We appreciate the effort. Of course, maybe they're mGtOw. They enjoy the entertainment. 17%, probably 1 vote. There's way too much content these days. And then 33% maybe just going YouTube Live more. Okay, next one. Are you taking my videos for granted? I've been making a lot more. Okay, so 14%, probably 1 vote. They voted poor and taking it for granted. Give more, we take more. Next one, 71%. So there's a big chunk. Not taking it for granted. I see the effort. Maybe they're mGtOw people that just need some motivation. Next one, I never thought about it that way. Do you see a pattern here? There's a lot of mGtOw. I'm not just trying to say like everything fits perfectly in the puzzle, but a lot of the people, the way they're voting, after Mr. C's passing, for my students, are you guys going to be more grateful, take more risk, live life to the fullest? 15% out of 13 votes, probably just one vote. They vote, I gave up, we'll try, but we'll try again. So they're mGtOw right there. Next one says, I'm not going to live life to the fullest, take no risk, 0%. Next one, I'm considering trying again, 31%. So if they're considering trying again, right? 31 plus 15%, that's going to be 46%. That means 46% of people have given up. Is that right? 46% people giving up. And the other 54%, I'm going all in. Life is too short to not live life to the fullest. 13 votes. Do you see a pattern here? Almost like half the audience or people are mGtOw, men going their own way. That's why they don't care about the late testimonials. There's a pattern here. All the voting shows the fucking pattern. This is not a coincidence. So if all the votes are towards mGtOw, and half of the people are almost like 46% averagely are quitting, then this is a big fucking problem I have to deal with right now. We have to talk about this. If we don't talk about this topic, people just quit left and right. They'll drop like flies because of the binflation, because of the wokeness. So the first secret is that the hidden dangers of mGtOw, men going their own way, and why it's not the solution. The big idea here is that mGtOw, men going their own way, is a growing and rapid movement. In fact, mGtOw has been bigger than Red Pill now. mGtOw has been bigger than Black Pill. mGtOw has been bigger than every other organization combined. As crazy as that sounds. mGtOw dwarfs every fucking organizations out there now. Because most men are not even approaching women. Most men are just saying, oh, she's probably just a modern woman. She's acting too masculine. And they're just quitting. This is not a Red Pill thing anymore. This is a mGtOw thing. This is like the worst thing that could ever happen to you guys. I can't even make this shit up. This explains why people are just looking at me like I'm crazy when I show more video testimonials. So mGtOw is growing rapidly because of modern men feels disillusioned by entitled behavior. That's right. Entitled women. Social media fuel narcissism and unrealistic standards from women. They have such high standards these days as they think, oh, you need to be tall. You need to have a six-pack abs. You need to make six figures. You need to drive a Lamborghini. That's what they're thinking right now. And they're quitting because of it, because they're thinking modern women are kind of masculine and they might as well be a passport bro. Seriously. What the fuck? So, all right, 9 people has viewed this video and that's it. And they're just dropping off like flies, like the mGtOws that they are. So not all women are like that. The ones that you find out, that you find on social media, the ones that you see on TikTok blaming men and turning off men by, by constantly saying why they cannot get a date when they hit 30 for these women who by 2050, they're estimating that 50% of women will be single. 50% of women will be single. So let me just change the title a little bit or something because people are just here and they drop off, right? I'm going to type, where the flying fuck are you? The fuck are you? All right. So hopefully that gets more people here. So social media. Not all women are going to go on social media like TikTok and start complaining about men. But the ones who are the most vocal, the narcissistic personality disorder, is growing among women during the woke days. They make up a lot of videos like that. And how can you tell that it's a modern woman? It's very simple. There's only one trait that they all have. Almost 90% of them have a very thin football-shaped jawline. If you look at their jawline, it looks like a football, like you're holding one of those footballs that you can throw. I don't know why. Maybe they don't eat very much. Number two, they'll wear like medium makeup. Number three, they always have narcissistic facial expressions like, oh, all men are, they always these stupid facial expressions. And conservative women are not like that, because conservative women will be married by now. They'll be in a relationship. They'll be engaged. So if we're seeing that 50% of women are going to quit dating and be single, then in 2050, then the other 40%, I mean, no, that's 40% like that. 60% of women are still going to get married. So that's good. It's almost like you're weeding out the people that don't want it badly enough. So, is this title good? Is mGtOw the new norm? Is mGtOw why men are giving up on Daygame 2025? I'm just going to shorten the title a little bit, see what happens. Hopefully, we can get more people to stay, because we're going to talk about Daygame. Yes, 40% women will be single in 2050. Their narcissism will wipe them out for the tree of life. When these women gets older, like even in Asia, they have higher demands and guys go for younger women. Isn't that weird? In China, for example, Chinese women, because their economy is shit over there in China, they're always demanding a guy pay a dowry. Dowry means like money before they get married, $200,000. And men over there, for example, are thinking to themselves, why would they want to pay $200,000 just to get married with an older woman? They think if they go for a younger woman in her 20s, why would they have to deal with an old 35-year-old woman, a leftover woman? That's their thinking. So they just stop. Japan, they already stopped due to economic stress. Korea, I'm not sure, but Koreans are a little bit crazy. Koreans likes to beat up their foreign girlfriends and wives. There's no laws to stop them from doing so. They have a lot of mental illnesses over there. And for them, it's a, what's the word? I keep forgetting that word. Meritocracy. That's the word. It's like Squid Games over there in North Korea. You have to be good looking, so you get plastic surgery, like most people have, double eyelids and everything. Maybe I should do that, right? Get some double eyelids because I'm not good looking enough. Maybe my jawline's too fat. Maybe I should go to South Korea and just fix these issues because I'm getting older. I don't know, but it's very shallow over there in South Korea. They'll cancel people there. And a lot of the older actors that are in their 40s, so like 45, 46, they're not even married, even though they're good looking. So us Asians are cooked. Seriously. Us Asians are cooked. If actors cannot even get married and they lost the time to do it, that's in Asia. It shows a lot. Like if it happens within Asia, it happens more within society in general. So, as I'm saying, okay, so I changed the title and there's only 10 views. Maybe that's not good. I should go back to the old title. Why men are giving up on Daygame, giving up Daygame. I'll just make it shorter so it's easier to. 2025. All right. However, mGtOw is not a solution. It is a coping mechanism, right? In the past, mGtOw used to be for virgins. And maybe people that got married before and they didn't want to get married again because after the divorce. And they'll say mGtOw this, mGtOw that. But now mGtOw has become the new normal. It's a coping mechanism for men who embrace mGtOw, and they're avoiding challenges of growth, ultimately trapping themselves in a cycle of bitterness, isolation, and failure due to the economic stress, just like Japan. You look at Japan, a lot of those guys already quit dating. Japan, they're having an economic problem and they're having a birth rate problem. In Japan, most people, they're not even having babies anymore. It's going to collapse the economy. So it's not just, I'm not just talking about Asia in general, but I think it's going to happen eventually where Chinese men no longer even bother. They're going to turn mGtOw. Same with Koreans very soon. But it's not just about Asia. Asia is not like a big concern of mine. The biggest concern is the Asians in the West. Most of them are giving up on even approaching. They're going to night clubs in Latin countries with ABCs, and now they're posting stupid new testimonials of their students not getting laid but getting dates or something from Tinder in the United States. It's so stupid. But if you guys are dumb enough to fall for their shit, then Asians are cooked. They don't want to listen to me. Then their side has won. The wokeness has won. The left, far left legacy media of global game platform scammers, they won. John Elite lost. I cannot help my fellow Asians. They're cooked. If they want to quit Daygame, I'm just saying, for those who wants a new opportunity, that's not fucking Tinder. But I can't get through to them because they're mGtOw. Asians are fucked. My mission has, Judgment Day. I cannot prevent it. I'm like John Connor now, and I'm trying to prevent the my resistance is trying to go against all this other stuff. They won. But it doesn't mean the resistance is over. We can still fight. We can still fight back. That Daygame Daygame is the only solution. You should not just depend on a fucking Tinder or night game for Asians. But they don't want to hear that because Asians like to have things like super easy. They need to engineer the fucking situation. They have to engineer the fucking situation. That means they have to have the shortest path from point A to point B. And for them is Tinder or whatever. But you'll never get self-esteem this way. If you don't get laid from Daygame, you can pump your state all you want. You're only going to get relief from ugly women from Tinder. Or you can be a passport bro paying $10,000 or $6,000 or $50,000 to other Asian dating coaches. But when I talk about them, people just get turned off and they get bigger audience. It's like the whole audience, the brains are upside down. It's like this whole fucking woke ideology of society because Biden destroyed the economy. He destroyed the economy so much. You've been strangled for 4 years now. Been strangled so much financially that you fucking quit dating and then you turn into cunts. You've given up. And half the people on the community section, 46% of them, for all their votes, they're always voting some kind of mGtOw thing. That's what's really happening. I believe for my audience, almost half of them already quit. What the fuck? When Trump is about to be in office and things are going to get better, maybe around the summertime, in my psychic predictions, but instead they're cooked. They just fucking quit. It's like you're right at the end of the finish line when the storm is about to be gone. But instead you just fucking give up. I mean, you think that you act like it's fucking Japan or something. Like, how can I get through to you? This is not Japan. You don't fucking quit. Have some resilience. Pretty soon I'll start teaching people Krav Maga, how to fight so I can build this army. So they don't give up, they unquit. Can you guys fucking unquit for a second? Join me. And then if you fucking fail because you're cunts and you are weak, then yeah, if you fail, at least swing at the plate, then quit. And the ones who are strong should not quit. Stop fucking quitting. Stop fucking quitting. That's a big problem. All right? Okay. Now 11 people. It's not a lot. This topic is something that people don't want to talk about. They don't want to hear it. But I'm going to preach the truth. I don't care if there's nobody here. This is important because quitting or becoming a passport bro is just running away from the problem. These men are quitting dating, letting the distorted mental filters dictate their actions. To achieve success, men need to recalibrate their social skills and social calibrations, their mental filters, and to face challenges head on. If you're 20 out of the 35, you automatically will get laid. Modern women will submit. That is the truth. Because my students are still getting laid. You don't just quit because things get a little bit tough for 4 years. You feel strangled. Oh, they're gone again. Should I even be on here today? Or is this topic way too hardcore? I feel like this topic is so fucking hardcore. It's so real that people don't want to hear it. Maybe I'll add a text. mGtOw. mGtOw. mGtOw 2025. mGtOw. I'm just adding some tags right now. 2024. mGtOw. Motivation. And maybe I should actually. I'm gonna put mGtOw for the tags. Oops, I put mGtOw, mGtOw. I typed it wrong. So mGtOw. All right. Now I change the tags. So yeah, mGtOw is bad. It is the biggest growing organization in the entire world. It is so big right now. It's all over Asia. Finally, it hit there. It's all over the West. And people are becoming passport bros like no tomorrow. mGtOw has got to stop. Because if it doesn't stop, you're going to be completely cooked. The whole society is collapsing because of it. But this inflation, he's going to be gone very soon. So rather than just quitting, maybe you should unquit. If most of the people are voting in the community section, that they always like voting in a very mGtOw way. How many of you have quit here? Like, stop quitting. What the fuck? mGtOw. All right. Hopefully we can reach more people now. So, number 2. The second secret is not all women are like that. When you see all these YouTube channels, and they show up sometimes when I use a different browser like Brave. But whatever I watch on there, I saw one video and then I start seeing 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. It's not just red pill shit, but mGtOw shit. Or how modern women are like tougher. But that's kind of bullshit. Because it's 20 out of 35. Looks out of 10. Money out of 5. Status out of 10. Social skills, social calibrations, emotional control and game, 2.5. Once you reach 20 out of 35, modern women will submit no matter what. Has nothing to do with, like, oh, it's all about red pill or it's all about status. None of that has to do with anything. Because even status alone is not enough. Status alone is not enough. Even if you had perfect looks, some people are like, oh yeah, you're just not good looking enough, right? Even if you raise your looks, it's not enough. You gotta be 20 out of 35. You gotta build the drills, the exercises. You got to raise the points. Skills equals points. But I'm preaching to the wind, and nobody seems to care. Ridiculous. The main thing to understand here is that many men will think women are all narcissistic. No, they're not. The ones you see on TikTok, they're just a small percentage. They're probably just like 10% of women. And they're just the most vocal, the most delusional ones. Because how did they think like that? How do modern women think like that? It's very simple. Because of the inflation, and because of Tinder, and because of the lockdowns. Higher ego equals lower self-esteem. They're exactly like the PUA zombies. The women have the same psychology. They become delusional. They start half-assing it by going on Tinder. The wrong path to sociopath. They just keep sleeping with men, saying they can't find the one they want. Because the men that they want, the alpha males, the ones who are rich, they don't want to be with them. They just want to have sex and move on. And then lastly, by the time they get older, they realize they don't have the same male attention. So they're kind of cooked because in 2050, most of them will be single, 40% of women or something. That statistic is going to be true. So don't view the world through delusional lenses because the distorted mental filters. These filters are shaped by societal narratives, rejection, and their own unresolved insecurities. But the truth is, not all women are like that. The issue lies in how these men perceive and interact with the world. There are still going to be 60% of women who are still going to want families and get married and also to procreate. And they will not submit to the narcissistic traits of other women who are going to be weeded out of evolutionary psychology when they're sleeping with endless men, having a more masculine behavior, turning off men, talking down to them due to narcissism. These women are delusional, half-assing it with Tinder, the wrong path to sociopath. When they're 30, no guys wants to look at them. It's kind of like the new Demi Moore movie. What's it called? The Substance. In that movie, she takes something and she splits it in two, and then all of a sudden, she has a younger version of herself who gets all the validation. She's not getting the same attention. So, good morning, sir. It's not morning here. Is afternoon or near dinner time. It's 4:56 p.m. Pacific time. So it's gonna be 7 something Eastern time. So definitely more dinner time. But however, all these women are saying no guys wants them when they're looking older, and they're quitting dating, and they're wondering how do they find men. Well, and they're acting masculine. But the truth is about female nature is very simple. Female nature does not change. And here's what you guys don't understand. The big secret behind female nature is, number one, women are not sentient. I have gotten so many students laid with women. Never have I found in one instance as women don't think about relative SMV. Of course, maybe that's why you think, oh, Tinder and all this other stuff. But women always think, like, I'm going to teach you the secret of female nature so you understand how women actually thinks. You know how AI, they're not sentient yet. They're still just going through patterns for AI. They're just taking everyone's speech and they just write whatever predictive speech on ChatGPT. Women are exactly the same way. Women are not sentient. They're not sentient at all. 99% of the time, women are thinking relative SMV. So whenever they're around different men, they're always thinking, what is their sexual market value versus his? All the time. All the time. Every single second. Number two, they have emotional reasoning. So let's go back to number one. They're always thinking, what's the guy's looks? But looks are not everything, or height. Number two, they think about the money. Number three, they think about the status. Number four, they think about the social skills that guy has. Number five, they think about the social calibrations for body language. Number six, they think about the emotional control. Number seven, they think about his game, his tactics. So it's 20 out of 35. She's always looking. It's like burning a DVD all the time. Every single second, it's like burning a new DVD. When the guy interacts with her, she's thinking, what's his relative SMV? So if you start hunching all of a sudden when you're talking with her, now your social calibration points have gone from 2.5 points down to 0. Does that make sense? So when you start feeling like there's an inflation in your voice and you start talking like you're a poor person, you'd be like always giving a sigh. You'd be like, you know what's great about the world? You always give that, you know what, I'm depressed. The more you give that sound to women, they're going to hear it, the depressed sigh, and they're going to start to think, well, that guy has no money. So your emotions are affecting you, and you're quitting because of the inflation, even though he's gone in a few days. He's gone in a few days. So instead of quitting, you should unquit. As I was saying, remember, only the narcissistic women are the ones that goes on TikTok talking bad about men. This means that you got to recalibrate your mental filters first, because men can separate reality from their delusions and find quality women who aligns with their values. Without this recalibration, without the mental filter recalibration or a paradigm shift, that's why we're talking. But because less people are typing, they don't get to correct their mental filters, the way they're seeing the world. Even though the last YouTube live video was amazing talking about mental filters. So, exactly. They'll continue sabotaging themselves, dismissing good women, and failing to see opportunities. They'll quit and become mGtOw, like a lot of people, which is ridiculous, by the way, because you think day game is harder. Oh, but night game is like 15 out of 35. There's less points than 20 out of 35 auto lay for day game. Oh, Tinder is easier because there's only 12 out of 35 for modern women. But it's not true. You should aim for the 20 out of 35. You should stop listening to ABCs of low self-esteem. Asians got to stop giving up and going to Tinder and trying to engineer the situation. Indians got to stop fucking bench holding with their engineer and ADHD mindset. And they're getting skinny fat with a pot belly because of cortisol. And they're just quitting like crazy. You got to stop doing that shit. You got to stop doing that shit. So that's the thing. I could post a lot of lay testimonials. This is why it's being ignored. Like I said, It's very important because I was looking over the community section and I'm looking at the votes, and averagely 46% of them, they're always voting for things that are mGtOw. They always need motivation. They always are quitting. Ridiculous. They always need advice videos. They always need more value because they don't believe in themselves anymore. What the fuck? So the third secret is that you got to lean into discipline. This is the key. Not quitting. Let me just sneeze for a second. I got to sneeze. All right. Better now. I only got 1 like. Give it more likes so that way more people can be reached. If there's not enough likes, then people are not going to watch this video. I can give myself a like, but maybe I'll do that. I'll give myself a like. If you guys are not going to watch it. I know this topic is making you butthurt because it is true. You are quitting because of the economic stress, but I have some solutions for you. All right. Let me click on the video. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. 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 Why is it repeating itself like that? What the fuck? Okay, I'll give myself a like. Okay, another video. Normalize being single. The loneliness epidemic in modern women. What the fuck? Yeah, because I see these videos popping up all the time now. That a lot of women are turning single. And I think that's true. Especially when they get like older and stuff. Men can tell. Women looks different. Their bone structure looks very different. Isn't it better for students to vote honestly though? I want them to vote honestly. That's why I know that they're mGtOw, men going their own way. Because if they did not vote honestly, then I won't know that they're quitting. So the biggest threat to my business right now is not the inflation, because last year's inflation was bad. The biggest threat to my business is people quitting, turning mGtOw, men going their own way. This is the biggest threat to my business, and it needs to be stopped. So men who quit, whether through mGtOw or becoming passport bros, you cannot be the only solution because some of you guys are so fucking poor and cheap. You can't even afford to be a passport bro. On a vacation, spend $6,000 to buy a plane ticket and to rent the place. You guys don't have that kind of money. You guys don't have that kind of money. That's only for the engineers that can be mGtOw, and then they can be red pill, and then go become a passport bro with ABCs just to fucking swipe on Tinder in Latin shithole countries. That's the big secret. They believe that they're gonna quit dating in the West. They're gonna fly overseas to Asian countries or some Latin shithole countries, and then from there they're just gonna swipe and try to live their best life. But most of you mGtOws and people that are quitting, you can't even afford it. Most of you are in massive debt. You're getting depressed. It's kind of funny because people just shows up here. You can see the number here, 1, and then disappear. They give it a good view, and then disappear because nobody wants to hear this topic. 22 views. They don't want to hear the truth from the world's best Daygame coach that you no longer care about. No matter how many people I get laid, you cannot stop turning mGtOw because you guys are insufferable. But this is not a lot of views in 44 minutes, only having 22 views. It really goes to show people are super indifferent. And this topic needs to be said. Because if you're indifferent to this topic, then somebody needs to talk about it. Somebody needs to talk about it. Let me just... I'm on YouTube Live. I know. Maybe I'll post a link to YouTube Live to the Facebook groups. Yeah, I should do that. I mean, on the WhatsApp group. Sorry. WhatsApp group. What am I thinking? I'm going to post one at a time. Of course, they don't show up. All right, let me move this to the Elite Daygame first steps. have most of you quit? Maybe most of you are mGtOw because of the economic stress. I'll give you some solution how to fix it. I mean, let's give some solutions. Let's just not talk about the problem. How do you fix this mGtOw behavior and take Elite Bundle too? Well, my very first solution, right? I'm just saying this off the top of my head. Your very first solution, if you want to save some money and not quit, is first of all, take some responsibility. Number one, if I had to give you some advice on how to unquit, take some extreme ownership. You're like, what do you mean take extreme ownership? It's your fault if women don't like you because you didn't learn from me. It's your fault. But you probably want to shift the blame. It's all women's fault. Modern women are like this. No. Just avoid. Okay, so number one, take extreme ownership that everything in your life, whether it's good or bad, is your fault. That's the only way you can change. You accept the situation and you take extreme ownership. Number two, you got to split your bank account into 5. You need to have emergency money. You need to like invest in yourself. For me, all the time, whatever money I earn, I always reinvest it back into the business. I either learn new things. I don't lose. I either learn or I win. Number 3, the third part of it, for your 5 bank account pieces. I'm just making up the solution. I never wrote this on the website. Number 3 is that investments. I'm not saying you should invest in Bitfuck or Bitcoin. Not like mGcoin over here, from Squid Games. I'm just saying you need to have some kind of investments that something's going to bring you back cash flow, whatever it is. But it doesn't mean you spend all your money on there. 25% of your money should go there. Number 4, got to pay the bills, obviously. And number 5 is play money. Whatever you earn, you can spend 20%. Of course, these days I spend less on play money. The problem with most of you guys that are turning mGtOw because of ADHD, because you can't focus at all. Since you cannot focus, you will never complete a single task. When you cannot complete a single task, you have lower self-esteem. You become more delusional. When you become more delusional, you have the 4 traits of low self-esteem. Number 1, you become delusional, which you don't even realize, for your mental filter. Number 2, you half-ass everything. Number 3, the wrong path to sociopath. You turn mGtOw. Number 4, you'll quit because of mGtOw. Low self-esteem people are going to turn mGtOw. The fat people are all going to quit. They deserve to be mGtOw. The fat people. But if you're not fucking fat with a double chin, you should not be mGtOw. So that's the next thing. The next thing is that besides splitting your money, you need to start controlling your food cost. I drink Soylent every single morning. HUEL, Huel or Soylent. You need to drink that. Because of that, you don't feel hungry. You save money on the food cost because money will make you quit. If you have money problems, all the ADHD people, they're weeding themselves out of evolutionary psychology. You need to drink Soylent if you're Canadian and Huel. You won't even feel hungry until 3 to 6 p.m. Then you can have a big meal. Therefore, you're not missing any nutrition because Huel and Soylent covers your basic nutritional needs for that day. So once you take care of your food costs, then you have less bills to pay. Then you can afford Elite Bundle too, instead of bench holding. So that's the solution. And number 4, when you start approaching, you can tell who's the modern women because 99% of them have like a football-shaped head. So their face will be like this, but be very thin around the jawline. You can almost grab it with your hand, like throw it like a football, metaphorically speaking. All the women with super thin jawlines like that, right, are 100% mGtOw. Not mGtOw, but they're modern women. They're the ones who are going to give the attitude problems, be on TikTok. I'm not sure why, but that's one pattern I've seen. Just like all women that are Asians that are into white guys, they all have like a square jawline. But for the women that have a thin jawline, they're all like modern women, 100% of them. And you can tell if she has a thin jawline, you can grab with one hand. and then she's gonna wear like medium makeup, and then she's gonna have very narcissistic facial expressions. You can immediately tell whenever you're approaching women. If her face is super thin and she cannot afford to eat, she's probably woke. I know that seems like, well, you're generalizing. But if we look at all the videos, I can do that right now. All of those modern women will always have a thin jawline. How thin? We're talking about as thin as possible. It's like they had some jaw reduction surgery or something, like a K-pop artist. Super, super thin. And they're always having this arrogant sort of look, like they talk like this, they'll look like insufferable. They'll seem like they're very insufferable, very annoying. That's how you can tell. All right, so let's get back to the point. You should not become just a passport bro and just write off all Western women, because not all of them are like that. Now that you know how to avoid it, or avoid relationships altogether, or procreating, you need to lean on a discipline and self-improvement, not be a zombie. When I mean zombie, I mean you can't be a fucking zombie where you let economic stress dictate it and you start procrastinating like an Indian, like a benchoed Indian. They always love to procrastinate. Losers procrastinate. You know that? Fucking losers will procrastinate because of the 4 traits of low self-esteem: delusional, half-assing it, wrong path to sociopath, and quitting. mGtOw. The lower your self-esteem, the longer the procrastination. I have an Indian student who took one of my newer courses. It's secret. Only he was the only student for that one. But he always kept disappearing all the time. Indians like to disappear. They're very slippery. Grab them, they just slip away, and then they just disappear for a couple of weeks because they're always depressed because they have ADHD. So if you want to not be mGtOw, you better manage your own money. You better manage your own mind. You better have discipline, because with discipline, I do things I don't enjoy. I don't feel like being on here for YouTube Live. You know that? I don't always feel like I want to be here, but I'm here right now on YouTube Live. You know that? I should not be here. But because of discipline, and even if I don't feel like it, I'm mentally tough. I'm going to be here no matter what. You need to have that kind of mental toughness. You do it over and over, despite what you feel. A lot of the people that I've learned from, the guys who make like over $100 million, you know, I'm learning from recently, they can do a business for 10 years in a row and just literally take a punch in the face over and over. They have this grit, this determination, this discipline. You guys are lacking the discipline, especially for dating. You're quitting because you're ADHD and you cannot save money because you're depressed. So you spend all your play money, as I'm saying, the 5 buckets. You're spending all your play money just to find stuff that can be like your antidepressants. You've been wasting time on porn, on TikTok. You've been wasting all your money bench holding it away, so you're always in debt. Wasting. Indians disappear. All my Indian students, all of them, 100% of them will disappear because they're ADHD. And you're ADHD. That's why you cannot leave India and go to the West unless you already moved. The only place that allows Indians is Toronto. So unless you already moved to Toronto, they're the only ones who let bencho Indians with ADHD in. Every other country will not. Not me, sir. Okay. No, that's bullshit. You have the worst ADHD that I've ever seen. All the people from India has the worst ADHD because I look at the prevalence for the scientific studies. It says Indians have the highest ADHD in the world out of everyone. Way higher than every other ethnicity combined. Not combined, but most of them. So most Indians, they're usually delusional because they're so ADHD. They never finish a task. Number 2, they half-ass everything. They always want to learn game tactics. That's why they keep falling for other dating coaches and bench-hold camps. It's only the engineers who are more richer, they can afford the boot camps. The one with less ADHD in the West, they make more money. I can study and focus, sir. No, you can't. You have no money. You can't even afford anything more Elite 30. Come on now. What's your advice for Gen Z full of the full-time students at college? Take Elite 60. You need some more discipline. That's my advice for them. It's not about full-time college. Most Gen Z people get fired in 3 months because Gen Z loves to complain about everything because they don't have resilience because of the lockdowns. Gen Z is a fucking weak bunch of people. That's what I'm talking about, discipline. Gen Z needs to learn discipline. I didn't want to be here, but I'm disciplined. I'm going to do it anyways. I wrote 4 scripts in one day, so I'm reading off of one of them. Not right now, but I'm just going off the top of my head. I'm disciplined. I get shit done. I don't procrastinate. I have self-esteem. Gen Z is fucking weak. Gen Z people are so fucking weak. Indians are slippery. Grab them, do this homework assignment, slip away. 3 weeks gone. Indians cannot stop bench holding, getting depressed. Gen Z, however, are super lack of resilience. They're born without any resilience. I've only ever had one student in the past that had some resilience as Gen Z. The rest of them are just fucking weak as shit. They don't want to be weak, but their generation is weak because they're quiet quitting all the time. Gen Z has no work ethics at all. But Gen Z is being efficient. They don't want to do the extra mile, but they're going to get fired in 3 months. People don't want to hire Gen Z anymore, actually. Younger people in Canada, for example, a lot of them are becoming homeless, these Gen Z people. They'd rather be homeless than work so hard. Well, good for you guys, right? Canadians are the worst. They're the most mGtOw because they have such economic stress because our fucking dollar is so worthless compared to the USD. We're going to be hit with tariffs. Canadians are weak. Fat people are weak. Fat people with a double chin. Because in my experience, teaching fat people with a double chin, right? The worst will be the Gen Z Indian student. Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, here's the mGtOw guy with the name mGtOw. The Indian Gen Z student is going to have no chance whatsoever. They might as well just quit dating altogether and just, call it a life. Imagine if they're fat, they're Gen Z, and they're Indian with ADHD. Fat people are insufferable. No offense. But 100% of fat people, they all fucking quit my coaching. They all quit. Another Indian guy who was fat. He tells me that, hey, bro, I'm going to be back in 3 months, right? Wait 3 months or something like that. I'm going to take a break for 3 months. After the New Year's, I'm going to start doing Daygame again. Bro, he kept broing me. Bro. Then afterwards, he comes back, and you know what the fucker says? This is what the fucker says. No, even what a mGtOw is. Are you suggesting another buzz when you cry out of your echo chamber? mGtOw is men going their own way. It means these are the men that quit, but they have this excuse that they're focusing on their own life. They're usually incels, virgins, and they'll try to claim that some former red pill people that quit dating altogether after a divorce. That's what mGtOw is. It's a coping mechanism of excuses. And this is the biggest movement right now because most people are quitting. And 46% of my audience in the community section, they're already quitting dating because they're depressed. That's what mGtOw is. Did I get anything wrong here? I don't buy into your propaganda. If you're not approaching and you're not dating, you are mGtOw. And I believe in 2050, 40% of women will be single, according to scientific studies. The modern women that they don't like. mGtOw is afraid of them. Very afraid of the modern women. They're thinking they're very masculine. And they're thinking that they're delusional, which is, I agree with that, but not all women are like that. The ones that are on TikTok, for the mGtOw and people, the ones that are on TikTok, they're narcissistic because they have a huge ego. They have to go online and make it. It doesn't mean all women are going to go on TikTok and start blaming men for everything. And mGtOw believes that older women, when they reach 30 years old, they hit this wall. That's what I've been seeing on YouTube a lot recently. 100% true. Even in China, when older women cannot get married anymore, they're called leftover women. It's starting to affect different countries. Men in China are no longer approaching because they have no money. And they're quitting altogether dating. And they're even going after women that are Russians or whatever. They'd rather be with a different. And also, what's even weird is that the Russian women will go to Korea, they'll marry the men, and they'll get beaten to a bloody fucking pulp. They don't have laws against it. And Japan is quitting like crazy. Japan would rather be single and go towards prostitutes and just quit dating altogether. They just don't have any. social intelligence anymore. And now the West has become a little bit more mGtOw. They have is bleeding from Japan into the West because of the inflation. But right now, Trump is going to be in office in a couple of days. You guys need to unquit and get back into the coaching, because if 46% of the people averagely on my community section are fucking quitting, you need to unquit. That way I can run my army. This is not a good time to quit. If you're quitting right now because of the being strangled for 4 years in a row, is this the right time to quit? Come on now. I need more late testimonials. I need less people quitting. You cannot just be the engineers for other dating coaches boot camps, bencho camps, the ones who are focused without ADHD, very rare type that makes like a lot of money. A lot of Indians, right? The slippery ones, always procrastinating. Most of them are in 7-figure debt. They like to buy a house for some fucking reason. There's so much debt, they just cannot get themselves out of debt because of their ADHD. But the Indians who can afford it, the ones who are not mGtOw, is because they're not suffering from economic stress. They met their Maslow chart of human needs. So, but sometimes it can have like double chin and not be fat. But sometimes you can have double chin and not be fat when you are bulking. So, not necessarily a sign of weakness. I'm not talking about that, because I'm not talking about Asian masculinity, fat Ninja Turtles. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, like, if you look at most of my students who quit, a double chin is a sign of cortisol stress. So if we look at what the winner and loser effect is, for example, let's just go to Google. All right. What is the winner and loser effect in terms of cortisol? So the AI overview, the winner and loser effect is the tendency for individuals to win or lose future contests based on outcomes of previous contests. This effect can be obvious in both humans and animals. So the loser effect. So when we look at Wikipedia, for example, right, the winner and loser effect, losers with ADHD, because they have no self-esteem, they never follow through with their homework assignments, they're always going to quit. So let's look at the hormonal stimulation, okay? This will explain why there's a double chin. In some animals, winner or loser effect have been shown to cause hormonal differences in blood plasma. Hormones like corticosterone, that means cortisol, are found to be higher in animals experience loser effect. That means fucking losers, fat asses. Even my students, 100% of them quit. Only person who got laid was the 55-year-old student with a Megan Fox-looking 40-year-old. He was banging 21-year-olds before from Kaizen, but he was the only one that got results. The rest of them quit very easily. Doesn't take much because they have low self-esteem. But as I say, hormonal, like I'll just call it cortisol, easier to pronounce, are found to be higher in animals experiencing the loser effect than those with the winner effect. Cortisol is a stress hormone, is likely raised due to the implications of loss in animals experiencing the loser effect. Some researchers are even suggesting this increased level of cortisol caused by the loser effect inhibits regions of the brain involved in learning and memory. But no formal literature has supported this hypothesis that winner and loser effect directly causes this. As an example, an increase in cortisol following a loss is seen in the copperhead snakes. So what happens when you start winning? Testosterone is another compound concentration within the body are affected by winner and loser effect. So what they're saying is that the more you win, the sharper your jawline becomes. The more testosterone you have in your body, the more risk you take. So basically, the opposite is true. So at least we can agree that mGtOw is a worse movement than the Asian masculinity. Yeah, I think that it is worse, but Asian masculinity is just as bad. But at least they're not mGtOw. They're more black-pilled. Asian masculinity is all about bulking up with their big fat bodies and their ugly fucking big fat flabby bodies. And they think they're good looking, they're narcissistic. They stand at the end of the night in a nightclub with a fucking black shirt, trying to show off their big fat, ugly, bulky, big fat muscles. But at least they're approaching Asian women and they're saying like, oh, but I like Asian women. They're beautiful. The word beautiful. What the fuck? They look like a flat board, like a cardboard cutout I can't even tell the difference between Asian women and their appearance from 5 out of 10 to 10 out of 10. There's no difference. They all look the same. They have no fucking bodies. They're ugly as shit. No offense to Asian women, but you're ugly as shit. There's like super ugly, but they're like, oh, they're beautiful because that's all they could fucking get. But at least they're black pilled. But some of these Asian masculinities are joining these red pill movements for Asian ABCs and going to Latin countries, you know, and then trying to do that. But the ones that are in the United States, they're just big, fat, flabby, ugly, fat people that are narcissists that like to stand at the end of the nightclub at the end of the night. So at least they're not mGtOw. So yes, mGtOw is worse than Asian masculinity, but Asian masculinity is like the second last. Because Asians are quitting to fucking Tinder and Daygame, and they're telling me that you should not teach Asians Daygame, even though I have a testimonial of a student who got married, like 2 of them. I'm gonna post one soon, as soon as I post the advice videos. But mGtOw is really bad. It is worse than Black Pill. mGtOw is the worst movement right now. Black Pill is bad. It is dog shit. But Asian masculinity is Black Pill. Muscle maxing. So, Lo, for someone who's been to college, didn't your instructors tell you that never use Wikipedia? It's not a reliable resource. But at least there's some citations behind it. Because if we're talking about the hormonal whatever, so shouldn't you, mGtOw, actually stop giving people advice about anything? Didn't your professors tell you that? So my point is that I'm trying to make the point about the cortisol, that mGtOw are losers. That's why they have double chins. And this is why they are fat. This is why they quit, because of the cortisol. Testosterone is another compound whose concentration within the body are affected by the winner or loser effect. Research conducted using humans showed after completing a competitive task against another team, the winning team testosterone goes up. This is why people have like sharper jawlines and less fucking fat, like the mGtOw and the Asian masculinity and the fucking fat asses, right? Fat fucks, ADHD fucking zombies. They got these fucking flat, like flabby fat fucking necks. The double chins, right? They love their fucking double chins. So research conducting using humans showed that completion of a competitive task against another team, the winning team testosterone goes up. So this is why a lot of my students who got laid, they take more risk, while the fucking loser, mGtOw, will just fucking quit during the inflation. So while the losing team testosterone goes down, it also shows in group settings that the team member who has the top scoring player or did the most work receives the highest boost in testosterone. Do you see that? You need testosterone so you don't become a fat ass and a fucking loser. So in double chin, while it could be Asian masculinity with their fat fucking dirty bulking, my students are more aesthetic and better fucking V-shaped, better looking body compared to the fat Ninja Turtles. However, saying that, whenever you get chubby because of a Cushing syndrome, a fat ass, whatever, that's a loser effect of the cortisol. The cortisol will make your fucking neck like. So, low for someone. Okay, so basically, now that we established this, the losers will quit. The losers will quit. So we also got to talk about the Maslow chart of human needs. Maslow chart of human needs. Because your human needs are not being met, that's why you're quitting. So let's just find a picture. All right. So here's a pyramid chart of the Maslow chart of human needs. I'm not sure if you can see it. Move the phone back a little bit. There's a big triangle over. Oh, fuck. Right here. You can kind of see it, right? Right here, triangle. So when we look at a triangle, when you're not meeting your physiological needs, it becomes like Japan. Well, of course, Japanese people are very skinny. Doesn't mean they're strong either. Sometimes cortisol can eat away at your muscles. So, claims mGtOws are losers. You had wasting time on live stream crying about losers. Hardly anybody's watching you. You know what? I have 656 laid in po testimonials. You fucking asshole. That means I have the most students laid in the world. I'm a loser? Okay, I guess I'm a loser, even though I'm the biggest fucking winner when it comes to student results. You're just angry because you're a fucking mGtOw and you're trying to promote your fucking belief system here. So you calling me a loser by being on here? No, I'm trying to unbrainwash people from fucking mGtOw losers like you. For shaming and homium attacks? How about I'll hide this user from my channel. Whenever you deal with Asian masculinity, you deal with black pill, you deal with red pill, right? You deal with sociopaths, opinions as facts. They'll come on your channel and they'll attack you. That's why I remove all Asian masculinity. But when you have these fucking mGtOw, they're not going to like it because they don't like the idea that I have like 656 latent testimonials. My students are getting married. They're procreating. Fuck the mGtOw. Fuck you, mGtOw. So let's just say, okay, so I'm such a loser. Let's go play all the video testimonials of my students winning. All the ones that are unreleased right now. All right? Call me a fucking loser. But I don't have a fucking double chin like you fucking fat fucking idiots. Fuck you guys. All right. Let's just go through all the video testimonials of all the winners. All right. So here are my students that are winners. Okay, I'm going to skip his name in the beginning. He said it, but here's a winner who got married with my coaching. You fucking mGtOw pieces of shit. And all you guys who keep ignoring it because, oh, you're a loser for being too. No, I'm trying to educate people. So let's start winning, right? Let's hear what winning sounds like.
It's one of those things you just have to get solved, especially as an Asian guy. You know, it's not something that comes naturally. It's not like a girl that's naturally into you in high school and stuff. Or even if there was, it's not something that falls into your lap. You have to take active measures to get your problems fixed. And you know what it is with Asian guys most of the time? It's not even like lack of confidence. It's not even like lack of effort. Because God knows we know how to put effort into things. We don't mind doing random things like cold approach that take a lot of confidence to do.
Yeah, at least they code approach, unlike you fucking mGtOw pieces of shit. You shit organization.
It's a lack of skill. It's all about tonalities and the vibe that you can portray to the girl.
Yeah.
But John helped me realize this is so important. It's not about whether you feel confident. It's not about what you think is good. What you think is good means absolutely nothing in regards to your success or failure in dating. It's all about how you come across to the girl. It's as if like they have a camera, you're performing in front of a camera. It's all about how your actions come across to the other person.
Social calibration.
You don't know what you don't know. And you don't want to struggle for years and years. And, you know, I mean, it's good for your spirit, it's good for your aura to like bang your head against the wall and not give up. But if you want results quickly, you gotta just learn from John because nobody else even is touching on these topics. There's no other dating coach even touching on this stuff. Like, come on. There's guys like Todd Valentine, RSD. They're a dime a dozen. They all say the same stuff that doesn't work if you actually do cold coach. You actually like are out there hustling in the zone.
What's on?
You know it doesn't work. You know it doesn't work. You need to get faded hair. You need to dress well. You need to have tonality. Everything he says is correct. You literally just need to follow his advice. And I promise you, you're gonna get results. Happily married. Now I'm on the grind to get money. So that's why I don't really give a shit about all this other stuff, experience and stuff anymore. I got that aspect taken care of. It's harder for Asian guys. Just get this aspect taken care of so you can move on to bigger and better things. That's what life is all about. Leveling up. He's got to level up.
He's married.
Bigger, better things.
So I'm a loser, right? Because I get students married from Daygame. Not like fucking Latin countries like ABCs and their former coaches are fucking losers. Yeah, so I'm a loser, right? No, fuck you. I'm a winner and I keep winning and people are ignoring it. That's the fucked up part. I keep winning and I keep showing you this stuff. So I know what I'm talking about. My other Indian student, married.
Hi, I'm a former student.
Fuck you, mGtOw. 5'4" Indian bald.
To give this video testimonial, John has been very helpful to me, and I started out in game many years ago, and I went through a bunch of coaches. I've been through a bunch of boot camps, and nothing really was working for me. However, I discovered John eventually, and I found his advice
Fuck you,
practical and very real. He, at least for me, eliminated all the BS advice out in the dating game and he picks specifically like advice that works better for tall, good-looking white guys, and not like low SMV guys like myself. I am not white. I'm bald. I stutter, and so John tailored that advice to guys like me. He told me to wear inserts. He advised me on improving my fashion. I would send him photos of the clothes that I wear, and then he would give me feedback. He told me exactly which accessories to get and which like suit coat or style thing to get, and that was very helpful. I would also, his weekly video streams were also very helpful for him. I would sit on quite a lot of those and ask him questions when I felt necessary. John has also reached out to me just to check up on my progress in game. And so I appreciate that aspect about him, that he has a personal investment in all his students. I got married a month ago to a wonderful woman. I got married on November 9th.
November 9th, 2024. That's pretty recent. I just didn't have time to post this shit. I see why nobody is watching you, but only did you fail to properly mGtOw philosophy. Oh, here's another mGtOw. It's same ad homium. This is his other account. So I'm just gonna hide all your accounts. Just keep using your out accounts. See that? So what am I wrong about mGtOw?
I'm happily married.
Right? Look at this fucking loser, right? He shows up with a second account. What a fucking loser. What, you don't want to hear that my students are getting married? Asshole?
Dating my wife for 2 years. Even though I met her online, I used a lot of the techniques that John has said, like the confidence stuff and how to deal with women, and that was helpful in me continuing to date my wife and get a second and third date and get into a relationship with her and such. I would encourage Indian guys, any non-white ethnicity, to go to John. I think he's and the important thing is to do what he says and just trust in the process, and you will get there. I wish you the best of luck.
All right, but that's just the beginning. Here's another one, but he doesn't want me to post this. ABC student. He wants me to change his voice first. He's over here.
Hi, God.
Yeah, but I cannot play this one. This one, he got laid. 2024, ABC student. Not mGtOw. And here's another student that got more testosterone the more they get laid. There's another Indian student who got married. Not mGtOw.
Hey, how's everyone doing today? So today is April 17th. Yesterday, on April 16th, I had a same-day lady with a mixed Latina. She was mixed between Puerto Rican and Mexican. So the story goes that before I went to go Daygame, I went to go get a haircut that John recommends. And if you're thinking about being one of John's students, he'll recommend a certain type of haircut that you should get. Not only that, but he also recommends the outfit that you should wear during Daygame. So after I went and got my haircut, I went to the mall where I saw her sitting there on her phone. So I approached with the hybrid opener, and after that I transitioned.
What's that? I didn't hear that. Oh, what's coming? Oh, you guys are threatening me now? So I pissed off the mGtOw movement. Good. That's exactly what I want. Because my students are not mGtOw. Well, you want to see what's coming, mGtOw? More video testimonials.
And I went into the conversation skill flow drill that John teaches in his products. If you guys don't have the Elite 30 or the Elite Access, or if you're not in the Facebook Inner Circle, because every month,
Fuck
John
you,
and his
mGtOw.
Inner Circle group members, we do a class on a certain subject. So I'm in there also, and you can watch the videos many times as you want. Not only that,
I'll tell you the truth. All these movements, right? They're all sociopaths. Red pill, they're all delusional. They always have the same fucking traits. So number one, they're all sociopaths, narcissists, Machiavellian manipulators. Number two, they're all like fucking Asperger's. Number three, autistic. Number four, they're all delusional. They're all the same hardware. It's just a different software. So mGtOw is just a software. That's like Windows 98. Black pill is just a different software. PUA pill is just another software of sociopathy. Does that make sense? Asian masculinity is just another sociopathy. These people have extreme beliefs. I don't have extreme beliefs. I just believe that if you're 20 out of 35, you automatically get laid. If I'm wrong, then why do I have the most students laid in the world? They're not mGtOw. But if my students are quitting because of this movement is a threat and needs to be stopped.
But like he recommends being on this memory supplement from Amazon. So what does this memory supplement do is once you take it, your mind expands while you're watching the Facebook Inner Circle group, but you retain more information the second or the third time you go around. So we did a class on facial expressions, flirting, talking slower, a conversation skill flow drill, and standing 45 degrees. I watched that class on the Facebook Inner Circle for like 2 days straight until I finally mastered it. Then I applied it in the field, and I got the same day laid. So after a certain amount of time, he recommends that you go on an Insta date. So that's what me and this girl did. I was like, hey, let's go get a smoothie. I'm getting kind of thirsty. So me and her, we went to the smoothie place, and that was the only drink that I got her. Some of these other coaches, I heard use alcohol, and that's kind of weird because, if you get her drunk, she can't consent, and that's like great. So I suggest you don't do that. And the only thing I did was I just got her a smoothie. So we were drinking a smoothie together.
Yeah, so a low SMV Indian gets a same-day lay in the United States. East Side. Not mGtOw. What the fuck? Must piss you guys off so much. No, but you can't do that because of modern women. Like,
then after a certain amount of time, I was like, hey, let's go watch a movie. That's like down this.
Yeah, because I'm a loser because I get people laid. Because I'm a loser. That's in their mindset. I'm a loser. Fuck these people. Well, if my students keep winning and you guys keep ignoring because you guys are mGtOw, you're the fucking losers. I'm the winner. I get people laid. That's my job. When I get them laid, you guys can just try to attack me saying, oh yeah, he's a loser because he's on YouTube Live. No, I'm on YouTube Live so I can get some more students that are not fucking mGtOw who wants to win. It's that simple. Fuck mGtOw. You must really piss you off that a fucking low SMV Indian gets a same day lay in the United States.
To go watch a movie.
Eat a dick.
We decided on what movie to watch, so we were watching it together. Then afterwards, I took her to my car. Then like I wanted to go drop her at her house, but there was this park that looked really nice.
No, but you gotta be mGtOw because she's a modern woman.
So she suggested we go there for a little bit, and we went there and we chatted a little bit.
You fuckers who are my audience gotta stop quitting. Unfucking quit. Don't be like these mGtOw fucking idiots.
Then after that, she was like, "Hey, let's go to my house." So I drove her.
Fuck the inflation. Don't let the economic stress bother you. As I'm saying, the hierarchy of needs, the reason why you're quitting, because you're losers. I'll tell you why you're losers for mGtOw. Number one, physiological needs is the bottom. I'm just talking science here. Besides the winner and loser effect, let's talk about the second concept. Your physiological needs are air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, and reproduction. So if you don't have the basic human needs met, you're going to be in survival mode. Does that make sense? So the losers, the mGtOw, they're so busy focusing on the basic human needs. They're stressed out, just like Japan. They can't even meet their basic human needs. Same with China. They don't even... And fucking Canadians are quitting like crazy. I've never seen more people quit like... I'm Canadian, but I've never seen more people quit the coaching than fucking Canadians. Because their economic fucking dollar is worthless. Fuck Canadians, right? Stop turning mGtOw. Proud fellow Indian, right? Do more Indian testimonies. Okay, I will. No problem. So basically, physiological needs, air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. mGtOw is so fucking in survival mode, they have to quit. They're like Japan, yeah? These fuckers, like Japan, are quitting. They're quiet quitting through life like Chinese people in China. Chinese people are just laying on the ground doing nothing now. And just like the Canadians, a lot of Gen Z are now homeless. You think that's bullshit? You think that's bullshit? But let's talk about human needs first, okay? Before we talk about the fucking losers of mGtOw. So what's the second human needs that mGtOw does not get to? Number 2 is called safety needs. Personal security. Well, I'm not sure they have that. Employment. I'm not sure if they have that. Because they're even if they have a job, they're fucking in massive debt. They can't even move to Thailand and be a passport bro. That's the secret of mGtOw. That's not what they're not telling you. Every single mGtOw is secretly saving for retirement in Thailand. Every single one of them. Okay, so personal security, employment, resources, health, property. They can't afford property. Most of them are fucking basement dwellers. Their health? What health? mGtOw. Big double chin. Right? No testosterone in their body. No fucking testosterone. Ridiculous. Because they keep losing. Employment? What job? These fucking mGtOw, they'll either get a shit job or there'll be massive debt because of the inflation. And here's the problem with the mGtOw. Once you quit, you become mGtOw, you do not escape from mGtOw. It's a death sentence. mGtOw is a death sentence. You'd never want to turn mGtOw. For all of the people that I look at the community section, when I'm looking at what they're voting for, and 46% averagely are not responding to Daygame stuff or testimonials. You know, you call me a loser, but my students keep winning. So I'm a loser because my students keep winning. Okay. Whatever you say, mGtOw, fucking losers. Idiots. The next one's called love and belonging. Friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. Okay? mGtOw would never get that. mGtOw would never get that. Esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, and freedom. I have that. I have that. The fact that you can argue down mGtOw is what mGtOw is really about. Clearly show your ignorance, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's the same fucking... Yeah, I'm just going to block all these mGtOws. I don't want to listen to a bunch of sociopaths. I'm just going to deliver my message to the mGtOws. So, as I'm saying, they don't have their physiological needs met. Esteem, respect, self-esteem, which I have. Status, yeah. Recognition, yes. Strength and freedom, I have that. Self-actualization is the top of the pyramid. mGtOw don't have. Desire to become the most that one can be. I have not reached that self-actualization yet. There's still plenty of potential in the future. So maybe I might record some more infield, same day lays in the future. Not right now, but in the future, I'm going to record a fuck ton of them, post it online and say, fuck you, mGtOw. So Not right now, but soon. I already have like 2 or 3 camera crews ready if it's necessary. Just point the camera in my direction, like a pit bull. Just let go of the fucking leash and just let me do my shit. So, all right. As I'm saying, that's physiological needs. So when they don't have their physiological needs met, and the winner or loser effect, mGtOw is going to be like that. And Canadians, younger people homeless, inflation. Let's see if what I'm saying is true. 2024. Almost a quarter of youth had experienced homelessness for 2 months or less in the past year. What the fuck? This is from Housing Infrastructure Canada. Has youth homelessness increased in Canada? Well, I guess I can't really teach Canadians anymore, especially Gen Z, because they're all mGtOw. Because they're fucking losers. That's why they're homeless. Chronic homelessness. Almost a quarter of youth, 24% had experienced homelessness for 2 months or less in the past year, compared to 16% of older respondents. However, chronic homelessness have risen since 2018, when 53% of youth experienced chronic homelessness. Okay, so how many? When asked about financial-related stress in spring 2024, more than 1/3, 35% of Canadians describe most days as usually quite extreme stressful due to financial issues, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, what city has the worst? Well, okay. When those financial concerns are examined, Gen Z millennials are reporting average 147%, up from 267. So they're trying to say that it's growing for Gen Z. Let's see, Gen Z homelessness. Canada. All right. But I did see a video on this. Maybe I need to do some more research. But Gen Z are fucking losers. I think 63% of Gen Z are single. Because they're lazy. They're ADHD. They don't have much money. They're in debt. That's how Gen Z is like. All right, let's continue to play that testimonial of the...
me to her house.
Hey,
and that's where I got my same day late, basically. So I just want to thank John for all the work he has put into his students.
Yeah.
You guys should consider his programs.
Oh, no, mGtOw will never consider my programs. They love to quit, right? Oh, no, a little bit of stress, inflation, wokeness, fucking 4 years. Oh, let's just quit, right? My pussy hurts.
Really
Idiots.
helpful. And John goes above and beyond to make sure you are successful. Your success is number one priority. Because when I was in the Elite Access on the WhatsApp group, we also had another additional group with 6 other people. And every day, John would post his YouTube shorts. And if we like this YouTube shorts, he'd give us like 2-minute little audio clip of advice. So that's how that advice also has helped me. With John's coaching, I feel like I can go out and try to go on Instagram with any girl that I choose. And not only that, but recently I've been seeing that a lot of Indians, they've been having a lot of like depression and ADHD issues.
Yep, a lot of ADHD issues. That's a fucking problem. Indians are just bench holding because they're super ADHD. They're quitting like crazy unless they have less ADHD and they have a better paying job. Most of them are in 7-figure debt, not even 6 figures. They skip from 5 figures all the way to 7 because they love to buy houses. Indians, like all the Indians that are rich, are all taking boot camps with less ADHD. The rest of them are just fucked. mGtOw.
With ADHD.
Like another Indian person just quit recently. He's fat as fuck, and then he starts telling me like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna start Daygame around like the next year." And I call him out. He's like broing me, and I was like, "Bro, you gonna start now, bro?" He's like, "No, I need another 2 months break." I kicked him out of my fucking program. Fuck him. Fat fucking people should fucking quit. They're all gonna quit if they're fat and they have a double chin, except for Asian masculinity, which they're fat on purpose because that's how they bulk up, and they like to stand in a nightclub with a black shirt. But my students are not mGtOw. They don't believe in this shit.
Depression, John recommends certain type of supplements. Like I said, for the Facebook Inner Circle group, he recommends like a list of supplements that will help you out during your day game. It'll make your mind calmer. It'll make you more happier. And not only that, but if you are depressed or you feel not motivated to go do day game, John will help you get motivated so you can go out there and get results. He really cares about this.
Yeah, you want to get motivated? Number 1, First of all, split your bank account into 5 things. Every single paycheck you get, you split into 5. 20% each. Emergency money. I'm telling you, Gen Z or poor people, they always have all these emergencies. Everything breaks down. The car breaks down. Everything breaks down. Especially mGtOw. Losers. Everything breaks down. You need 20% towards that. 20% towards self-education. And I don't mean watching more YouTube videos on mGtOw shit. I mean, actually investing in yourself. They don't believe in PUA shit, so they'll never invest in it. But I'm not saying you should invest in other PUA shit from other coaches. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, cool. I just zoomed in. How did I do that? Okay, so now I'm close to the camera. I have no idea what the fuck just happened. But, okay, sure. Oh, yeah, because I'm a loser because I get students laid like this.
And like I was honestly the worst student that he had because I'm lazy as fuck. So eventually I did this one exercise that helped me with my self-esteem. Me and John worked on a little visualization board I'm currently working on now, and I think that also has helped me too. So he really cares about his students, and honestly he's like honestly the best dating coach that you can get right now. Because there's no other dating coaches that are posting other student testimonials.
Last year was like people are so fucking mGtOw, right? Other dating coaches, they only got like 1 student laid for Daygame. ABC's only has 1 from a Latin country. And tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach, they only got 1 student laid for Daygame. That's it, just 1. 1 in 2024, the toughest year with the highest interest rates before they start cutting. mGtOw everywhere, just cutting the interest rates and the inflation, mGtOw. 2024, just mGtOw. 2025, now people are just dropping like flies. Now it's like 46%. We did out of evolutionary psychology. Fucking losers. Because they can't manage their money. So number 1, emergency funds. Number 2, self-education. mGtOw will never do. Number 3, investments. How can mGtOws invest? The only thing they can invest is their internet connection and watch more mGtOw videos. Number 4, pay the bills. Oh, but they have to pay the bills and then complain because they put all their time into work. mGtOw will always fucking work. They'll be like, oh, I got to focus on work more. That's great. Like, you should do some dating, you should do some shit. I don't even care if you do fucking Tinder, night game, whatever the fuck. No, but I've got to focus more on my work. Let me focus on my work. mGtOws always focus on their work. They always have some kind of bullshit reasoning. Like, oh yeah, our movement's all about men going their own way because, no, it's called virgins going their own way. Or people that paid for prostitutes and going their own way. That's what mGtOw is. That's what mGtOw is. Like, a lot of these guys, they just either pay for a prostitute to lose their virginity, or they just fucking just quit in their virgins. mGtOw. They don't even want to fucking try. Of course, you're going to get your teeth kicked in if you're not trained under me. Because if only ABCs and tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach, other coaches with romantic sexual shit, they don't even get students laid. They're just posting old shit from the pandemic, 2021 and before. Then yeah, it has been tougher. No wonder more people are mGtOw because they have less social skills. Oh, but I'm a loser for being on YouTube Live. No, I need to make sure people understands it. I'm dealing with this topic of mGtOws because I need to deal with their objections.
Theirs, which, it's them doing it's not their students. So why would you go there?
And number 3, pay their fucking bills. Number 4, you cannot, mGtOw is like 100% paying their bills and nothing else. Living in the basement of their parents. That's mGtOw, fucking losers. Number 4, play money. mGtOw will spend like crazy because they don't have any use for it. You should not hate women because of the female nature. It's always looks out of 10, money out of 5, status out of 10, social skills, social calibrations, emotional control game, 2.5. That last 4, you can develop the skills with drills and habits. Of course, other dating coaches don't teach that. So that's why their students don't get laid. And they became delusional. They became woke. They worship the global game networks of platform scammers. And only the Indian engineers and rich people can afford the boot camps. And the rest of them became mGtOw. All right. Next person, right? Because they're losers, right? No, because they have more testosterone following through. Here's another Italian student who got more testosterone. The more lays he got, the more testosterone he got. So let me just pick one of those older testimonials first. Oh, here's another student. All right.
So I wanted to talk about my 7th lay I had training with John. And
he was actually mGtOw before. This 5'8" Italian guy. A lot of times he'll quit and take a long breaks. While not completely mGtOw, he'll quit because he'll always keep failing with UMP, UFO, UAP shit. Doesn't work very well. He will do so many fucking approaches until mental trauma, banging like ugly 4 out of 10 looking women. Now he's banging like 9 out of 10s because he's not mGtOw. He's not a fucking loser.
Yeah, so this is my 7th fuck close since I started working with him. And the main difference I noticed since I'm working with John is that the quality of girls I'm able to get is way higher than before and is more consistent.
Yeah, higher than 4. You see that? He used to get like 4 out of 10.
We focus on habits, on reels, on improving my vocal tonality, on improving my body language, and this helps me to get these higher quality girls. And this lay I had is actually with girls who is 20 years old and is 10 years younger than me. So it's like living the Leonardo DiCaprio's.
Yeah, he's banging a 20-year-old and he's like 30 years old now. So, because he's not a loser. He invested in himself.
And this is thanks to the drills and exercises I do with John. And
yeah, exercises, drills equals more skills, equals more value, more points. mGtOw will never want to do that. They don't want to reach the minimum because it requires work. These guys are worse than Black Pill.
Yeah, I know John can be like tough sometimes and like being a tough character, but I think it's really worth investing in him, and it's really worth in having him as your trainer, because the things you learn with him are going to stay with you forever, because he helps you change habits, create new neural pathways that are going to stay with you forever, and hence are going to help you get.
Oh, but I'm a loser. But I get students like fucking 7 lays in a year for all Daygame. Fuck Tinder, which is for losers, in night game.
Woman forever.
All right, let's play some more because I'm a loser, as I say. But all right, let me play more. This is 5th lay. Fucking mGtOw.
Hello, so this is my testimonial for John, and this is the 5th lay I get from him from Daygame.
You guys already seen all the lay pictures on my website for this student, and you can see the women. It's not like I have to use, you don't have to cover their face or anything. Like I do cover it, I censor it, but you can see how attractive they all are for their bodies and everything. Other dating coaches don't even show that. Their students, they only have like 3 fucking lay pics and maybe 3 women's faces. They're all like 7.1 at best. Ugly butter faces. My students are banging 9 out of 10s. Fuck you, mGtOw. I bet you'll give your left nut to bang a 9 out of 10.
Since I started working with John, like my game changed completely, become way more natural, way without bullshit technicalities, without routines, and so on. And the beautiful thing is that John system works without you having to spending thousands of dollars on boot camps. And most of all, it allows you to sleep with girls way above your level, and without spending money, without having to do crazy shit like social circle, and without using stupid routines. And so this is my 5th lay, and I'm still convinced that the more I work with John, the more I'm convinced that he's the best Daygame coach, especially when it comes.
Yeah, and you fucking mGtOw losers who are watching my video testimonials and just ignoring it. 46% of my audience. Un-mGtOw. This is the worst fucking thing ever.
So helping guys becoming more natural, have like a radical change rather than like a surface level change that you have when you do like these stupid boot camps and you're just excited of the boot camp, but then you go home and you go back to your level. But with John training, you basically absorbs his systems and you build new habits that you bring with you the rest of your life, so you can go out and get laid effortlessly. Like I got this lady I'm not even doing cold approach these days, and I got this lady from Daygame with this Russian girl that I met on the beach. And this is the point. Like when you work with John, you build habits that stay with you. Like you don't need to do like 100 approaches to warm up. If you get in stage, you don't need to do some stupid bootcamp that the effect lasts just for 4 days. You build these habits, you build this part of your personality that allows you to attract girls anytime. Like sometimes I go to gym, I go to the coffee shop, I go to the supermarket, and it just comes natural to me to take numbers, get dates without even having to go out just to meet girls. Like it becomes part of your life, and it's becomes so easy to talk to girls, to bring like new girls in your funnel, that it's basically you have to go out to just to do game. Like when you learn what John teaches, you just have to exist, be out there, like in a place where there are girls, and you start so easily. Like it'd be so easy to start conversations, and then through these conversations into pools, super fucking easy, like so natural that sometimes I'm surprised. Like I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just following the algorithm that John shared with me, which is super simple. It's like a few steps you have to follow to keep the conversation going and to be flirty, and that is all. Like then it comes so easy to pull that, just naturally getting laid with girls above your league without much work. So it's fucking amazing. And if you want to invest in coaching, you should work with John, because he's the only one that will. I work with many coaches, and he's the only one that allowed me to build a new personality, a new way of being.
Yeah, fuck UMP, UFO, UAP.
Which is not really attractive. It's not like some facade I have to put. It's not some stupid routine. It's not some excitement I have from the bootcamp. It's just like myself. So I just go to grocery shopping and start talking to girls, and then try to pull. And if the logistics do not allow to pull, get a number, then go on a date and then pull. It's so fucking easy.
Exactly. So let's see. That's number fifth lay. The other one's seventh. Let's see here. Here's his eighth lay. Yes, they're all real. mGtOw, fucking losers. This is what happens. He gets more testosterone every single lay. Takes more risk. That's why there's so many lays.
So this is a video I want to record as a testimonial for another lay I got since I started working with John. And this happened on June 30. So this is the second lay of this month. And even these ones, as every other lay I got since I started working with John, is that they're all very super high value women, not just for looks, but even like personality wise. So they're like my type of woman, with whom I would start a relationship as well. So it's really great. And
yeah, he stopped here because he wants to spend all his time with her. He got rid of all the other fuck buddies, everything else. He wants this one, number 8. So he's out of Daygame. But this is how he ended. Rather than just quitting and taking a long break, he was taking a break. His other friend, the Chinese guy with 15 lays, and he got married with my coaching for that guy. However, he told this guy to join my training that John is the best Daygame coach in the entire world. Well, and he finally started making approaches again. He always quits because he gets mental trauma by banging ugly 4L10s using UMP, UAP, UFO shit.
what I want to say, yeah, like what's getting better working with John is that now it's becoming more effortless. So I'm basically slowly becoming like my game is becoming more natural. So it's free from tricks and techniques. And yeah, also like heard some people say that it's because I'm like good looking and shit. But I mean, before working with John, I was not getting these results. Like I was not sleeping with this type of woman. So like it's not because of that. Yeah, and I mean my SMD is also because of the suggestions that John gave me, so everyone can improve as well that side. And yeah, of course, this last day is from Daygame. So I met this girl from Daygame, and then I went on a date with her, and we had sex. And so yeah, this is it. I suggest everyone to work with John. Everyone wants to like develop natural games, of relying on tricks and tactics who are like only short-lived, but never actually work in the long term and never actually work with higher caliber.
Yeah, he doesn't realize most of the tactics and other dating coaches don't even have students laid last year. Most people turn mGtOw. Only the level 3 student. Level 1 is like poor people. They can only spend like $5 to $400. Level 2 can spend up to $1,000, and that's it. Level 3 is like $2,000 to $50,000. That's what Queef and Cancel Casanovas cost to train with him in his world tours. And usually he's averaging $10,000 for a boot camp. Averaging 10,000. 6,000 and 10,000 is average. Having said that, they don't even get fucking people laid anymore for Daygame. Fucking stupid idiots.
Woman.
All right, let's see another student. I think this is 14th lay or something. A German woman. Let's see. Another student has 17 lays. Oh yeah, but it was losers, right? Be on YouTube Live. Yeah, really? Okay. I guess that makes you a loser, right? 17 lays, loser. So here's the lay pick. But luckily that her clothing is censored. Everything's fine for you two. Sorry, that clothing, everything. She's wearing underwear. So that's fine. This is testimonial.
So one thing that I did not mention in the testimonial is that this happened in July 2024. And this was a German woman in her 20s. And that's all I have to say or add. I hope you enjoyed the testimonial. And I hope you take action from this. Because that's
Take action, mGtOw.
you have to do right now. Let's go have a call with John and take action for yourself, your future.
Okay, so let's see his testimonial. Which one was this one? Germany. This is the one, yeah.
This video testimonial is for John Elite for a lay from Daygame. I met the woman in a class that she was teaching, and after the class, we talked, and we had some light snack, some tea, and got her number. We made plans to meet the following evening, and we had dinner. After dinner, I took her back to my place, and that's what happened. So I recorded a number of these for John, and the message that I give is always the same. And I don't know if anyone watches these or not, to be honest, but
oh yeah, the mGtOw are watching. They just don't give a fuck.
Guys, watch these. I don't know what would keep you from coaching with John. I don't know what
will keep them from coaching with John is mGtOw. Men going their own way and quitting.
hesitations are. I don't know what your doubts are. And
their doubts are their mGtOw and they're fucking losers.
Can't imagine you doubt the results themselves, but I understand that you might doubt yourself. And you might see these results and think, well, someone else can have that. That's amazing. But I can't have that. I'm not enough. Or
you can't have that because you're mGtOw.
This is impossible for me. So I again just want to encourage you, if you are watching these, that this is all possible for you too.
If you're not mGtOw. It's possible.
And it doesn't mean it's going to be easy for you, but it is very possible. I can tell you from my own experience that I progressed so much, so fast with John, and the results that I've had, I would not have been able to believe. So, take this message and take action.
Take action, but you won't, mGtOw.
It's the only thing for you to do is just take the first step, because the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Right now, that's the only step you have to take. Don't worry about the rest. Just trust the process. Trust John.
Unless you're mGtOw, then you're just going to look at me like I'm crazy. And then I just post another video testimonial. Oh, another student got married. Oh, another one has 17 lays. Oh, another one has like whatever. Like, who gives a fuck, right? That's how you guys are like.
You're making an investment in yourself that you'll be grateful for.
Oh, mGtOw would never invest in themselves. Fucking losers. So there's another student after he had like 2 lays in a month. This is another lay. One of them. Latino guy.
Zombies.
Zombie.
Marco, again, with another testimonial of a recent lay in August last week. So August 7. And
August 7, 2024.
this is a chick that was meeting her friends and that did approach her, talk for a little bit, and have an instant hangout. Not a date, hangout. Instant hangout, got her number, and eventually I met up with her, like on a date. And as you can see here, this spot is perfect. I had to pay for a studio next to the street. You can see the street right there. You can literally just walk in 5 seconds. And
I can show you the lay pic, but it's not censored. So
that's the advantage. I had to pay for the spot close to the tourist area.
and he's naked in it, so I'm not gonna show it. It's already censored, so you can look at my YouTube and you can look for it from my website.
2024, I know it's been hard for some of the players, but you can do it. But you have to have the right structure. With Mr. John, he's the only one that can help you for Daygame. Daygame, he's the best. Also, you cannot see really well, but he actually got me in shape, and not really nice to be shape.
Yeah, let's not get to this black pill shit, right? Okay, so let's see here. There's another student who got a girlfriend. I could go on all day. 17th lay, this one. Jewish white
I
student.
am recording this video for John Elite. Video testimonial. Today is December 16th. And
December 16th, that wasn't that far ago. It was like,
I recently had another lay from Daygame under John's coaching. This was a woman staying at the same guest house as me. We met at the guest house, and one evening I invited her to join me in my room, and after some conversation, we had sex. And this is just another testimonial to John's coaching, so you can understand what kind of results you can have coaching with him. And
yeah, but mGtOw will never get those kind of results because they quit. And even my potential students who turn mGtOw, unfucking quit. Get your economic stress handled. I'm going to start making videos on how you can save money and then unquit Daygame. We need people unquitting. We don't want fucking losers. I get you're a loser. Inflation gotten you, the wokeness, right? But Donald Trump's back in office, right? This is going to be a golden age, except for Canadians, which are going to be hit with fucking tariffs. Really badly, by the way. I know. I made a prediction, my psychic prediction. Canada is going to be hit with tariffs, even though Canada is super fucking poor right now. But if you're not Canadian, and you're not mGtOw, and you're not like double chin, and skinny fucking fat with the winner-loser effect due to the Maslow chart of human needs, join me. Be a winner. Oh, but you're on YouTube Live. No, you want more late testimonials? You fucking mGtOw losers? All right, I'm on YouTube Live. Let's listen to more late testimonials. Number 17. 17 fucking lays in a year without fucking Tinder.
year's coming to an end, and next year's a new year. And I invite you, if you're watching this, to consider taking this leap for yourself into 2025.
If you're not mGtOw.
Going for what you want, going for your desire, going for the life you want to live, not settling for the life you have.
Yeah, not just like, oh, I got to focus on work, right? I mean, you could work all day, but you're not going to make much money because you can't save it because you don't know how to split things into 5 buckets. So all the money you earn is going to be all burned because you're mGtOw and you're a loser because you're depressed. So therefore, you got to buy stupid shit to reduce the depression and going your own way.
John can help you get there. So that's all I'll say.
All right. So they're saying, oh, mGtOw, like, let's see what mGtOw even means. Oh, but you don't understand whatever. Okay, let's look at Wikipedia. Men going their own way, virgins going their own way is an anti-feminist, misogynistic, mostly online community, okay, that espouses male separatism. That's what I said so far. From what they see as gynocentric society, the wokeness, okay, sure. From what they see has been corrupted by feminism, okay. mGtOw specifically advocates for men to avoid marriage, yet I want my students to get married. They don't have any problems with it because they raise their value and everything. But let's continue reading this, right? Whatever they say, I had it wrong. Let's see. mGtOw specifically advocates for men to avoid marriage and committed romantic relationships with women. Well, sounds like Japan. Fucking losers, okay? The community is part of the manosphere, okay? A collection of anti-feminist websites, online communities that include the men's right movement, incels, and pickup artists, okay? Men going their own way logo. Like other manosphere communities, mGtOw overlaps with neo-reactionary outright movements, okay, and have been implicated in online harassment of women, okay. The Southern Poverty Law Center categorized mGtOw as part of the male supremacy ideology, okay. So let's read what it's about, right? If I got it wrong, then at least they have it right here, because mGtOw is the most dangerous. Because once you quit, you cannot unquit. That's the problem. Once you quit, so never quit. Once you ring the bell like the Navy SEALs, right? You never can unquit. mGtOw, like you think you can come back, right? And when I tell people come back, right? Unquit. They're not going to unquit. mGtOw ideology emerges from the early 2000s, although it is not clear where it originated. A blog called No Ma'am was the first site dedicated to the ideology, publishing mGtOw manifesto in the early 2001, okay? We'll just see what they're about, okay? Earlier members of mGtOw were largely politically libertarians. There's no way they're fucking liberals, okay? And focus on individual self-reliance in accordance with traditional notions of masculinity. Over time, the movement has shifted towards male separatism, or virgins going their own way. I added that part myself. Far-right commentator and polemicist Milo Yiannopoulos is credited with helping to popularize mGtOw with a 2014 Breitbart article called The Sexodus, in which he described men who are eschewing women, love sex, and marriage because of feminism. So this is an avoidance strategy, it seems, okay? So you're saying that, oh, I got this wrong. Well, let's just see if I got this wrong. So far, I got this right, except for the liberalism of the early movement. mGtOw discussion forums include the subreddit r/mGtOw, virgins going their own way, created in 2011. Smaller accelerate subreddits and mGtOw forums, an independent website that emerged in 2014. Following Reddit's 2017 ban of large incel subreddit r/mGtOw, exactly, was briefly in the largest, most active manosphere forum on the site. Well, what the fuck? But now it's the biggest of all time. It's the biggest movement of all time because of the inflation and the. But that's just my opinion. Let's continue, read what they have to say. Researchers have implicated mGtOw communities in online harassment of women. r/mGtOw and mGtOw forums are among the communities which have been growing in size. Well, yeah, they have been growing in size, especially during the inflation, in their involvement in online harassment and real-world violence. According to computer scientist Magneo Horta Ribeiro and colleagues, communications research Scott Wright and colleagues state that mGtOw propagates extensive and wide-ranging passive and undirected harassment, which I've also experienced, and misogyny on Twitter. Shortly after publication of the 2020 preprint of the papers examining manosphere groups online, Reddit quarantined r/mGtOw. A restriction on the platform applies to subreddit determined to be extremely offensive and upsetting to an average Redditor. Okay, so which prevents them from earning advertising revenue and requires visitor to agree to seeing potentially offensive content before entering. r/mGtOw has been banned in August 2021. Well, great. Fuck these people for breaking the site's policies against promotion of violence and hate. Okay, membership. I'm just going to read whatever it is, so you cannot say that I did not talk about mGtOw correctly, because this is what it says on the Wikipedia. At least there are some citations. Not saying 100% scientific, But members of mGtOw communities are primarily heterosexual virgins, white middle-class men from North America and Europe. Now has grown to every ethnicity in 2024 and 2025. Unlike men's rights movement, mGtOw do not permit women to join. Okay, mGtOw often disavow hierarchies and claim to be leaderless. Some denies that mGtOw is a group or a movement at all, instead emphasizing each member's individuality. Bullshit. And independence within a collective. Bullshit. Researchers Caleb Jones and the colleagues write in the New Media and Society that while the precise number of mGtOw followers is unclear, which is probably the biggest fucking movement right now, it appears to be popular and growing group within the manosphere. As of 2018, mGtOw was smaller than both the men's right movement and the pickup artist community online. Now it's bigger than anything else out there, like a big fucking cancer. Okay, so within mGtOw forums, having over 25,000 subscribers in the subreddit are mGtOw, having over 35,000 in the subreddit has grown to 104,000 members by 2019, with another mGtOw forum listing over 32,000 members. All right, the ideology. mGtOw advocates for men to withdraw from what they seen as gyrocentric society and has been corrupted by feminism. mGtOw believes that men are better off avoiding any relationships with women, including marriage. Instead, the group believes that men should abstain from sex with women entirely, or alternatively, only have casual sex while avoiding romantic and financial commitments. mGtOw groups are misogynist and anti-feminist, believing that feminism has made women dangerous to men, that male self-preservation requires disassociating completely from women. I always believe, right, for women, you could tell which one are like that. They usually have very thin jawlines. It looks like a football, like American football shape. All of them on YouTube have that. They have narcissistic expressions, and they're usually like against men. So if you look for really thin jawlines, that's a woman that's against men in general. But by the time she reaches 30, don't worry. No guys is gonna approach her, and she's gonna go on YouTube or go on the fucking TikTok and start blaming men, saying where are all the good men, and then they're gonna act delusional. But because that's low self-esteem, okay, that's just normal. Just like the zombies. Just like the zombies. Who basically have the same four traits: delusional, half-assing things, as women do on Tinder, the wrong path to sociopath, they don't get married, they don't procreate. They'll be weeded out and then they'll quit. In 2050, most of these women will be 40% single, so don't worry. But for the rest of you, I'm aiming my marketing towards the 60% that still wants to approach. So, all right, 2020 study by Wright et al. Found despite mGtOw claiming to reject women entirely, some 59% of mGtOw forum posts mention women, with the majority, 61% of those mentioned being misogynistic in some way. Jones et al. Suggested that they reflect a need for mGtOw to perform the rejection of women in order to belong. What does that mean? Okay, so not all of them are rejecting women in their movement, it seems. Okay, you're learning something every day. The mGtOw movement has used jargon shared with the broader manosphere, including red pill and blue pill metaphor borrowed from the film The Matrix. Those in the manosphere, I mean, fucking red pill, right? Red pill is bad, right? But it looks like it's growing. But red pill is nothing compared to mGtOw now. mGtOw is bigger than red pill and all the other pills. Black pill, bigger than PUA pill. Those in the manosphere who has been awakened by feminist delusions to the supposed reality that society is fundamentally misandrist and dominated by feminist values are said to be red-pilled or have taken the red pill. Those who do not accept that ideology is referred to as blue-pilled. More of these fucking sociopath pills. Most of these people that are in these extreme movements, they have opinions as facts like a sociopath. Win at all costs like a sociopath. They don't feel guilt or remorse and they're delusional. These are the 10 traits of sociopathy or sociopathy. They just have a different operating system. They have the same hardware: delusions, narcissism, ADHD, autism, but they just have a different belief. Red pill is just a different operating system, same hardware. mGtOw, same fucking operating system, a different operating system, same fucking hardware issues. Red pill, same shit. So if you're mentally ill, you always will have these extreme views. I don't have any of these views. I'm not red pilled, black pill, mGtOw, or even POA pill. I'm the natural pill. Like, I believe what the naturals. Good social skills, good social calibrations, emotional control. I don't believe in purple pill. I don't believe in any of the fucking pills. All bullshit. All right. So, dominating feminist value, the red pill have taken the red pill, but those who do not accept ideology referred to as blue pilled. I'm not blue pilled. Other jargon include pejorative terms for other men such as beta, cuck, soy boy, and white knight. Maybe even simps. Like other manifest groups, mGtOw is subscribed to the red pill belief. Well, I'm surprised, right? That there's a systematic bias against men in society. No, there isn't. As long as you're 20 out of 35, you'll get 17 lays like my student last year, and you have 8 lays like my students. If you don't want to work on the building the skills and transformation of the habits, like an army, just practicing and drilling it down, it's your fault because you're a fucking loser. So, includes double standards in general roles and bias against men in family courts. There's some truth to that. mGtOw endorses the belief shared by other manosphere group that women follows a similar pattern in dating and marriage. Young and attractive women are promiscuous. Not all of them, by the way. If you look at the statistics for Tinder, for example, not all women are just riding the cock carousel, as they claim. That's not true at all. It's bullshit. Not all women are like that. Most women have a very low body count. But the narcissistic women will be the ones who are doing that, going through all these men and saying there are no good men. Those are the narcissistic ones. Narcissism is going to destroy society. Narcissism is what makes people delusional. Higher ego, lower self-esteem, 4 traits of low self-esteem, delusional, half-assing it, wrong path to sociopath, and quitting. These traits, the woke people and the binflation is what makes most people quit. So, sir, how is the fashion for 2000? Exactly the same as last year. 20 out of 35, whitewash fashion. All right, so that young and attractive women are promiscuous, engage in hypergamy, having sex with numerous men. Some of them do, the narcissistic ones, the ones on TikTok and stuff. But most women are not like that. And abandoning a man if they have higher value shows interest. They believe that women gravitate toward alpha men who are attractive but mistreats them, reinforcing the idea of feminism. Well, a lot of them do go for that for online dating for these narcissistic women, but because of their narcissistic personality disorder, most of these guys don't even want to be around these type of women. So, reinforcing the idea of feminism, according to mGtOw, as women begins to age, they settle down with beta males. Actually, nowadays have changed. Most of these women that are older, they can't even get into a relationship when they're in their 30s. So things have changed for women a lot. Because men are turning mGtOw. They don't even want to bother. So, who provides them with financial, but whom they deny sex, sometimes engaging in extramarital sex with more attractive men. Some of these women cannot even get those more attractive men anymore. These relationships ultimately lead to divorce, in which the women will be favored of the courts due to what mGtOw calls female privilege. So the society has changed a lot. This is just an older mGtOw belief. mGtOw men gauge their participation in the movement on a series of 4 levels. Oh, so there's levels to this bullshit. Okay. At first level, men believe they're being used and manipulated by women, called situational awareness of the red pill, but still believes the value of marriage. They are sometimes described as purple pilled. The fuck? Okay, whatever. At the second level, men reject long-term relationships, cohabitation, and marriage, and still participate in shorter-term relationships and sexual encounters. Okay. Level 3, men reject short-term relationships, limit their interactions with women. At 4th level, they minimize their engagement with the state of society, including employment. This is called going ghost. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. They're mostly, right now, they're skipping all these stages. They're going ghost because they're fucking losers. In the Southern Poverty Law Center, categorized mGtOw as part of the male supremacist ideology, a category they begin tracking under hate group trafficking project Hate Maps in 2018, fellow at the Institute of Research of Male Supremacy Publishing in the International Center for Counterterrorism, have said that members of mGtOw openly disdain women and normalize it through online harassment. Well, congratulations. Most of you fucking losers are probably on some kind of terrorist watch list. So, mGtOw and other manosphere community overlaps with the reactionary white nationalist outright and other white supremacist authoritarian populist movement worldwide, but both mGtOw and the outright believes that feminism has destroyed Western society. No, it's not that feminism has destroyed it. Narcissism that attracts the feminism, that higher ego, lower self-esteem, the 4 traits of low self-esteem. These women are delusional. They are not sentient, which I totally agree. After getting 656 laid in poll testimonials, women are not sentient. They always look at relative value first. Number 1. 20 out of 35. They think about it every single second they're around men. They always relative SMV. Number 2, emotional reasoning. That's why women, emotional reasoning is always illogical. Number 3 is logic. They only go for logic once in a while when you're dealing with a last-minute resistance or some kind of objection. And then you go back to the right brain, which is back to the emotional reasoning and the relative SMV. It's just these mGtOw people don't have enough SMV because they don't have social skills. And they're also like really poor and they're ADHD and they're fucking losers. All right. So relations to other manosphere groups. The mGtOw community is part of the manosphere, a variety of collective of websites, blogs, and online forums promoting masculinity, hostility towards women, and opposition to feminism. Okay, makes sense. The manosphere also includes men's rights activists, incels, pickup artists, and the father's rights movement. I have no idea what these things like father's right movement is. Men right activists I heard before. And while some consider mGtOw to be part of the men's right movement, others have cited mGtOw separatist ideology and distinguished them from MRM, men's right movement, which engage in political activism to drive societal change. mGtOw members describe men's activists as incels, as losers, and betas. Early mGtOw groups were primarily libertarians and opposed to big government. This led to a rift in men's right activists who wished to be lobby for government change, particularly with regard to custody and divorce law. Wright et al. States that the founders of mGtOw were originally men right activists, really, who became disillusioned with political activism, believe in the genocentric world order cannot be changed. So mGtOw are a bunch of losers who quit. Yeah, okay. mGtOw also is at odds with the pickup artist community. Well, yeah, I mean, most of the other pickup artists can't even get students laid last year during the inflation. They're also fucking losers. Right? Well, I'm a loser for being online calling out mGtOw and showing like fucking students are getting 17 lays for Daygame without Tinder and night game. Yeah, I'm a loser, right? Fuck you guys. Both PUA and mGtOw rhetoric is frequently misogynistic and objectifying towards women. However, PUA seeks to manipulate women into providing sex. mGtOw claims to reject heterosexual relationships entirely. The two groups share a reciprocal disdain for one another. PUAs have mocked mGtOw as virgins going their own way. They are virgins going their own way, unless they pay for sex from prostitutes. Or mGtOw deride PUAs as being dependent on women's approval, contributing to what they see as overvaluing of women in society. No, it's 20 out of 35. Looks out of 10, money out of 5. Status out of 10. Social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, game, 2.5 points each. 20 out of 35 automatically late for day game. Night game, 15 out of 35. Tinder, 12 out of 35. Okay. See also notes, reference. Yeah, so basically, that's basically mGtOw in a nutshell. Virgins going their own way. Fucking losers. So, yeah, that's what they are. So if you guys are saying that I didn't understand mGtOw, now we have read what they say about it from Wikipedia. As I'm saying, unless we want to play more video testimonials. Okay? Men quit wherever, okay? Men who quit, whether through mGtOw, becoming passport bros, or avoiding relationships altogether, are leaning away from discipline and self-improvement. The real solution is to lean into structured coaching, follow discipline practices, and recalibrate their approaches to day game and life by improving your social skills and social calibrations that you lost from the lockdowns. This is key because isolation and avoidance might feel like an escape. It's a coping mechanism, but it leads to loneliness and stagnation. By leading into coaching like Elite Bundle 2, men can develop resilience. Like resilience is part of grit, growth, resilience, instinct, my instincts, and tenacity, and learn how to steer their ships towards procreation, like my students who are married. And other students who are actually like procreating. Let's play another student, another Indian guy, although he doesn't say it here. He's part of the mental trauma cure, but he is a father in 3 months now. He's going to be a father. So let's find his testimonial right here.
Hey guys, so I just recently, about a week ago, completed the mental trauma cure.
Yeah, he was mGtOw for a while actually because he was blackpilled by his friend, and he went mGtOw for a long time. And then I convinced him to come back, and then he got a fuck buddy, and he got her pregnant. So,
program. So a little backstory on that. I was quite ADHD when it came to the tasks that he was assigning me to do. But what he did was he recommended this program to me because he felt that I needed to clear up all these traumas that I had in order to be more productive in my life, and also help me have a more carefree, positive, and fun vibe. And I can say that it actually does work. I'm a lot more happier by taking this program. Now, just to give you some insight on it, it is quite long. And depending on the amount of traumas you have, it took almost a whole entire day. And both of us...
Hey, 1 day is better than 2 fucking years of going through trauma, right? And trying to fix that. It won't work with the other psychologists. If it takes 2 years, right? And fucking $18,000. Averagely, if you're going for $200 for like... I think a lot of these mGtOw should go through the mental trauma cure because another mGtOw has gone through it. And then he went back and started approaching. But then he failed because he was so delusional, right? He's a fucking loser. Fat as shit. He has fat in the back of the areas that should not have fat.
Out. It was quite extensive, but he's willing to take the time to make sure that these traumas are cleared out. So I had quite a lot of trauma, and I can talk to you a little bit about it. Some of the things that was traumatizing me were things such as the black pill, the red pill, and all these pills that are out there, and joining these Reddit forums like Asian masculinity. And all of these were just burdening me in more ways than one. I felt more depressed, and I didn't feel like wanting to approach anymore because of all these limiting beliefs that were placed upon me because of the red pill and the black pill and this Asian masculinity movement. And I can safely say I'm a lot happier now. I feel more at ease knowing all this is went behind me and in the past, and I'm ready to move forward and move on. And with the black pill stuff, I just got so deep into it. I just thought, oh, if you're an Indian guy, you're screwed in dating, and if you're if you don't have the proper jawline, then you're screwed in dating. If you're not 6 feet tall, you're screwed in dating. And if you're bald, then you're screwed in dating as well. And that's what I initially thought.
Yeah, you saw the other student, 5'4", bald, and getting married.
Thought, hey, I'm an Indian guy, and I'm totally screwed. Girls are going to look at me. They're going to look at my brown skin and just disqualify me right away. However, you can look at the testimonials themselves that actually dispute that. And what I find very interesting from this trauma is that he really digs deep into your...
Yeah, fucking mGtOw people should take Elite 60 so they can go through mental trauma and cure and get some training. But you got to believe in yourself. The biggest secret behind my students who get laid more is that they believe in themselves. So therefore, they actually do the drills and to develop the skills. If you don't believe in yourself, you have like doubt, you're going to fail. You have to believe you can do it. If my students can do it, it's not just they can do it and you can't do it. Your inner game, your mindset, needs to be less fucked, and you got to be less delusional. You got to be less poor and less ADHD. So for you fucking losers out there, the first thing you should do is to take some supplements for depression, right? And ADHD. I won't say which supplements, but you got to figure out what works for ADHD, especially the mGtOw fucking losers. They need to take some stuff for ADHD. So therefore, they can finish some task, get some self-esteem, become less delusional, because the more you're delusional with low self-esteem, high ego, the more you're going to quit because the 4 traits of low self-esteem. Number 1, delusions. Number 2, half-assing it. Number 3, the wrong path, the sociopath, which is listening to mGtOw shit. And number 4, quitting. mGtOw. That's because they have low self-esteem. That's why they quit. They're actually perfectly aligned with my low self-esteem trait chart. That's mGtOw. That's why they're fucking losers. That's why 46% of people voted in the community section about things that are related to mGtOw. They quit. They need motivation. And I say, hey, why don't I teach you guys how to fight some martial arts so that way you guys can become more aggressive in the 4th gear. But 46% of them said, I don't care. They already quit. They don't want to listen to it. The rest of us like, fuck yeah, teach us how to fight, right?
Into your mind as to why you believe in it. And he does a lot of things to basically destroy those beliefs. And I can't tell you what they are, but I can tell you they work. He definitely will use a lot of tactics to try to destroy your beliefs that you have, and that's what he will do. He will destroy these beliefs. And now going to the red pill after debunking the black pill, now we gotta go to the red pill. This red pill ideology. Oh, if you're not the top.
You're not mGtOw, right? You have a Chinese name. That last name is Chinese. I have another student who procreated with a Latina. He also has your same last name. I thought you were him for a second, but no. You're somebody else. So, no, but his name starts with GAO. Your one's CAO. I need glasses.
1%, man, you're screwed in dating. And if you're not rich, like rich as fuck.
If you guys are mGtOw, but you renounce that mGtOw way and just realize that life is going to be a little bit tough, I will get you laid. If you can get 2 lays out of my coaching, then you can procreate. But you have to believe in yourself. You must do all the work. You cannot drag your feet. Whenever I have students that drag their feet, they don't do any of the homework assignments. They run away from it. They will not get laid. That means no matter what, unless I yell at them, but when I yell at the mGtOws and the losers, the fucking losers with cortisol, they usually run away even more. Say, oh, John's being mean again. I cannot get losers laid like that if they're fucking losers full of cortisol. Right? Have some testosterone so you have a jawline. But yeah, it depends. I will accept you, but you must do all the work. Even if they sign a contract to do everything, they just run away because they're fucking losers. Losers have to run with low self-esteem. Let's continue.
Then you cannot succeed in dating, which, John's students who aren't super rich, they're not in the top 1%, are getting results. So you can't really dispute that because their evidence is right there. And one of the biggest traumas that I've had is just seeing, well, let me tell you, I came from Vancouver, and one of the biggest traumas that I've ever had just lingering in the back of my mind is the amount of these balding, ugly white guys with these regular-looking Asian females. Now, I'm not even East Asian, so that shouldn't bother me. However, constantly seeing that on a daily basis just rubbed me the wrong way, and I felt so angry at life. I was depressed. I just had a very angry vibe about me, and because of that, and I hated having this weight down on me. But now I feel at ease with that. In fact, this trauma cure worked better than I expected. Now, instead of paying $18,000 for years of therapy, John does it in 1 day.
Yeah, I actually had students, another Indian guy. I had a bet with another Indian. That's why I created the mental trauma cure. He says, John, you're very smart. I have a bet with you. You create a program that gets rid of mental trauma, and I'll give you $2,000 for it, USD. I won the bet. But because of this other Indian guy from Vancouver, and he had a bet with me, he needed a program created. I've done it. And now it becomes a program that other people can use. It was originally just a bet. And I'm smart. I figured this stuff out. The other psychologists cannot figure out. I think a lot of mGtOw people should take mental trauma cure first. If there was a solution for mGtOw, you should take mental trauma cure, but only Elite 60 will give you mental trauma cure or 3 months of proficiency bundle with all of the courses except boot camps. But you guys cannot afford 3MP bundle because you're mGtOw. You're fucking losers. So take Elite 60. That's $2K. Or you want to pay me $1K for mental trauma cure, then you can approach again. So all mGtOw can be cured with the mental trauma cure. Maybe that's the solution. I should post the new updated testimonials of these people.
It's amazing because for the amount that you pay for his trauma, you're not paying $18,000 to sit at go to a psychologist just for him
That's
to
a good
take the same thing
idea.
you're saying and try to just comfort talk you. That's bullshit. It doesn't work. John actually takes the time to dissect the problem and come up with a solution to get rid of those beliefs. And like I said, that the balding white guy.
He did not overblown it. If you came to Vancouver, right? You know how many Asian women and white guys there is? In one video I recorded for YouTube, right? There was 24 in a row. I'm just randomly recording a Vice video, right? Or maybe a boot camp documentary later on. And we just get the camera rolling. There was 24 women in a row. And this is within less than 3 hours or something like that, or maybe 2 hours. I was trying to make, I remember what I'm doing. I was trying to make a video sales letter for my boot camp. That was what I was doing. And then I had a boot camp student later on at that time. I'm not teaching boot camps now, but that many, it's just nonstop couples. So it's not overblown because in Vancouver, we are the closest port out of Asia. So when they fly out of Asia, the first place they land is where? Vancouver. We have like the most Asians in the world outside of Asia in Vancouver. This is why it's harder for Asians, because the more Asians you have, it becomes harder. Just like more Indians are now showing up in Toronto, not just Brampton. Toronto will become harder for other Indians. It's like a contamination. It's like cockroaches. Even the Asians are like cockroaches. The more they show up, the harder it becomes for Daygame, for other Asians. So, exactly. But you have no idea how many. In order to have mental trauma, right? Like, even I have mental trauma looking at that shit. Seriously. I have to go through a mental trauma cure for that. I forgot all about it. But it was so many. It was just ridiculous. Like, if you went to Metro Town, right? Burnaby, where a lot of Asians live. Holy shit. Almost all the couples were like that.
And the Asian girl that I used to see quite often in Vancouver, that was quite, yeah, it rubbed me the wrong way, and it kind of traumatized me, made me have a lot of limiting beliefs.
Remember, it's not like the United States where Asians are a small part of the population. Asians are only like a small part of the United States, even California. But Asians are a huge part of like Canada. Now Indians are a huge part of Toronto.
Because of that, and John was able to fix that up. And in fact, now all these traumas that I've had, they're all kind of comical. And I think it's worked even better than I expected. So if you have a lot of these limiting beliefs that are holding you back, I would highly recommend this program. And I highly recommend you to do it right now and get it fixed up, because you're going to get old. And these traumas are going to be with you for a long time. So you better get that fixed up before they start weighing you down.
Yeah, actually, instead of criticizing mGtOw, right? Why don't I say I actually have a solution for you guys? Check out the mental trauma cure program. Even though I'm not promoting it right now as part of Elite 60, this might be what you guys who are mGtOw, right? If I were to be empathetic and to be compassionate, you guys should take mental trauma cure, look into it. I can get rid of all your traumas you've ever experienced in your whole life and make you approach again. That's easy. But you guys have to do it. You cannot just give up forever. You can't give up forever and hopefully you can go to Thailand one day and just live there as a expat. Fuck that shit. That's not your future.
Life in general. So highly recommend John's course. Take it. You won't regret it.
Oh yeah, another Indian who's married, but he also made a lot of money. And let's see, he took mental trauma cure. Yeah, this guy's married already with my coaching. He took the 3 months of proficiency program. So I'm 6'5" Latino. You're very tall.
Hi, I'm making this testimonial for John Elliott for his Elite 60 and mental trauma cure. So the mental trauma cure, which John is providing, it's only $1,000, but its actual cost should be $25,000. Suppose you are going to a psychotherapist.
There's like 3-part series, but I'm just gonna play the first one.
Right? How much will the psychotherapist charge in 2 years? Psychotherapist will charge you around $15,000 to $20,000. The psychotherapist will put you on a recurring membership. However, John, he will charge only $1,000, and within 12 hours, all your mental trauma will be gone. So this is a very powerful training.
Yeah.
Right. Now let's talk about the results. So first result, I was making $75K per year, $75,000 per year.
He's in Toronto, so he lives in Toronto, but he's married. So with my coaching,
I'm now making $250,000 per year. I'm an Indian, and I believe all Indians should take this training. If a guy like me can make $250,000 per year, then imagine how much you can make. You can make $1 million per year using John's training. So why are you not doing that? Right?
Yeah, another student, the other guy who got married, made over $1 million something, 1.6 with my coaching. Social calibration, social skills are very important.
You want to bargain?
Now I want to move to India instead. I mean Canada instead. No, I mean Canada is kicking out Indians now. They had so many Indians, right? Now they're kicking them out. But if you're a low functioning Indian, right, like you are, Canada will accept you with open arms in Toronto. How do I become more aggressive like you? Well, for me personally, I was taking Krav Maga and Israeli martial arts. Does that make sense? So I'm a bit on the aggressive side. So I'm a fighter because I was trained in that. I became, during that time, this was many years ago, I did it for 5 years in a row. So I became quite kind of tough, but I train my students exactly the same as how the Jewish people train their army for martial arts. So that's what I took. So let's see. Yeah, let me play his testimonial for the Indian guy. Let me find it here. It's here somewhere. I'm pretty sure on my YouTube. It's the same voice and everything. These are not actors. These are people that have been with me for a long time. This guy has been a student since 2016 or something, way back then. So, where's Dear Indians? Dear Benchhold Indians. Oh, okay. Should be right over here. He's married. Right here. Let's play it. Well, they can hear it.
well. So I'm making this testimonial for John Elliott. I've been a student of John Elliott for a very long time.
Yeah.
And under his training, I just got married recently with a girl who is better, who has a better look scale than me. And I'm not sharing any pics right now because I'm not comfortable to share my pics in his channel or his website. But if you want to see my old pics, you can check out other videos. So last year, I took in 2020, I took Elite 60 training under John, and I also took John access training. So these trainings have changed my life. Like, these are very powerful training. I learned a lot of high income skills and how to be productive, how to change your life, how to get more salary, and of course how to be better at dating. So because of him only, I was able to find someone I like, and I married. I was able to find a girl who I like, and we got married recently. So this is for all the Indian students who are suffering in their dating life. So John has the exact algorithm. Like, he knows exactly how Indian guys can succeed in dating life. If you are an Indian guy, I'm quite sure you are suffering in your dating life, right? Especially if you are an Indian guy in Western world. So John has a very specific formula for that. And I applied his formula, and I got success. And I got a lot of success. I got a lot of race under him. And of course, I just got married recently. So for Indian guys, for example, Indian guys have a variable SMV. Like, for example, if you are a white guy, you have 10 out of 10, like, based on your race, right? If you consider your race, like there's something called as status.
Yes, relative SMV. When we talk about female nature, mGtOw really wants to understand women.
Status based on your race. So white guys have 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 points. They get 10 out of 10 points. But Indian guys, they get only 2 out of 10 points. But Indian guys are very...
And the only reason why people are like 63% of men are single is because of the lockdowns. Everyone lost their social skills. When that happened, it was almost like a candida infection. Women now act like this, and mGtOw grew bigger because of the lockdowns. It's almost like an infection, a yeast infection in your stomach that grew dramatically because they fucking quit. All because of social skills. You take away 2 years of social skills, it overgrows.
John told me that if you're an Indian guy, you are 2 out of 10, but you can raise your assembly by working on your hairstyle and by working on your dressing sense, by dressing properly. Like this blazer, John selected for me. Like, you can see the watch, John selected for me. So these things, they raise your value, and it's easier for you to succeed in dating life. Now, one more thing for Indian guys.
Oh yeah, this guy told me he's really sick and tired of Toronto because he's telling me that it's all full of Indians now. He says there's more Indians there than India. And he doesn't want to raise his kids in Toronto because they're all full of Indians everywhere. And he took mental trauma cure because Indians kept backstabbing him. They're like the biggest backstabber. Almost every single trauma he had was from Indian people. They love to backstab people. That's like their vice, their hidden vice. So how much is Elite Bundle 2? $900. Unless you want to take a boot camp. Other coaches for $8,600 for 10 days, or fucking $10,000 for Latin World Tours, or $50,000. $900 only for Elite Bundle 2. This guy took 3 months of proficiency, Elite 60. This guy spent like quite a lot of money. You have no idea how much he spent. 3MP. He paid me like $5K. So that's just one program, not even Elite 60. He took a lot of programs, and he's married now. Is it worth it? Mental trauma cure. All of the bullies and all the people that treat him like shit, they no longer do that because I taught him how to deal with them. And he has no more trauma. It's like ridiculous. He invests like everything. Even when he could not afford it, he still took out a loan. And look at his life. He's fucking married now. He's making $250,000 a year now with my training. $250,000. That's American dollars. He's more rich than most of the fucking Canadians. He has a $1 million house in Toronto. Is it worth it? I'm glad he's not mGtOw. Hi, John. Is the free webinar and course for the Asians still available? Yeah, but the thing is that people are not putting in the real phone number, so I cannot contact them and send them the videos for it. It's not a free course. It's more like you get a free webinar. And also module 1 of Elite 30. But I think I'm going to take that down because you can no longer buy Elite 30. And also Elite Daygame First Steps for one of the modules. I'm going to take this down for the webinar thing because I'm no longer selling those courses directly. You cannot buy them anymore. So what's the point of giving a free sample? Only Elite Bundle 2 is the entry level. I don't want to train fucking mGtOw losers or people that don't care. All right, let's continue.
Honestly, it's like Indian guys, they can look like a different race. Like initially, like I look like a Middle Eastern guy. So what John did was he selected a specific dress for me, and using that dress, I started looking like a Middle Eastern guy. So my race, so my points based upon my race, they are now 6 out of 10. Right? Like a white guy has 10 out of 10, a Middle Eastern guy has 6 out of 10, Indian guy has 2 out of 10. But he selected a dress for me in such a way that now I look like a Middle Eastern guy. So now I get 6 out of 10 points based on my race. So that's a magic which only John can do this. So for every Indian guy, right? this every Indian guy, you should come to John. You should raise your status, because no matter how much you work hard, right? No matter how much books you read, how much courses you join, what to say, what not to say, using pickup lines, all those things are not going to work until and unless you increase your status.
He did not use Instagram. My students do not use Instagram.
So Indian guys, you should come to John. He will increase your status. He will make you look like a different race, and he will increase your points. For example, if you don't look like a different race.
I don't have a course for that, but I might make a YouTube video on Krav Maga and how to fight for the Israeli army. So if that's the case, I might do that. I might release videos. Actually, I made a video with this student, by the way. He came to my Pakistani mentor's mansion on the back of it. If I can find a video, I was teaching him Krav Maga so he can be more aggressive because he's quite timid. If I teach you guys how to fight, you guys might unquit mGtOw and you will start in the forward mindset of how to be aggressive. We should make this into a multi-part series. We should talk about Israel. How about this in future videos? We'll talk about the Israeli mindset, because Israel people taught me, the Jewish people, the IDF people. We should talk about how their mindset work and why they have a survival mindset. We should talk about Krav Maga, and I can show you some of the moves. So that way you guys can learn how to do it. Maybe I can make some videos on that to get back to an aggressive mindset. Yeah, that's a good idea. And we can also talk about a Navy SEAL book called Discipline Equals Freedom. That can get you back in the mindset. I'll write it down. By Jocko Willings, right? Right here. I'll write it down in the chat. Discipline equals freedom. So that's the book. Yeah, because we need people to be mentally tough again, right? Because the inflation making people turn mental, right? They have turned mentally weak because they cannot get the Maslow chart of human needs met. And they have quit just like Japan due to the winner and loser effect. When we talk about it, to get people to unquit, we must build an army, metaphorically speaking. I'm not talking about building a militia or anything like that. We're just talking metaphorically a Daygame army. We cannot legally build them like a real army. So, but we can build like a Daygame army, metaphorically speaking. So having said that, but even though I'm teaching how to fight, it's only for educational purposes. But I was trained how to fight. So I think that would be good to have some exercises. Let me continue playing his non-mGtOw.
But if you are very properly whitewashed, if you dress nicely, you can raise your, you will get 4 out of 10 points, or maybe 5 out of 10 points, right? So this is why I highly recommend John. His programs, Elite 60 and John Elite Access, they have changed my life. They have changed many lives. And before getting married, believe me or not, guys, I got laid with every race. I got laid with a girl belonging to every other race. Like a white girl, a Latina girl, Asian girl. I also pulled black girl, everyone. I got laid with every other race. But since most of the guys, they don't want to have a playboy lifestyle, they want to settle down. That's why I took a decision. And under John's training, I found a partner who I found someone and I got married recently. So sorry for my broken English, but and what else? So yeah, in addition to this, during COVID, right? I was going to lose my job. So John told me about how I can. He taught me sales skills and high income skills, and he told me what exactly I should do to save my job. So I did exactly that. I used the sales skills which he taught me during Elite 60. Then he also told me what are the high income skills I should focus on. And then I did not lose my job, and then he helped me. So what happened was I did not lose my job, and currently I'm working in that job. And during COVID, I'm earning a good salary. This is only because of John. Because otherwise, I would have to get the monthly paycheck from Canadian government if John would have not been there. So what else? What else John has helped me? And for John, like use his exact formula. Like he has very specific formula for every guy. So when you contact him, he will tell you what to do, what not to do. Just follow his guidance, and you will get laid. Like there is no chance he won't get laid. You follow his formula, you get laid. As simple as that. It's like he has a specific algorithm for every student of every race based on his looks, height, muscles, everything. He told me about, I also followed his workout plan and it worked very nicely. He also told me about some, especially for Indian guys who have Indian accent. Indian accent, he helped me. My accent was worse. My vocal communication skills, they were worse than before. So he told me how to work on my accent, how to work on my vocal skills. So all these things helped in succeeding in my dating life. So the accent training, I did not follow it properly, but if you follow the accent training by John, you will sound like an English guy, like an American guy. Now just imagine an Indian guy who has an Indian accent, and an Indian guy who has a Western accent, who's talking like an American guy, who has a higher level, right? An Indian guy with an American accent. So John has specific programs for that. He knows how you can work on your accent. I did not do it because of laziness. I'm like one of his worst students. He calls me an impossible case, but it works. Whatever training he says, it works. Like I followed only 20 to 30% of his training. Like 60 to 70% of his training I did not follow. So still I got so much results. Now just imagine if I had worked harder and follow his training step by step without any resisting. If I was very teachable, then I could have had more success, right? So always, so if you are a student of John, if you are suffering in your dating life, even if you think you are having any problems, even if you think you don't have high income skills, you're not able to find a job or anything, go to John. He knows what you can do right now to make money, to survive during COVID. In fact, he's the only dating coach who got guys results during COVID. Like Guys, many of my friends who are training under John, they got laid during COVID. So it's a magic. Only John can do that. So don't resist. Just contact John right now. He's like your best friend. And sometimes I had many problems. I faced many problems in my career, in my life, and many things. John was always there to help. He will deliver more than he will charge you. Like for John Elite Access, we are supposed to ask one question only, right? But sometimes when I'm in some problem, he will spend at least 1 to 2 hours with me to give me a solution. So nobody does that, right? So guys, just contact John, join his program, join Skype calls, John Elite Access. He likes to help people. He does not care about money, right? I could have lost my job right now. Like I would have been jobless. In fact, I was going to be kicked out of my apartment. Like 1 month back, I got a notice that I need to leave my apartment. But John helped me, and under his training, I was not kicked out of my apartment, and I got my job back, and I also got married. So follow him. He will be a good mentor and a very good friend. And sometimes he's very harsh. Sometimes you may not like his language, but it's good. It's because he wants us to take action, right? He has to be strict. He has to be harsh, so that his students take action, right? So that's why he's the best mentor you can train under him. Like he's the best mentor you can find in this world. He's the best dating coach in the world, no matter what. Like you can never find someone who's better than him. If you're an Indian guy, there's a specific algorithm which John knows. Which there's a specific algorithm for Indian guys, Asian guys, Latino guys, all type of guys. And using that algorithm, you will get the results. You will get laid in your dating life. You will directly get results. Just follow it. So again, I'm telling you, I was going to get fired by my company. I was going to lose my apartment, and because of John, I got my job back. I did not lose the apartment. I was not kicked out, and I got married. I'm just telling this again.
Now he's making $250,000 a year in his engineering job in Toronto.
I don't know what would happen.
He's married.
So whatever he predicts, right? In 3-4 months, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. It turns out to be true. Like he will tell you, okay, after 4 months, this will happen. This will happen. You will get results in 4 months or 6 months, or after 4 months, you are going to have some.
Make a video style that made these men dress. Make a video on styles most of these men dress. I don't want to give that away. It's a secret.
In your life, or in next 3-4 months, you are going to whatever he says, right? It turns out to be correct. Every 3-4 months, it turns out to be correct. Right? So never ignore his advice.
Exactly. He's talking about self-esteem. If you don't follow my advice like he did, he became a zombie. Delusional, half-assing it, wrong path. The sociopath blows up in your face in 4 months and then quitting. Many times when I told him you got to do something, we wait exactly 4 months and then blows up in his face if he doesn't follow it. And I have to do damage control and teach him what to do to get out of it. The zombies always make these crazy decisions, always 4 months. Their brain works in a 4-month interval.
And also, whenever I ignored his advice, it was in my face. I like in 3-4 months, whatever he told, it was correct. Like it blew up in my face. Whatever he told, if I did not agree with him, after 3-4 months, it blows up in my face. It turns out
there was like 5 advice in a row that just kept failing one after another. Exactly 4 months.
So I think he has some kind of psychic powers. I'm telling this seriously.
Yes, I am psychic. This is like even before when you said this. Before I even told people I was.
Whatever he says, it turns out to be true. Everything is based on statistics, algorithms, and facts. There is no unnecessary bluff or anything. The hairstyle, your workout plan, how to raise your height using elevator shoes, right? How to look like a different race. Like I now look like a Middle Eastern guy, right? How to work on an accent. I did not do that, but I regret not doing that. Like maybe I should work on my accent. I should have worked on my accent more. Social skills. And it's not about game also, right? Like John is the only coach who tells it's not about game. It's about your social skills, your emotional intelligence, how you can talk to random people, how you can be comfortable talking to a person. All these things they add up. And once you add these things, it's like a stack.
20 out of 35. That's female nature. Relative SMV. Number 2, emotional reasoning. Number 3, logic last.
You to start taking some action and start building. And once when you contact John, and if you have any problem, and if you're not happy with your dating life, he will tell you what to do. And it will be like a stack. Like one by one, if you start following his advice, it will be like a stack building on top of each other, and then you will get success.
And these fucking mGtOw call me a loser, but I'm the best Daygame coach in the entire fucking world. Come on now. Imagine he was not a student, right? He'll be fucking depressed, right? And probably kicked out in Toronto of his apartment and going back to India and bench holding. Come on now.
Then you will get a lot of success. Like just follow his advice. Don't resist whatever he's telling. He has a specific program for a specific guy. Like if you go to John, he will know where exactly you need to work on. You need to work on your height or muscles, or you need to work out more. You need to work on your hairstyle, dressing skills, maybe high income skills. Sometimes you need high income skills to succeed in dating life, right? So he will tell you what exactly you need to do based on where you are. So he knows more about his students, more than students about themselves, right? He knows more about the students than the student themselves.
Yeah, I know more about bench hold Indians than bench hold Indians know about themselves.
So just follow his advice. It will be a custom advice made for you, based on your situation, based on your race, based on wherever you are right now. And you will always go up from that. So yeah, this was my testimonial for John Elliott. I hope it helps you, and I hope you join him. Just save some money and join his coaching. You will be succeed. You will thank me. You will thank him later. This will be one of the best decisions of your life. Believe me, guys. Getting mentored by John is the best decision I made in my life, and I hope you also make this decision.
All right. So I could play this all day. I have like fucking 656 latent poll testimonials. And there's over like 37 or something like unreleased. Some of them I still have to censor their voice, but like it can go on forever. So let's continue. Let's talk about mGtOw. So as I was saying, we got a little bit off track. This is key because isolation and avoidance might feel like an escape. It's always, for a lot of people, they'd rather be comfortable. they led to loneliness and stagnation. By leaning into the coaching like Elite Bundle 2, men can develop resilience and learn to steer their ship towards procreation. Marriage with my coaching. I mean, the guy probably, if he spent like 5K for back then, this is like without all the bundles and programs for 3MP. He spent like 5K right there for just a 3-month infield analysis course. That was how much it cost back then. And then he spent like Elite 60, which cost a couple $1,000s more. Also mental trauma. He probably spent over 10K with the training plus the boot camp. But was it worth it? I'm not saying that he needed to spend 10K. I'm only asking for $900 so that way I can build a bigger army. I need at least 50 people. That won't even make me 50K in an entire year. But I need at least 50 minimum and 100 students to make 6 figures or around there. That's what I need. I need a big army. That's why I'm here on YouTube Live. I'm not here to be a loser, like you said. I'm here to build an army. And I'm focusing on one thing, Elite Bundle 2. Elite Bundle 2. But if you're mGtOw and you need more help, just take Elite 60. So that way you still get the mental trauma cure in the beginning. Then you can start building your skills. But you have to believe in yourself. If you're mGtOw, you must believe in yourself. There's a lot of inner game that's necessary. If you don't believe in yourself, right, you're going to fail. And you're not going to do any of the homework assignments necessary to win. As I'm saying, don't give up and be a passport bro in Thailand or start avoiding women. And now I know what you're thinking. Oh, I know like that modern women still are delusional. Yeah. And they'll hit the wall when they reach 30 or 40 without realizing. Yeah, because women only think relative SMV. Emotional reasoning. They're delusional. For the narcissistic ones. Of course it's delusional. All that stuff you see a red pill, all these women, but not all women that are delusional. Like only the delusional women will show up on fucking YouTube and TikTok and go on these talk shows. You're only seeing a small percentage of women. So you're avoiding women because you're looking at like 10% of women that go on these TikToks. So you avoid them. They're not all women, and not all of them rides the cock carousel. If you look at the statistics for women, most of them try to get in the relationship as fast as possible. It's not like they ride the cock carousel on Tinder, but a percentage of them, a small percentage of them will, the narcissistic ones. If they have narcissistic personality disorder, then their ego is up, self-esteem goes down. Then they have 4 traits of low self-esteem. Most of these women will not get married. So don't worry so much about them. They're just noise. Most of them will end up single anyways. But the other women who are not like that, they'll end up in the relationship. By the time they're 30, they'll be married. So stop beating yourself up over the opinions of 10% of women that are the most vocal on, that are woke with the football-shaped heads, right? Because they have a very thin jawline. They don't even eat. Almost all of them. If you don't, maybe approach a woman with a more rounder shape, jawline, or maybe more of an angular jawline, less of the football shape, and then you don't have to deal with modern women because they're all like that. So now you know what to do. Style with most of these, and their face is covered in powder. That's right. Most of these modern women, number one, is that they have a football shape, right? I can't make a full football shape, but it's like a triangular football shape like this, very narrow, the face. Number two, they always wear makeup, but they don't wear like 100% makeup. They wear like maybe around 65, 70, right? They try to look a little bit natural, but they always have makeup every single time. Number three, their facial expressions, you can tell. They always have these narcissistic, like, oh, all men are like they have these narcissistic facial expressions, right? Does that make sense? So you can tell who to avoid. If you talk with her, she has a narrow face, she's wearing makeup, and then she's giving all these weird expressions that looks like Kamala Harris or other woke people, then just avoid these women. No problem. Easy to find. Easy to avoid. Just say next, right? Just ask a question and go to the next woman. Don't worry about the woke modern women. And besides, once they see the 20 out of 35, they all submit to authority. So purple pill equals control of red pill and blue pill. Don't ask me to explain, Lo. I don't believe in purple pill because that's money pill. So money is only out of 5 points in my chart. Looks out of 10, money out of 5. Even if you had perfect money, if money was the thing, Indians are engineers or Asians that have a lot of money, crazy rich Asians, then they'll be getting all the white women, right? They're not. So money, purple pill is bullshit. It's debunked. All these pills will fuck you up. So none of the pills actually works. The PUA pill is no longer working either for the other coaches. Their game tactics are bullshit. Only social skill, social calibrations, emotional control works. Everything else is just a waste of time. 20 out of 35. And I can teach you to get there very easily. So having said that, let's continue. So who's texting me right now? All right. Both of them, you're looking 1 inch up from the chin, is too high. Correct it, lower it, and I'll give you the score. And then you can pass today's assignment. Right? This is a zombie step. This is an unnecessary step that you're creating. So yeah. I'm not sure if you want to go online right now and call out ABCs. I would say that you're under my protection. But maybe we can make a separate video in the future where I cover your face and voice. I think you're still working, so you cannot do it. But yeah, I'm just randomly asking him. I don't plan these things. He's probably not going to do it. I'm still working on it. All right. So you might be wondering, why is he sending me pictures of him practicing his body language? Because he's doing drills. Do you understand that? He's transforming to raise the 2.5 points for social calibrations. You heard last time when the other students are doing whitewash tonality, right? Now this student is practicing, and I'm telling him how to move his body exactly. So that way he can get another lay. He already has 2 lays, one same day lay, one number close, and both of them are redheaded white girls. One's 24 years old, the other one's older. 2023, 2024. Former ABCs of Attraction victim student, boot camp, 0 lays, like most of them. He was given a free product, so therefore he made a review on Google for them, but he did not get laid. He was given a free fucking product, just like another ABCs guy who was also bought Elite 30, indirect student. They changed his testimonial. They rewrote it they used Photoshop. They rewrote it for the social media post. ABCs is like a bunch of tricksters. I will never fucking use written testimonials, first of all. And second of all, changing the fucking words, that's a new low. ABCs is a new low. They'll use bottle service to get women near the pictures. They'll take pictures, and that's their optics. There's like complete tricksters, these people. Always some night game shit in Latin countries. It's insufferable. But that's why Asians like these days. They either turn mGtOw or red-pilled, black-pilled, and go to ABCs. Asians are cooked. As I was saying, okay? You might be thinking that women will hit the wall, right? And that's true, because in China, women that are older cannot find a husband. They're called leftover women, and they're demanding men give a $200,000 dowry. That means before marriage, they have to give the women like $200,000. And older women are so fucking delusional. No offense, but I'm just saying they're so fucking delusional that the low self-esteem traits, they're demanding so much, and these guys rather save their money. And some of the Asian people rather just get like a Russian wife. Good for them. They should do that, because Russians and Chinese get along. But that's how men are like, or they're just going for younger women. Most of the guys goes for younger women now. They don't want an older woman, a modern woman. They don't want that. I don't blame them, because you can really tell when a woman really ages. Their face looks older. Because white women in general, they don't have much elasticity in their face. They'll start to age rapidly. Gen Z especially. So you can tell. Most guys will not approach women like that ever. They look at the woman's face and it's like, oh, she's older. Why even bother? So for my students, just approach younger women and just use the skills. Simple. Hi, John. Do you help students overcome parental expectations of dating? Yeah, I do. So a lot of the Indian students, for example, they always get a lot of pressure from their parents. Oh, you're not married yet. You're like in your 30s now. Or send money back home, right, to remittingly. So a lot of Indian students, their parents always like pressuring them to get married. So a lot of the students, they come here that are Indian. For some of them, a lot of the Indian students 3MP. There was a lot of students I did not post their testimonial. They want to keep it a secret, but that's fine. Another guy from Vancouver, Indian guy. He's engaged right now. No, not engaged, but he has found a life partner. He's gonna pop the question, but he wants to date for 2 years. Now he's only dating for like 1 year and a half, or almost 1 year and a half. But eventually he's gonna pop the question. He found his life partner for 3 months of proficiency. Lots of Indians take 3MP bundle. It's like almost a year of coaching. They don't use all year because Indians cannot focus, you know. But he found his life partner. And this other guy, right? I play his testimonial. He got married. So, but that's a huge societal pressure from your parents, your narcissistic parents. Because Indian parents want you to send money back home. And also Asian parents, they want to move into your place. You are the retirement plan. So Gen Z do not age faster, John. Is that right? So Gen Z aging like milk. So whatever you say. Gen Z aging like milk. We just play audio or something. Okay. There's a guy. See, this is just called opinions as facts. Gen Z are rapidly aging because of the stress. You're just in India, so.
Aging really rapidly?
It is mainly because of the stress. Come here. We live in a time nowadays where millennials look way younger for their age, while Gen Z looks way older for their age. If you don't believe...
I mean, that's true. I'm not saying I'm millennial. I could be Gen X. Or even a boomer, because I don't physically age. Who knows what my age is? Am I a millennial? But typically, millennials look younger.
I'm Gen Z. Get closer. I am Gen Z and nobody ever believes me. When my mom and I walk out in public, people think that my mom is my younger sister. Right? When I tell people, oh, I'm going to go hang out with my family, they think I'm talking about my children. I don't have kids. Right? I'm talking about my parents. I'm still the child. Does that make sense? I'll put it to you like this. Zendaya is older than me. Tom Holland is older than me. That's, you know what I'm saying right now? There was one time I wanted an autograph from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, right? I was standing for hours for this autograph, and when he walked up to me, I said, can you please sign this poster? It's for Jordan, right? He then took it and put, Dear Jordan, your dad is a great guy. He stood out here for hours and then gave it back to me. And before I can correct him, he looked at me and said, times were way more difficult back when we were kids, am I right? And then he tapped my shoulder and left. Dwayne is 52. I am 26. What I'm saying is, so Gen Z definitely looks older. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, most of my Gen Z students, except for one of them, they all look older, every single one. They don't look their age. You don't, I mean, how dare you say opinions as facts? Generally.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. At the age of 8.
Gen Z aging like milk. You could just type it. Okay, here's another
like
one.
Milk. Okay, there's a trend going around where Gen Z is freaking out because they realize they look really old. Starting with this clip from Jordan the Stallion.
Apparently, Gen Z is like aging really rapidly.
It is mainly because of the stress. Come here. We live in a time nowadays where millennials look way younger for their age, while Gen Z looks way older for their age. If you don't believe me, I'm Gen Z. Get closer. I am Gen Z, and nobody ever believes me. When my mom and I walk out in public, people think that my mom is my younger sister.
They're also like mGtOw, so that's not good.
Gen Z definitely looks older. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, so that guy's name is Jordan. He is 26 years old, and he's borderline Gen Z. If you didn't know, the age range Gen Z is from 12 to 27, so he does actually qualify there. I think in his case, I think it's just a look he's gone for. Like, if you shave, you'll probably drop another 10 years. I'm pretty much the same. Like, with a beard, I look 55, but then if you shave it off, I look about 12. So not too bad. I mean, he still looks good and everything. I think he's one of those guys who ages gracefully, meaning at like 45, he'll probably look the exact same as he does now. The way I screamed no when he said I'm Gen Z, I screamed you said Zendaya is older than me, but I've never guessed you're only 26. My condolences, Gen Z. 26, what stress are y'all going through? And the real problem comes when we start looking into these other posts. This girl asked her audience what age she looked. Most guessed 30s and 40s. She's 22.
Respectfully, you look like you're pushing 45. Stop getting filler or Botox, whatever you have. It looks so bad. 45? I get like, okay, maybe like late 20s, 30s. 22, yeah, shocker. When I first started TikTok and started making filler videos, like come get filler with me or Botox, I used to get these hate comments all the time. There's just people on TikTok that absolutely hate cosmetic procedures and believe that you shouldn't get them. And again, I think it's a personal preference. Like if I want to get filler, I feel like no one should stop you from getting filler because it's your own face. But people always told me that I look older, and I get it. I look older. I might act older. 45? before I used to cry over these comments and used to delete them and block the account, but now I'm just like, I just laugh at it because I know it's not true.
What? Delusional.
But I do respect your opinion.
Okay, I just gotta say, it's a completely neutral party over here, not trying to say anything, but yeah, she does actually look 45. I bet for maybe even 55. And that's not an insult. I can't talk. I look like a freaking Goomba that got stomped on by Mario. I'm just being honest, like these TikTok comments, and this is probably a result of all these fillers or procedures that she's having done at such a young age.
Yeah, a lot of Gen Z, right? They think they can look younger by getting fillers and stuff. So this Indian guy is saying not true. Well, maybe because you're Gen Z and you're from India, that fucking toilet shithole. Of course you think it's not true. I'm talking about the United States. He just showed you what do you mean not true, right? Because these Indians have opinions as facts. Most Indians are sociopaths and they're delusional. Sociopaths have opinions as facts. Despite the evidence, all of them will say Gen Z looks older. In general, most Gen Z are aging super fast.
Literally nobody should be getting Botox or fillers or any kind of work done on your face at the young age of 22. I feel like at least grow into yourself a little.
They're saying millennials look younger. They don't physically age much, and they look much younger for their age. Well, look at me. I look like I'm fucking 25. So how the fuck is that possible? Because Gen Z's old as shit.
A bit, right? At least
you know how old do you look? You think you're Gen Z? You have a big beard, a bencho beard and stuff. You look older.
Spend a couple years working on yourself through, the natural means of diet and exercise, and maybe look up some of these goddamn looks maxing tutorials, start doing 60 hours a day. I don't know. Okay, anything's better than flipping injecting into your face. Okay, these mega companies kind of guilt trip you into thinking you should be applying all these products every single day. If you don't apply them, you're gonna die or something. You're gonna look ugly. But then the opposite happens. The people who end up staying very natural just naturally have good looks.
No, I'm not 25. I'm not 25.
Way our ancestors kind of did it. Here's some of the comments. Why the hell are y'all getting fillers at 22? She does look 45, and no one should stop her from getting fillers. Yes, I hope she's happy. I mean, this thing about, okay, yeah, you should be allowed to do what you want, but if this is the result, is that really what you want to do? I mean, sure, go ahead if you want to look 45 at age 22. Go ahead and do all this, and nobody's stopping you. But come on, we should be allowed to speak out against it. Believe it or not, even stuff like makeup is probably bad for you because there's a ton of chemicals that you should not be putting in your face. But it's just so normalized, and that everybody's doing it, and you feel like, hey, if this person's doing it, if I don't use it, I'm just gonna look uglier than them. So that's why you kind of get in this rat race over here. But yeah, I just, I'd stay away personally. Okay, but I'm a guy. So
here's another one.
Gen Z is like aging really rapidly.
It is mainly because of the stress. Come here. We live in a time nowadays where
this is Brett Cooper, who was fired from the Daily Show. From who's that Jewish guy? That guy who's like Ben Shapiro. Yeah, that guy. Especially when he had a show, he used to have like this women that look kind of like him. That's Ben Shapiro.
Look way younger for their age, while Gen Z looks way older for their age.
Let's see what she says.
Kids, right?
Going through. Somebody commented, well, we had Katrina, 9/11, war in Iraq, Afghanistan, LOL. What are y'all going through? Somebody commented and said, rapid climate change, disaster, genocide, massive inflation, the absolute crumbling of democracy, massive social media and screen addiction introduced to kids, no hope for the future, etc. I'm a millennial, but I would never try to gaslight younger generations. They're definitely going through it. Also, the 3 wars that Biden has gotten us into, we are at war. It's stressful.
Gen Z is like...
So she's Gen Z. Why does Gen Z look old? Part 1. It's why Gen Z is aging faster. Okay, this person is Gen Z, this woman.
Here's another one about Gen Z feeling like they look older than they really are.
I was humbled so quick tonight. I was on live with my boyfriend and someone was like, how old's your girlfriend? And John jokingly responds 47. And the girl comments, oh, I thought she was early 30s. I am 23.
You look old.
The third thing that likely has promoted accelerated aging in Gen Z is the health halo of snack foods. When we were growing up, I say we because I'm a millennial. When we were growing up, the shift to the wellness era that started was from moving from processed foods to whole foods. But now what we're getting is marketing and companies have played with our minds. We're shifting from whole foods and putting them back into processed foods to market that.
Okay, she's millennial. So they start comparing millennials in general to Gen Z, and millennials look younger. So it's American Gen Z, right? Indian Gen Z is just like different, right? Because they all look the same. A bunch of skinny, fat people with cortisol and big pot bellies, or as the cortisol eats away all their muscles. That's Indians. So Gen Z's aging like milk.
Lauren, how old are you?
24.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
I have 104.
Stephanie, how old are you?
23.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
60. Courtney, how old are you?
They all look old.
And how many units of Botox do you have? 128. Where do you have that? Everywhere.
Brother,
I'm just randomly looking at videos, but Gen Z is old as shit. Like, they're not exaggerating. Like, Gen Z is super old. Let's see. Gen Z is aging like milk. Millennials. Yeah, most millennials, right, are saying that Gen Z is aging like milk over here. Let's see.
Does look older than their actual age. If we're aging like milk, why other generations may think so, along with trying to unpack society's.
Let's see. But you can see that millennials, in general, I don't know, they eat different stuff.
Why does Gen Z look so much older than their age?
Gen Z is aging like a banana.
Gen Z is looking older these days.
Is Gen Z aging faster?
So apparently Gen Z looks older than they actually are.
Anyways, man, welcome back to more BS I found on the internet, man. This is why does Gen Z look so old? So you guys did like the last video I made about Gen Z aging like milk. And I also posted a video. It was a short. I posted a short asking y'all how old y'all think I look. Some of y'all said I look like 50.
What did you say, nigga?
And I'm like, what the hell, bro? 50? I did not expect that, man. Some of y'all said I look 50, 40, mid-30s. And then the rest of y'all said I look my age or look slightly younger. So at this point, I don't know, man. Because apparently Gen Z are aging faster than the generation before. And this video right here is going to probably break down why. Why are we aging faster than the generations before? Let's get to it, man.
Whoa. What's with everyone saying Gen Z is looking old? Is this just the case of people picking on the younger generation?
No.
Or is there really something making Gen Z age faster than any generation before? Well,
Some of it is people picking on the younger generation, and some of it is facts. It's a combination of both. Because saying I look 50, you gotta be trolling. You gotta be trolling, man.
You got me.
it's a lot more complicated than that, and I'm about to show you why.
Oh, another fucking ad. I don't have time for this shit. But yes. So basically, millennials age better than Gen Z.
Can somebody please explain to me why this generation of 30 to 40-year-olds look like they're in their 20s and the 20-year-olds look like they're in their early 40s?
I'm not going to drag out this video. I'm going to make it very short and sweet. The reason why millennials have better skin than the newer generations is because we actually protect our skin from the sun. We have great skincare routines. We're not jumping onto trends. Every time something new comes out and says it's promising, this, that, and the other thing, we stick to what the facts are, and we use things that actually have a lot of research behind them. And the newer generations are outside following the footsteps of people in the 60s and sunbathing with oil.
Can somebody please explain to me why?
Exactly.
Gen Z is aging like milk?
Asmund.
Nah, bro. Who says she's 22? What, she said that? She could say she's 14 or 40. You say anything.
Gen Z is aging like milk. Okay, there's a trend going around where Gen Z is freaking out because they realize they look really old. Starting with this clip from Jordan the Stallion.
I remember seeing this.
Gen Z
Yeah.
aging really rapidly.
It is mainly because
Go
of the
for it.
I
stress.
remember. Mystery solved.
But yeah.
Better.
But let's stick on topic. Basically, millennials look like they can pass in their 20s, and Gen Z can pass in their 40s. It's like almost reversed. So, all right, having said that, a lot of Gen Zs are mGtOw. But let's get back on topic. So, you might think you're avoiding dating and saving your money and becoming a passport bro is a smart move. You believe that you're punishing these women by not validating them or simping. Well, the tricky thing is that 40% of women will be single in 2050. 60% still wants a man to procreate, get married with. Society will grow more conservative from Donald Trump because he's going to be president soon. And with a 20 or 35, looks, money, status, social skills, even modern women will submit. It is about skills and value, not isolation. Because I was a frustrated Daygame coach, I was trying to overcome distorted mental filters from these mGtOws, fucking losers. You call me a loser, but my students keep getting laid. Yeah, okay. I guess we're all losers, right? No, you're losers. They have distorted mental filters, societal pressures, and the challenge of modern dating, which amplified by the inflation and financial stress. I really wanted to help men recalibrate their mindset, develop discipline, and achieve consistent success in Daygame, especially during the tough economic times like the current inflation. So I wouldn't have to watch more men waste their fucking lives blaming others and quitting dating or isolating themselves as passport bros, the Asian passport bros, in response to inflation and the dating challenges it created. Okay? I wanted to be able to provide men with the tools to succeed in Daygame, adapt to the economic climate, like using Elite Bundle 2, and avoid falling into the bitterness of mGtOw. Get Elite 60 mGtOw, mental trauma cure first, and then start all over. Or the hopelessness of isolation. I could transform, so that way I can socially transform awkward men into confident individuals who succeed in dating, who have social skills, and avoid the trap of giving up or embracing mGtOw, and thrive despite economic and societal pressures. I was dealing with students affected by societal economic pressures like inflation, like all the Gen Z shit that they have experienced, all the extra wars, all the extra stress, and the normalization of toxic narratives about modern dating, either from Red Pill, mGtOw videos, which made it harder for men to stay disciplined and motivated. That meant I wasn't able to provide men with the tools to succeed in Daygame. Oh, I did, but they don't. The mGtOw don't fucking listen or adapt to the economic climate and avoid falling into the bitterness of mGtOw. I better post some more videos on how you can save money. That way you can afford Elite Bundle too. Or the hopelessness of isolation. I can transform socially awkward mGtOw men into confident individuals who are succeeding in dating and avoid the trap of giving up and thrive despite economic and social pressures. Like they think it's like Japan or something. What the fuck? So it's cause generation destroyed atmosphere. I mean, it's not that. You don't even know anything about America, right? You gotta get out of that toilet called India. But you can't leave the country because you're too ADHD. You can't even finish anything. That's the problem. Until you can actually see out there, why don't you do some research? Go look at Gen Z and stuff like that. Then you'll know better. You're just speculating with opinions as facts. Gen Z is so fucking stressed out with the inflation, lockdowns, and everything, and also the economic stress. They can't even make a living. They're super stressed out. They have no skills. They have no resilience. They don't have any like life skills. They're fucked. They're completely cooked. All right. So, to make things worse, men were losing hope, overwhelmed by the inflation and stress of the societal changes and blaming external factors like women or inflation instead of taking control of their own lives with my coaching. In fact, it's so fucked up. The more people that I get laid, the more people that is indifferent. It's like, I'm a winner. My students are winners. Why make me lose because you're a loser? Because you don't want to train because you're mGtOw. That's the real reason. That's why we're finally dealing with the mGtOw shit. I'm not stressed out. Well, what do you expect? You're in India. How are you stressed out? It's like a fucking shithole where everything is like a bunch of street food where people don't wash their hands. They piss on the streets. How can you be stressed out? Try living in the West, man. You know how much fucking rent is? Like, literally, it's like 1 month of a rent here is probably a whole fucking year's pay in India. So they were secretly quiet quitting. Inflation and economic stress weren't just affecting their finances, they were warping men's mental filter. That's what we learned last time. The reason why I'm here so often now is not because I'm a loser, as the mGtOw guy tried to say. It's because I need to unbrainwash you guys. Today, we have to unbrainwash mGtOw. This is the next thing in line in the chopping board. So, all right. Like I'm saying, mGtOw, they're warping mental filters and causing them to give up on dating altogether instead of recalibrating their mindsets to thrive despite the challenges. I felt like I wasn't doing enough to help these men break free from their mental traps, overcome the economic pressures, and reclaim control over their dating lives. No matter how many times I went on YouTube or showed lay testimonials, The problem was that more and more of these men were quitting and joining mGtOw or isolating themselves, seeing the inflation as an insurmountable barrier, like Japan, right? These guys were like, exactly like Japan. Oh, a little bit economic stress, right? Oh, might as well quit, just like Japan. So, fucking losers. So they just look at the video testimonials, and then I have to teach them how to fight in martial arts now. So that's the only way they can be motivated to be in the forward gear again. So we'll do that. Like you're asking, how do you learn Krav Maga? Well, I can always make some videos. I gotta find a place where I can make it, where I can find some old videos from my Pakistani mentor's mansion where I was teaching Krav Maga to my Indian student, the guy who got married. So it does help. It does help because he started taking Krav Maga in Toronto. Every bit helps. All right. So instead of it challenging to navigate the right mindsets and skills without recalibrating their mental filters, adapting to inflation and embracing discipline, men continue to fail, blame others, and sink deeper into bitterness and isolation. They ignore my coaching and lay testimonials for Daygame. We're finally dealing with that, causing a larger disconnect between men and women, leading to societal fragmentations, fewer opportunities for growth, and an increase in toxic narratives, which is mGtOw, all fueled by financial stress and distorted perceptions because they're fucking losers due to the winner-loser effect. They're dealing with the Maslow's chart of human needs. Then, by chance, something amazing happened. I realized that success with modern women isn't about avoiding them, but leveraging the 20 out of 35 system. Looks out of 10. Money out of 5. Money's only out of 5, guys. Status out of 10, like ethnicity. Soft skills like social skills, social calibrations, emotional control and game. 2.5 points each. It became crystal clear to me that helping men reach 20 out of 35, not fucking 15 out of 35 night game, and try and boost 5 points for Asians by being a passport bro with status maxing. But by improving their fucking weak areas, whether that's social calibrations, emotional control, or social skills flow drill, even status, allowing them to consistently get laid. I built my elite bundle 2 system, right? Don't bench hold, to show men how to level up in each part of the 20 out of 35 framework while overcoming societal and economic challenges. After that, I started seeing men consistently reach 20 out of 35 and get laid, like the other testimonials you saw. 17 fucking lays all day game. They don't use Tinder or night game, even in the toughest dating conditions with modern women. The other guy got 8 lays. Another student got like 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses. He married one of them. Suddenly, I was helping men navigate dating with confidence, hitting the 20 out of the 35 line of fuckability, and proving that success is inevitable when they invest in their own skills and value. You got to invest in yourself, guys. You can't just mGtOw everything. So I'm not mGtOw, but I haven't been approaching. Would you recommend similar thing for me, though? I'm preparing to fully switch to Daygame in this year. Why don't you just take Elite Bundle 2, right? If you switch over to approaching, right, you're still going to get demolished out there. Because if other dating coaches cannot get students laid, then game does not work anymore. So why don't you take my system, unmGtOw, but you're not going to do it because you're not aware. You don't have the awareness. Good luck with the other systems, right? You show me one. ABCs only have 1 student laid from fucking Peru or Mexico. Third world shithole. Tall, self-proclaimed high lay count guy, white dating coach, or coaches, only has 1 student laid in 2024 during the hardest part of the inflation. What fucking chance do you have without me? I'm the only one who got students laid month after month, year after year. And last year, I have 56 laid in Poe testimonials. People don't even have fucking laid testimonials. Mystery doesn't have it. Ross doesn't have it. Even other coaches were romantic sexual. They're posting like fucking 2021 or 2019 shit, just recutting it and just reposting it. So if I'm the only option that works, then even if you guys don't like me and want to bench hold, I'm the only choice that actually gets people laid. The winner, the only winner in this day game industry, despite what mGtOw says, calling me a loser. I'm the only fucking winner here. This is the only chance you have for winning. Maybe you should think about it for a second. Do some research. Join the webinar thingy or whatever and get some, Stop bench holding. That's what I recommend. But you won't do it because you're probably mGtOw'd. Oh, but you're not mGtOw'd. You should go back to approaching. Be free, right? You're going to fucking fail. And then you're going to quit. And you're going to go back to mGtOw. So if you guys want to un-mGtOw, get Elite 60. I should write down my sales letter. If you're mGtOw, take Elite 60, pay the 2K, go through mental trauma cure, go through the program, and believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, I can yell at you until you believe in yourself. My plan was to teach men how to assess and improve their value using the 20 out of 35 framework. I create step-by-step drills that focus on building social calibrations, emotional control, and game, the soft skills often overlooked. I introduced the personalized coaching to identify weak areas in looks, money, and status with my mental filter from Elite Access and the Skype coaching to create a clear path to reach 20 out of 35. I rolled out the Elite Bundle 2 with a detailed guidance on mastering the 20 out of 35 system to help men succeed for Daygame and get their dick wet without turning into mGtOw, the fucking loser, skinny, fat, double-chinned methodology. Even in today's challenging dating landscape with modern women. ABCs runs away from modern women and goes to fucking Latin countries. My students are like, what is a modern woman? They don't even give a fuck. They'll submit. Despite all this, many men are still turning to mGtOw, giving up on dating altogether. The combination of economic stress, inflation, and frustrations with modern women has pushed these men into mindset of resignation. They believe avoiding relationships or becoming Asian passport bros, I'm calling out the Asians, was the solution. But this only perpetuated their loneliness and the lack of growth. I made a heartfelt video emphasizing how short life is. Remember when Mr. C passed away and nobody did anything except turn into mGtOw and encouraging them to try again? But many still resisted fucking change. The West slowly turned into Japan, or they call it Japan, with low birth rates and men quitting dating and society drifting into stagnation. I decided to remove Elite 30 and Elite Playbook as a standalone option and made them exclusively part of the Elite Bundle 2, which is only for coachable men with grit. Not mGtOw, right? Because they're fucking losers. After months of reworking the training and material to ensure the program catered to the most committed individuals, not mGtOw, I finally launched the Elite Bundle 2 exclusively with all the Daygame products included. That took away like Elite Daygame First Steps and also Elite Focus for Daygamers. I might post some of the videos so that way people can learn how to save some money. I'll post it in the video section. I can now confidently guide coachable men to success, getting your dicks wet, for Daygame, fuck Tinder, with a proven system that weeds out the uncoachable mGtOws and equip the dedicated, gritty warriors with everything they need to hit 20 out of 35 and thrive and get their dicks wet. 17 lays for one of my other students, 8 lays for another, 15 lays for another. As a result, I've been able to achieve 656 laid and poll testimonials. I need more, so stop being mGtOw. I need 50 students minimum this year. 50, you're like, you guys can barely even afford the $5 course. Listen, I don't want fucking losers or mGtOw, okay? mGtOw cannot afford it because mGtOw are poor people because they're focused on work only and they don't save shit and they're losers. 656 laid and poll testimonials with more students succeeding consistently. Men who were once on the brink of quitting, rediscovered hope, and transformed themselves into confident, disciplined individuals. Elite Bundle 2 students saw faster results. The reason why I chose Elite Bundle 2 is because I'm seeing last year what course got most of the students laid. Elite Bundle 2. Elite 30, without my mental filter, these mGtOw zombies are not going to be able to focus and figure out on their own because they're lazy. Even in the West, when others given up, by removing the low-ticket options, level 1 types, I attracted a higher caliber of students who were truly ready to change their lives. Now I can focus on transforming dedicated students into confident, high-value men who thrive in dating and life, while knowing that the uncoachable will weed themselves out naturally, right? Because they're mGtOw. Fucking mGtOw. So, okay, I'm not mGtOw. Whatever you say, give it a thumbs up. You're not mGtOw. So what I've done is I create the Elite Bundle 2 A complete system designed for the recalibrate your mindsets, conquer societal and economic challenges, and hit the 20 out of 35, not mGtOw, to succeed in today's dating landscape. This isn't just another program, it's the only way to access Elite 30, Elite Playbook, and Elite Access, along with powerful coaching tools and strategies. These tools have already helped men avoid the trap of mGtOw, men going their own way, or virgins going their own way, to embrace discipline and achieve results, even in the toughest dating climates of inflation and societal shifts. Because mGtOw is the biggest movement right now. It's growing all across the world. So if you're ready to not be a mGtOw and transform your mental filter and stop blaming external factors and become a high-value man modern women submits to, and they don't act masculine around you, they become feminine. Elite Bundle 2 is the solution. That's right. Elite Bundle 2 is the only solution. Of course, for engineers, get Elite 60 and get like 3MP bundle. But for the rest of you who are gritty, I'm not talking about the fucking loser mGtOws. Shit, I'm on here for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I think I wrote a longer script. It's not because I'm trying to be a loser. It's because I'd like to show you the winners. Because winners will win more and get more testosterone, and losers will lose more. Fuck mGtOw. I honestly don't know how much longer I'm going to keep this bundle available. At the prices are likely to increase. Maybe I should increase the price right now. Let's make it $1,000. Forget about $900. If they're going to complain, let's make it $1,000. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to move the price up very soon. This will be the only option to access my system, as the standalone products are no longer available. Yeah, you can't even buy the other products anymore. So click the link and enroll today. Stop letting societal narratives and financial stress hold you back. Reclaim your confidence, and don't be Asian masculinity red pill passport bro. Adapt to modern challenges, fuck Tinder, and start getting laid. And just like my 656 laid and poll testimonials, even though other jealous coaches like ABCs and their former coaches who can only get people laid from fucking Latin countries, and none of them got laid for Daygame. And you can succeed with my system, my proven system. I can't wait to see you on Inside. Have a nice day. And this is the end of the YouTube live. I just want to share some news, unless you want to listen to more late testimonials for the mGtOw losers. Let's listen to a few more. Hey, mGtOw losers, let's hear a few more video testimonials, shall we? All right. So the ones I posted recently, and nobody cared. So let's see what this one's about.
This is my first week.
Yeah, this is a 5'7", 52-year-old student who bangs a 21-year-old.
After the second round of Kaizen training with John Elite.
The reason why I'm not teaching Kaizen without the 3MP bundle is because most people, due to the inflation, are fucking losers, mGtOw pieces of shit. They're not going to survive more than 1 week of Kaizen. That's why I made Elite 60.
And it worked again. After the first week of training, I had already pulled and had sex with a 21-year-old.
Exactly.
Who was a clear 8.5 in looks in my book, with myself being a 3 on a good day. Therefore, I recommend you take the training with John if you want something real to happen in your dating life. And so far, you have not found the right person to do it.
If a 52-year-old man can close...
Yeah, exactly. So next guy, Latino student.
This hits me again with another testimonial of a recent late in August last week. So August 7th. And
2024.
It's a chick that was meeting her friends. And that
you can see the lay pics over here, if we can see it. Come on. Yeah. You can see the lay pictures over there. But it's censored, so I'll be fine for YouTube. You can just look at the testimony.
Picture, talk for a little bit, and have an instant hangout, not a date. Hangout. Instant hangout, got her number, and eventually I met up with her, like on a date. And as you can see here, this spot is perfect. I have to pay for a studio.
ABCs and their former coaches, the only thing they can get is instant dates for Daygame. They can't even get them laid.
Next to the street. You can see the street right there. You can literally just walk in 5 seconds. And the advantage, I had to pay for the spot close to the tourist area. And 2024, I know it's been hard for some of the players, but you can do it. But you have to have the right structure. With Mr. John, he's the only one that can help you for Daygame. Daygame, he's the best. Also, you cannot see really well, but he actually got me in shape, and a really nice in shape. You can see my jawline. I'm pretty like most of them, the most handsome student with John.
He's not the most handsome student.
And what? Bro, what are you talking about, man? I do trust John. He's the best for Daygame. Even though I need to keep training, because I want harder girls over and over and over and over and have a great rotation. That's it for now, guys. And I'll see you soon.
He's on base. Did you just ignore that 52-year-old student who's saying they laid a 21-year-old for the...
Okay, so I'll just call you out afterwards. Like, let's see, another late testimonial. Here's the ABC's student.
I wanted to talk about my way from 2 months ago thanks to John Elite from Hard Case to Hero. Prior to taking John, I was an RSD and ABC's of attraction student. I prefer John Elite to RSD because RSD does not know how to cater to Asian men's needs, and the instructors will be dismissive of race and thinks that we, as Asian guys, can go about it like white guys. And while ABC's tries to help Asian men, John Elite has them beat in that he better, and emphasize better, understands that Asian men aren't socialized like white, black, and Hispanic peers when it comes to dating. 2, has a step-by-step, day-by-day plan to help Asian men develop and acclimate their social skills to the West, especially as it pertains to dating.
You know that fucking losers, right? ABCs, their stupid coach, their tall, good-looking Korean who only got people like fucking stupid dates, right? On Tinder. In the United States, they can't even get them laid. That's what they're posting right now. That's how fucking low the bar is. He also told this student, that Korean guy, that you should not do Daygame and no longer works. You should use Tinder and also Instagram game. And he got really pissed off, so he trained with me instead. This guy
has a system that works even for the hardest of hard-cased Asians. I saw a red-headed woman dolled up, and she was wondering how she was going to get home. She was sitting on a bench outside of a restaurant early evening, and I went up to her, and then I sat down and simply used John Elite's indirect stat. I put my inner game issues to the side for a bit and just committed conversation. And then about 11 minutes in, she said she doesn't know how to get home. I am going along that freeway too. I told her she can come with me, but she has to promise that she isn't a crazy person. As she got in, she was telling me, oh my God, I haven't even known you for an hour and I'm getting in the car with you. And so I bring her to the apartment, use her restroom, come out, we talk about life. I maintain my nonverbals and tonality and body posture via Hard Case to Hero. And as time went on, I talked slower to her until I went for a makeup and she complied. And then I went back to making out with her, and then, yeah, she and I ended up doing each other on the sofa.
My Asian student got laid with a redhead white woman during...
Yeah, so basically, this one's the lay pics of this one. Of the second one. I did not post a video testimonial yet because I don't want to waste it because you guys are just ignoring it. I don't want to throw it into dumpster fire. In fact, the more video testimonials I post, here's the lay pics here. The more video testimonials I post, here's the other lay pic of the other woman. It's all censored, so I cannot get in trouble for it. She's on the side of the phone. Yeah. Come on. Right over here. Yeah, she's censored, so it'll be fine. I cannot get in trouble for it. Ah, fuck. You can see it. 24-year-old white girl, redhead. But there's another one. Another one.
Hey guys, I wanted to share my experience with it after going through the Elite 30, pulling instant dates and even same-day lays has been a lot easier.
This is a Taiwanese guy.
2 weeks.
You can see the lay pic over there. Don't worry, it's censored too. Cannot get in trouble for it. It's censored.
I had a same-day lay. We went on an instant date. We went shopping together. We basically spent the entire day together. And then she invited me over to her house, and we were giving each other massages, and then, kind of just went where it went. It'll just make conversations flow, and getting those same-day lays will start coming. And hopefully even more friends with benefits in the future. At least that's what I'm going for.
Addressing the blind spot in the Asian masculinity movement over here. My Taiwanese students.
Oh yeah, here's a second video testimonial. He got the fuck buddies and everything like that. I didn't post it because I think I was gonna waste it, but I should post it. I think that's a good idea. Maybe now's the time. Here's another Chinese student, United States, and he has got laid in 3 approaches. He may or may not be married.
Hello, everybody. So I am a 5'11" Asian from China, and just to show off my Chinese pride, I want to say, 不管是在经济上还是在科技上，所以我永远都会是中国人，纯中国爷们儿。Anyway, basically in Chinese, but my story is that I have a good height and some good-looking face, at least for Chinese, but it doesn't really matter. In the US, it's still really tough out here for us Asians in dating, whether it's in Daygame or online. I started with simple pickup, got some confidence, just a spam approach. Yeah, 0 results and lots of flakes. I tried Tinder. Yeah, I got some matches, but never got it. It's ridiculous. I think there's something, I might be just cursed or something, but I think even if maybe it's just my pictures are so bad, but or my text thing is so bad, but I got 0 results. 0 dates, even. Not just results, 0 dates from Tinder or any online dating. Yeah, it's just crazy. But yeah, I don't do it anymore, but yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, and then I discovered just the wings game. That is really flashy, and romance and touchy, stuff like that. Yeah, and so I tried. I got this product, so many flakes. I pulled until with one girl home up to two years of approaches. Eventually, I got the lady, and she became my girlfriend. Like the lady and girlfriend came after like months. I enjoyed myself, yeah, but it doesn't really count as a date game. It's more like social circle game, the traditional dating, whatever thing. But yeah, it's definitely not date game. Plus, we were both in college, right? So we're in the same social circle, stuff like that. Because I did like hundreds of approaches before that. It was more like 1%, like a success rate. Yeah, if you count it as success. Anyway, thankfully I found Johnny Lead on YouTube, and he really explained, right, just watching him, why just the way others' method doesn't work. And I like theories. I'm a theoretical guy. My goal at the time was to really have consistent results with minimal approaches. I don't want to spam approach. And John had testimonials of that from his students. I got the Elite Bundle and the Elite Access. So the first month it was only Elite Bundle. And I had another month with Elite Access. And yeah, I got delayed with a cute white girl with basically in one day with only 3 approaches. That was, yeah, she was the 3rd. Yeah, which is pretty cool, pretty cool.
Next, see one approach.
This is 2023. This girl was my first approach. There was no flake. My first approach after becoming John's student, and she's a white girl. I'm Chinese, 5'8". I live in the U.S. I signed up for John's class about 2 weeks ago, and then yesterday I got my first lay. It was at the park. I met this girl. I used an indirect opener, and when I started talking, I noticed that she was very friendly and open. I used a statement, just making a comment about some decoration in her hair, and she was interested in talking. So I just used the active listening skill. I didn't interrupt her. I didn't talk much. I just said, okay. I locked my eye contact. And so this whole time we were talking, and I remembered I used body language to keep my chest up this whole time. And so we talked for about like 15 minutes, and I was lucky. She was very talkative, and I think it was because my body language was right and my eye contact was really focused on. I was actively listening, so she was really encouraged and motivated to talk. We talked for about like 15 minutes. I had to leave, so I gave her my contact.
What's with all these?
Then a couple days later.
Well, I think most of the Asian students, they all like white girls. They don't actually like Asian women in general. For most of them, anyways. I do have some students that do like Asian women, but generally they don't. I don't know why. If you go to Queefing Cancel Casanova's coaching, they'll all say they all like Asian women, which is not true. It's just statistically, anyone that comes to me and they have the options to, nobody would choose an Asian except for like a small percentage of them. So I don't know why.
We met up. So when we met, we were meeting at a coffee shop, and we met
because this is the only place you can get a white girl. And I'm not talking about some old fucking clip from New York, some old pandemic stuff, not even the inflation, the other dating coaches post and then just recycle the same shit over and over. No, this guy's also from the west side of the United States. One approach, no need for a boot camp. But yeah, lots of them do like white girls.
We gave each other a hug, and then I started grabbing her hand, and she was comfortable letting me do that. So I hold her hand, we walked inside the coffee shop, and we ordered a coffee. So this whole time we were talking, and she was very open to talk. So I didn't say much. I just used active listening. I was like, oh, okay, just talk like that for about another 5 minutes. When the coffee was made, she suggested to go take a walk. I was like, okay, we went to take a walk. And this whole time, I forgot to mention during the conversation, the small talk, I was here and there. I was physically escalating, touching her shoulders, her arms and stuff, and kept on flirting with her here and there every a minute or two. Then we started just so natural. We started making out. And so I made an excuse saying I was going to show her something in my house. So she agreed on going to my house, and we went to my house, and I started the small talk again. I remember John said talks.
If you really think Asians are more beautiful, you have to realize that if ABCs and they're just chasing white women or Latinas or any other race all the time, even with Tinder and shit in fucking third world countries, and my students, they like white girls. I think for most, not all like Asians, a lot of them still like. If you look at the marriage statistic, that is very worse, right? 53% of Asian women used to marry white guys back then. However, for Asian men, it was like 1 in 5 will go for a white girl. But these days, I think if they have the option to with my training, they're gonna go for a white woman. So I hope that kind of makes sense. It was 1 in 5 before that will like marry a white woman. So my friends go on about it, but I'm not interested. It's not overhyped. It's just your mental filter. So same here. Statistically, Asian women will marry outside their race. Yeah, back then 53%. Then the pandemic happened, COVID-19. So they thought that Chinese were responsible for it because of the wet market, where they start eating pangolins and bat soup. So they beat the fucking shit out of the Chinese people that look too Asian wash. My students did not get beat up because they're whitewashed. So they punch the Chinese, right? Older Chinese and other people in the back of the head. The Negroes, especially in New York, would fucking lay them out in the cement over and over. And then they found out it wasn't from the wet market. It was from the Wuhan labs. And then all of a sudden they stopped punching Chinese people in the back of the head. Right? So that's what happened. When they realized it wasn't the wet market, it was the Chinese government. And boom, Chinese people just stopped getting a fist in the back of their head. So, but yeah, most Asians like white girls that I trained. It's just their preference. In fact, I would say for my students, because they know that they can get a white girl here, they're not going to fucking go for an Asian woman. They're not. While some of them have married Asian women, but since they could get white girls, they don't give a fuck. So you can't just say, oh, white Asian women are more beautiful. They're not more beautiful universally in any sort of charts or anything statistically. But it's just that the ones that could get white girls will come to me as training. So exactly, or more similar. Even Mr. A over there, back then, when he was using Instagram, as he told me, he also got a white girlfriend. So he's another Chinese that likes white girls. It's just, I don't know. I just don't find Asian women attractive. I can't tell them apart. So. Again, same race, and I'm talking experience here. I don't know what you're talking about. Only creepy white men like Asian women. And 60% of Asian men or something. But it's, but a lot of Asian men, their dream is to have a white girl. So, do you coach the Chinese students here to get rid of their Chinese accent? I can get rid of your Chinese accent, I can teach you vocal coaching. It's not about the accent. It doesn't matter about the accent. It's about being whitewashed. So they don't even know where your accent comes from. They cannot pair it. But if you dress like Asian wash and then you have like the accent, then they'll just think Chinese, just like Indians. My Indian students, women don't know what ethnicity they are because they dress whitewash. I hope that makes sense. They think they're some kind of Persian or some other race or Latino. They don't actually think they're Indian because they're dressed differently, they talk differently. They're whitewash sounding.
Slow, don't talk fast. So I talk slow and I took my time.
See, this guy has a Chinese accent. He's from China. But he still got a white girl on his first approach.
We were like very comfortable having a conversation. So during the conversation, I kept on touching her shoulder, touching her arm every couple minutes. And I was flirting with her too every 2 minutes. To a point, everything was just going so smooth. And we started making out again, and we were like kissing and touching each other. So
Why are you, might be counterproductive otherwise then? Look, can you stop projecting what you like to other people? You cannot tell my Asian students to go after Asian women, because if you point a gun to their head and you say, you're wrong, Asian women are more beautiful, they'll all say, fuck you.
Slowly taking her to my bedroom, and we started making out in bed, and I didn't rush. I took my time. I slowly took her clothes off, and we had a long, very long foreplay. I didn't rush into sex. And then there was no resistance at all, no objection. At the end, I got late. I want to say about John he's an expert. He's really an expert. Before I went direct all the time, and I got a lot of flakes. They're just being nice to you. They give you their phone number, but they never like reply your text message or call you back. But after talking to John, I realized that it didn't work. So I started trying John's opener, more indirect, and to see where that person at. Are they open or they're not open, to go from there to build a.
That makes sense, right? John's vocal coaching is godsend. The book cover is more important than the book inside.
Social comfort, and also very important is the body language, to keep the chest up this whole time. It makes me feel more confident, because I realize if I don't, normally most of the time I would be slouching, and when I'm slouching, I feel I am not man enough. You know, the body language, I think because of the body language and also the active listening that I wasn't talking, I was really focusing. When she was talking, I focused on her eyes. I maintained eye contact and body language. I think these are very important. It made the talk and the conversation so easy. I didn't have to talk much, or I didn't even feel like running out of stuff to say, because she was so encouraged and motivated to talk, because I really act like I care. I did care. And for a few moments here and there, I was really at present. I was really, really interested in what she had to say. I even felt for a couple of times, I felt, wow, like I felt my respect for her as a person. I felt really, I was like talking to an old friend. Like I really hear what she had to say, and I was really like into what she had to say. I felt that connection. Like on my part, I could feel that connection. Not just like I'm faking, like I'm pretending to listen. I felt like I was really, my mind, I was so relaxed, and I was really into what she had to say. And I think the body language and the active listening, the eye contact helped a lot. And I remember not to move my head too much or move my body too much. So it just went so smooth. This whole thing was so smooth, because I think the biggest reason was all these little things John mentioned. I tried my best to do all these little things, and they all add up. So, you know, also I didn't rush. I took my time, but it just so smooth, so easy. I highly recommend John, and I really like his theory about the attraction part, and also
I can assure you, with 656 latent poll testimonials, this is not a theory.
Social connection part. If you don't have
this is science.
Comfort, don't have social connection, even though you have attraction, you're good looking and all that, they don't feel comfortable for you to make a move. The girls won't feel comfortable for you to advance. But if you don't have attraction, you don't have your body language, you don't maintain your chest up, you don't dress up, you don't look good enough, even you have the connection, they're still not gonna accept it when you flirt. So I realize it's very important to have both social connection that requires your social skill, your social calibration, your small talk skill, to actually get a stranger to feel comfortable talking to you. Now we're talking about a stranger, and it doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man, but when you talk to a stranger, you gotta get her comfortable first, because even though she's a girl, but she's still a person. When you talk to a person, any person, for them to be willing to, to talk more with you, to do more things with you, you have to make them feel comfortable. But if you only make them feel comfortable, you don't have attraction, you're going to have a hard time to flirt with her because she only feels comfortable with you, but she's not attracted to you at all. I really...
Yeah, I'm glad to talk about that stuff, right? Who else is going to talk about it? Somebody has to say, fuck mGtOw.
Like John's theory about you gotta have attraction plus social connection. Once you have both, you're durable. And for her, you're durable. You're acceptable. And also, when the connection and the social connection and the social comfort established, she feel comfortable to do a lot of things with you. There's a lot of possibilities. So one of the possibilities, because you have this attraction, so when you try to flirt, she would let you slowly take baby steps to escalate to a point for her to feel comfortable enough to do more physical activity with you. I love it. Thank you, John. Before I was getting a lot of numbers by directly approaching, but it was all flakes. But now I feel
direct game. Use the hybrid opener.
The power. I highly recommend, John.
Are you struggling to get laid, and what?
Next guy.
This is another update. So I've just gotten another lay with another Latina, and this one was within 4.
He was on vacation, so whatever. His first lay was a white girl in Toronto. And he got a fuck buddy from Daygame 2 weeks into the Kaizen program, and then he went to Mexico afterwards. And then he got like 5 lays in a row, all in 1 to 6 approaches, because he leveled up his social skills, social calibrations, and emotional control.
No approaches. The earlier one was within 2 approaches. So
this guy's an engineer. That's why he talks like monotoned. He's an engineer. He took the 3MP bundle. So this is Kaizen.
Well within the 1 to 6 approaches that John Elite has mentioned in his Daygame program. So with this girl, Latina, I saw her walking on the streets, and
this guy used to think that you have to do night game. All his friends in Toronto says that you need muscles or you will not succeed. They're all wearing black shirts. They're the fat Ninja Turtle looking Asian masculinity movement. He cut all his friends out.
I just approached her and opened using the methods that John taught me. And
this guy's half Vietnamese, half Chinese.
Algorithms. And so we talked for a bit, and then we started walking together. And eventually we sat down some, and we kept talking, and I got her to open up using John's methods and set up a date for the next day. And the following day, we met up at a cafe where we talked some more, and eventually we left the cafe, and I walked her towards my home, where we had sex. And again, I just want to reiterate that no purchase groups, no alcohol, no Instagram. We only had a glass of water. And the first leg was with a white girl in Toronto. So it's good that I'm going to other countries and I'm able to apply whatever John taught. So for all the Asians out there who are struggling to get results in Daygame, John does have a solution for you, and it's with his Daygame system. In the past, I used to go out and do night game all the time, and I thought that was the only way I could get results. And the
fuck night game
is I don't even enjoy night clubs. Now that I know Daygame, it actually works. It's what I want to keep doing moving forward, because it's so much more chill and relaxed. Thanks again, and hopefully I'll update you guys again. I'm just here to make an update.
So this is another testimonial. This is one before that.
It's my last testimonial. I am the Asian, or half Chinese, half Vietnamese 3MP student training under John Elite. And since my last update or testimonial, I was able to pull a white girl and get a lay from with her. And eventually she became mine. But afterwards, I also approached another chick at the supermarket, and I was able to pull her back home, and I started fingering her, but I could not get the lay. So it still counts as a pull. And we set up plans for the future. I just recently got another lay with a Latina. So what I have to say about John's program is that the 3MP bundle, it really works. And he comes up with solutions to all your problems, things you've never thought about before, like lots of minds.
3MP bundle is almost a year of coaching. All the courses are combined. It's just called 3MP because that was the original name. It was originally a course that had like 3 months of just infield analysis, but now we just call it bundle and just put everything together. The millionaire Chinese student told me to put every course together, so whatever. How to tell? Your mental filter cannot tell. It's very easy. They'll just get scared of you and they'll sound racist.
That's lots of different kinds of drills that
you may claim that they're not like that, but you could be autistic and you cannot tell. Hey, are you like the guy who took 3 like Elite 60? Riachi? Is that you or is that somebody else? I wasn't sure. Are you the guy who signed up for Elite 60 recently? Because I remember that he also liked Asians. Or you're somebody else.
They shape you to become the person that he wants you to be. And
objections, right? It's not objections. They just imagine like a how do they say this? Imagine an Indian person like, oh my god, I thought you looked so pretty. I want to come by and say hi, dressed like a fucking Gen Z poor Indian, right? And he starts talking with a white woman, and she's grossed out, and she's like xenophobic. That's xenophobia right there. Hope that makes sense. It's a fear and dislike of other people's culture. They can pretend to be nice to you, but they'll flake on you.
With these approaches, I only did it with a few approaches. For the first play with the white girl, I only did it in 5 approaches. And for the most recent Latina, I only made 2 approaches that day. I'm also on vacation in Mexico right now. So what's great about this is that you can take John's teachings and the skills you learned and apply it to anywhere you go. The skills are transferable. Not a numbers game. You don't have to spam approach and run a super hard volume. You just need to do exactly what he says. Because the sooner you do what he says, the sooner you will get laid. Because John has field tested like everything. He knows he has done all of this himself.
All right, that's not you. But yeah, at least these guys are not mGtOw for my students, which is great. Fuck mGtOw. I know we're off topic.
So he will not give you advice that he hasn't tried before. And additionally, I didn't use any crutches. So no Instagram, no like sexual market value. Like I'm just an Asian guy, so I don't have much value in Toronto compared to other races. Also, I did not use any alcohol, right? The girls were not drunk. They were just in their sober state. So it was all from Daygame. In the end, so what I have to say is I definitely recommend John's 3MP bundle. I'm only like almost complete the Kaizen program, which is just a lot of drills. And I've just only started the 3MP infield analysis. So I'm not even like halfway through the program yet. And I'm already seeing a lot of results. So for all the Asians out there in Toronto that are struggling to get results, I definitely recommend John Elite as your dating coach. You will definitely improve your dating life. My testimonial for John Elite Dating. I'm a 3MP student.
This is his first one when he first got a white girl in Toronto.
Is that I'm an engineer and I'm Asian. I'm half Chinese.
The reason why they talk so monotone and stuff like that is because they're autistic. They all talk like that. ABCs, their former coaches, like, oh, they're actors. They're super jealous. No, they're not. They're just fucking Asperger's and stuff. They have this monotone kind of. They're engineers. They talk like that. They're Asians. They all talk like that. They're kind of. They're not reading from a script, nothing like that. They just talk like that.
And
is the former ABC's coaches who writes their script of their student testimonials. They write it like there's no like video for it. They just write it, whatever, and then post a picture of some fucking night game shit. No, these students, they're super autistic. Like, you don't know how fucking autistic these people are for the Asians. Like, super, like, we can talk about autism, but it's like over like 110% autism.
Born and raised in Canada, Toronto, and just North America in general, it's very hard to get results in terms of dating as an Asian if you don't have many friends or many social circle to just try to get results in dating through whether it's like online or like nighttime or daytime. So so I looked out for John Elite to get coaching, and I'm a 3MP student. So what happened was, after 2 weeks into his Kaizen training, I was able to get laid with a white girl. And on the day that I did the approaches, I did it within 5 approaches. So it was my shit approach that I met this soy.
He used to get xenophobia like crazy for this student. I mean, he couldn't even close a night game.
So, and that was I talked to her in the grocery store, and for a few minutes, I followed the routines that John Elite gave me, his social skills, having body language. And after talking 5 to 10 minutes, I was able to get her number. And what happened a few days later was that she agreed to come over, and like a few hours before she came over, I asked John for some dating tips, like how to close as fast as possible, and he was able to give me some tips, which really helped me like finish and close the live girl.
Yeah, without using alcohol, which you secretly used in other people's boot camps.
Basically, so that was really helpful. But what happened was she came over, we just talked, and what I did was I didn't build comfort with her, make her feel really comfortable. And that's really all you have to do. And here and there, I just threw in some flirts and started like escalating sexually. And eventually, that led to like a kiss, led to a blowjob, and blowjob led to assault. So that's the story there. So some more background about myself is that I was following John Elite for a few years back then in 2019. but I never really took action because that was around the time but even then afterwards, when I broke up with her, I was still following Johnny Lee for a while, but I never really took any action until I would decide to get into contact. And I really wanted to, I wasn't getting any the results that I wanted in my dating life. So I really wanted to push into the next level with Johnny Lee. And I had a 3 MP bundle studio in Cleveland. And the program has everything from mental trauma cure. So it cures all your mental crap in your head. And it's like preventing you from daydreaming.
Exactly. mGtOw needs to go through mental trauma cure first before they can even take coaching. Otherwise, they're fucked.
Or just gaming in general, key, as well as social skills, just like basic social skills that someone like an Asian person wouldn't have, because, like, for example, Asians, you have Asperger's or like autistic traits. So that means like the way we speak, like the way I'm speaking right now is very like, monotone, or just even our face, we don't have any like facial expressions. So Johnny Lee teaches us how to do that. And by watching like certain people, I can change my voice whenever I want, just like this, because usually I speak like this. But by activating certain muscles in my voice and vocal cords, I can speak more like a whitewashed person. Yeah. So John himself, he's just a very like strict coach in general, very tough. But if you're someone who's lacking discipline, he will be the coach, be the person to give you that discipline. And I'm a slow learner, and I made a lot of mistakes. But in the end,
yeah, fuck you, mGtOw. This could have been you.
That's what his discipline that could have led to me getting laid in the end. So it was worth. John is a great coach. You have to know, like, he has so many late testimonials, but even then, you still have to be the one who puts in the work. You can't just take training with him and expect to get the results.
Yeah, you can't drag your feet like a mGtOw person that doesn't believe in themselves.
You have to actually commit yourself to it and decide, okay, wait, you will win. A bit more about my past was that.
Yeah, the lay pick, I can't post it on YouTube here. I censor it a lot. If you want to see his lay pick, just check out the Kaizen sales letter or 3MP. You can see the woman just giving him a blowjob.
Also, like an engineer, so I'm a very logical left brain person. So it's very hard for me to be creative, be in the moment, have like social skills, and just be like calm and present. And my past is that I used to go to like night clubbing every weekend to try to get laid.
Fuck nightclubs.
But the result of that was like very little result, basically. And when I started training with John, he changed like everything, like including my fashion, my hairstyle. He made me more whitewashed, which I didn't even realize was a thing. And yeah, that's what happened.
Exactly.
There's a lot of things that John will teach you that you never really started on your own. So everything he taught me from just the start of the program, these are things that like no other dating coach will teach you in their program. It's very like hard to find someone who can teach you these things and have this knowledge. Guide you.
So it's not more game tactics, even though he can do same day lays and stuff. It is more social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, whitewash fashion.
Step by step through the process. But he's a very committed coach. So when you train under him, he'll do everything in his power to make sure like you get laid, not just get numbers or get traction.
Yeah, like ABCs
from girls, whatever that means. He'll make sure you get the lay, basically. And on the date when I went, or with this girl specifically, with this white girl, I didn't use like any alcohol at all. It was just I just followed Johnny Lee's like system and what he said. So that's the thing with like night game or any other sort of game. There's always some sort of crunch, right? But with this, it's just purely like following John's system, like social skills, like body language, and some like tactics. Whether it's like going on an instant date or pulling or just like escalating in the bedroom. There's a few tricks here and there that he'll teach you. But since I'm an Asian, I'm a Chinese. I have Chinese, have Vietnamese background, so I was a very like cheap person. I still am a very cheap person, and I didn't invest much on my own personal growth. And this was probably one of the best investments I made on myself in terms of Daygame. And I'm also like being trained under John. You're also part of an inner circle group where you can see other students get laid as well. And John is getting like testimonial, like late testimonial every like multiple times per week. It's nonstop.
Yeah, he can actually see all the other classmates getting laid and stuff. The name gets tagged. Everyone congratulates them. They say thank you back. So they actually can see their own classmates getting laid. They can see their profile, everything like that. But none of you are allowed to join the inner circle unless I allow it. Most of you are not. So having said that, this is why the students believe in themselves, because they can see their own fucking classmates who are average looking people, get like fucking same day lay so quickly in 1 to 6 approaches.
Really like surprising. And seeing all those other students get laid, it also really boosted my own like belief system.
Yeah.
When you see it, these guys are just like normal, like average guys. They're not like super jacked. They're not like super handsome. They're not like very tall. Some of them are actually like very short, like or just like normal short, like 5'7". And they're not like white or anything like that. They're just like regular, like me and you. We're just like Asians, and we're like very logical, and we have trouble like with social skills and things like that. But we still get laid like under John's training. Yeah, I guess like the takeaway message is that if you're someone like me who's Asian, you're an engineer, or you're in a profession that's very logical, and you're struggling with dating and getting results in general, do seek out John Elite for coaching. I know Toronto is definitely harder for game compared to other cities in North America and just the world in general. And there's not many like you see online in the coaches. There's not many testimonials
for
Daygame without like a crutch of alcohol or social media. So I'm very grateful, and for John's coaching, I hope to keep going. And this is just the first leg, and there's many more to go.
Yep, there was many more. There was like 5 more lays in a row, all in 1 to 6 approaches.
Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a great day.
Welcome to the 3 months to proficiency bundle offer.
Here's another Chinese lost his virginity in
Just
New
trying
York.
to apply RSD concepts for so long, approaching people but getting
Of course, people say, "Well, why do you sound like that?" Because they're all monotone. This guy's a logical job. He's an accountant.
results and seeing people who don't even know game do better than me. I guess it made me really suicidal and just wonder like, what the hell's wrong with me and why am I in this situation and like what can I be doing so wrong? Following the wrong system really screwed me over for a couple of years. So I think that's something that really harmed me.
They're not followed, put down in time, and this stuff just didn't work because before I was very suicidal.
Hi, I'm making a video testimonial for John Elite. I'm one of his recent students and I just recently lost my virginity under his training. And I'd like to talk about my experiences and my journey getting here. A little about myself. I'm an Asian American living in a major U.S. city. And before I met John, I was still a virgin in
New York.
my 20s. And I had a lot of fears and doubts and insecurities. I was getting older and I wasn't seeing any progress on the dating side of things. And I just come out of the pandemic and I hadn't spoken to any women in like years because I was just living at home focusing on work. And even though I had careers.
You see, some guy tries to mention me in the video. So. Who gives a fuck what he thinks?
Fellas, here's what I find crazy.
Only embarrassed himself trying to. What do you mean, little boy? I'm older than you, fucking asshole.
It's crazy how some people confuse this education.
No, just some Negro that believes in mGtOw. Fuck this guy. Anyways, let's continue the testimonial. You see, that's super jealous. Like, thank you for the attention. Let me just keep posting video testimonials for this guy. So, a fucking loser. This guy is so jealous that he has to upload a video because of his sociopathic belief system. But anyways, let me keep continuing because I'm a loser, right? By posting more video testimonials. I guess I'm a loser according to this guy. Who gives a fuck what he thinks? It's not important enough to hear. So we should attack mGtOw more, right? We should make a mGtOw part 2. Because, let's see here.
Just trying to John Elite. I'm one of his recent students, and I just recently lost my virginity under his training. And I'd like to talk about my experiences and my journey getting here. A little about myself. I'm an Asian American living in a major U.S. city. And before I met John, I was still a virgin in my 20s. And I had a lot of fears and doubts.
You don't want to talk like monotone because it's not whitewashed. Second of all, Asperger people are monotone. So if you have no problems with that, then you're Asperger's.
Securities. I was getting older and I wasn't seeing any progress on the dating side of things. And I just come out of the pandemic and I hadn't spoken to any women in like years because I was just living at home focusing on work. And even though I had career success, I still felt very lonely in my life. And like there was something deeply wrong with me. So I was watching and reading like a lot of black pill content, things that were talking about like my race, like I'm the wrong race. Like I should not be Asian American, I should be white. I should not be like where my height is, I should be 6 foot tall. Like my jawline's not good enough. I was very insecure and very sad and lonely, very depressed. And I felt like I just wanted things to change. And I felt like I was in this nightmare that just wouldn't go away. And I feel like a lot of people are kind of experiencing that. And you might be experiencing that if you're looking into John's training. So that was kind of the state I was in when I met John. I was very depressed, very desperate. And my reaching out to him was like a last ditch effort to try to lose my virginity this year. So before meeting John, I tried out RSD stuff for a couple of years, but none of it really worked. Like I tried Todd V stuff especially, and it just didn't help. It helped a little, but I never got any real results off of it. And I was just feeling pretty down, and I was pretty skeptical about any game working. Like if John's stuff didn't work out, I probably would have just gave up on game altogether. Just trying to apply RSD concepts for so long, approaching people but getting no results, and seeing people who don't even know game do better than me. I guess it made me really suicidal. I just wondered like what the hell's wrong with me, and why am I in this situation? And like what can I be doing so wrong? All in the wrong system like really screwed me over for a couple of years. So I think that's something that really harmed me in the end. But what stood out to me about John's content is a lot of it reflected what I thought I'd feel. Like I was being too gaming, I didn't have social skills. A lot of stuff that John says is very accurate about Asian men that do game. And that's why I really wanted to train under him. So when I wanted to train under him, I was still very skeptical about getting scammed. I never paid for a course or boot camp before.
So this idiot says, I'm a mGtOw who is no nonsense, bring reality, not fantasy, won't put up with the BS. You come over here like an adult, you be treated like an adult. Kids, you go play with your toys. What the fuck is he talking about? What a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. I embarrass myself. I'm a little boy. First of all, I'm not a little boy. I'm probably much older than you. This guy's stupid. This guy's like a Negro with a bald head and he's kind of fat. So he's definitely a loser. And does he have a double chin? Yep. He has a bit of a double chin. So he's a fucking loser with a big bell pepper nose. And he's like angry at me. No, fuck these fucking losers. So it was more about mGtOw than actual mGtOw. And comical and claims that to be college educated, resort to shaming ad hoc. These are stupid things like, you're a fucking loser. This guy's a fucking loser. Maybe I should screenshot this guy and then post him as a fucking loser. mGtOw. Right? Yeah, let's screenshot this motherfucker, right? Fat mGtOw. Fat fucking loser. Philopia. All right. We'll just post his picture in the screenshot then. Fuck this guy. This is your mental filter. You think talking slow and being monotone is going to work? You're not going to get laid. You have no idea about Daygame. You're completely like a newbie. So.
But I was really desperate, and I was pretty sure that John knew what he was talking about. So I told John my fears, like maybe I'm not good looking enough, maybe I'm not tall enough, and he just made me go through a mindset playlist before I could work with him. And even though he didn't want to work with me, take me on. He took me on after I finished the playlist and said I could probably finish the training then. So his actual training was very regimented, very tough. I think John comes across as very unstructured.
I didn't call him an N-word. I call him a Negro. It's probably just another like fucking Negro is not the same as the other N-word. And that's a false accusation. I never use that word.
Kind of playful, funny person in his videos. But John is very serious about his training. And he has very high standards for the things that you send him and when you're completing tasks. He has a very, very high standard, which caught me by surprise.
From now on, I'm going to blog all mGtOw people. Well, I get results for night game. Well, night game is not the same as day game.
Yeah, the first month is body language. The second month is more social skills. And the third month, you're just going to go out and feel probably. Or at least that's how it was for me. And that was one of the more unteachable cases, just because of my bad mindsets and black pill stuff and everything like that. So overall, like John's training, I don't think I was prepared at all because it was just very rigorous physically. But it was all like worth it because John teaches you those things to drill them down as habits so you can look good in field and so you can get results. John really only cares about getting results in field, to be quite honest. Overall, like John is super professional. He responds to you in a timely manner. He breaks down everything in an easy way for you. He's a very high character and he expects you to work hard as well. And it's all for the sole purpose of getting you laid and building a skill and habit that can last you a lifetime. So overall, the training was very tough on me. But later on, when I went out in the field, I was still having some trouble because I couldn't execute properly just because of like, you know, being alone and being living at home for a long time.
Well, at least he's not mGtOw and the fucking loser, right? This guy. He lost his virginity. He trained here. Unlike all the other mGtOw fucking virgins.
Been a long time since I approached, and I was still having approach anxiety and just like things like that. I was having trouble, and my city's also got a bad rep for people cold approach, so it was kind of hard. But every interaction, John could figure out where it went wrong, and he knows his mind says that every set can be turned around, which I agree with now. Because every set, even though I thought it was my looks height, there was something I did wrong, and there was something I could point to that turned it sour. So John is very on point with his observations, and he will do everything he can to help you out.
But it's kind of funny, that black guy, he's like chubby, right? Exactly. mGtOw. Double chin, loser, fat, cortisol.
Field analysis is very in-depth, and he can even tell like when a girl is like has positive IOI or really likes you. He's very keen on all these things, and it makes sense because he's like a 5'7" Asian. He doesn't have a lot going for him naturally. He has to learn by skill and by field testing everything. So everything that John really says is really field tested, and he really cares. After a bit of getting injections, it might be an unteachable case. I later met this girl, and I just let the skills take over, like what John told me, like the flirting and the escalation, and it sort of just went really smoothly from approach to lay. Everything that John told me was just what I did, and it's sort of crazy because the things that I did, like the girl will comment on now, like my fashion, the way I put my hand on her shoulder, and compliment me on it, and it's all stuff that John recommended. So John is very smart and very tactical, and he's field tested everything. There's nothing really that he teaches that hasn't been field tested. I think that's very valuable as a dating coach because a lot of people are just giving out advice that haven't been field tested, and they're just going off their value. But John really cares, and things were not easy to get the lay either. I had bedroom issues, performance issues. I would just go soft when I put on a condom, and John even had advice for that, and he'd tell me what to text and what to do at all points of the conversation. And he was just very helpful the entire time, always in my ear, always trying to get me the lay. Overall, John is a very solid ally to have on your side when you're going through this type of problem. I really can't commend him enough for his help. And overall, like if you had to ask me, John is an excellent dating coach. He really cares about his students, and he just wants to see you succeed. He doesn't really care about spiritual vibration bullshit or meditation or even like your hobbies or anything like that. He just wants to see you get laid. So overall, I can't help but recommend him if you're in a similar situation, like being a virgin in your 20s or being Asian, anything like that. He will help anyone, to be honest, and he cares so much. Even though he's like very rough in his trainings, he does it because he cares about his students, and he delivers so much value on what he provides. And honestly, now when I meet next to this girl and I see she's on my looks range, and like I'm so happy. And things are just so much different than they were like a couple months before I trained with him. It's just sort of crazy how things turn around.
This guy wrote in his background, facts over feelings. It looks like he has a lot of feelings because he's butthurt feelings because they're mGtOw. They're losers.
So overall, I can't express how thankful I am to John Lee, and I feel like he's a great choice as a dating coach if you're just starting out. And I just wish I'd met him earlier since I could close the deal on some other girls I met earlier. So yeah, I wish nothing but the best for John Lee, and anyone who's thinking of potentially working with him, you can't go wrong, and he will definitely take care of you. You're in good hands if you work with him. And one last thing, everyone you meet, and once you train under him, you can get to meet the people in his Facebook group in the inner circle.
Yeah, exactly. They can see all the other non-mGtOw people in my inner circle get laid, and then they start believing in themselves.
Everyone is like in a similar situation. They struggle with girls, or late bloomer, and virgin, and they're highly motivated, highly positive people, and they're also very helpful when you're going.
See, he's no longer a virgin, so and he doesn't have to be mGtOw.
So overall, I think John selects very good people to train with him, and he's himself is very regimented, high character personality. I would say don't let the roughness of his personality turn you off. And if you're Asian, you're definitely making the right choice. And if you're not Asian, like there's no way you can't get results using what he teaches. So overall, yeah, I personally recommend John very heavily, and wish I met him earlier. I think that wraps up my.
Oh, here's a black student of mine. Since we're talking about black people, I'll never use the N-word. That's bullshit. Nobody ever heard that. It's like false accusations again. But black student, he has 46 lays with my coaching. 4 girlfriends at the same time. And 4 foursomes. If that's the case, with my training, he became an instructor afterwards. If that's the case, with someone with higher SMV, they get this kind of results, then why can't the other mGtOw black guy get any results and get so bitter and blame women? So let's play his testimonial, the black guy.
I wanted to make this video to talk about John Program because he's effectively the best game coach in the system, in the game today. I've been in the game for a long time, more than 15 years, but John was still able to help me. I explain why now. The thing is, I used to get a few results before the corona hit, but when the corona hit, I lost my job, I lost my friends, and sadly, my results went down for a little bit. And John was able to take my game from a numbers game where you basically just approach, and shake a lot of steps to a sniper game where today I can just walk up to any girl I want to talk to, really, and have 1 chance in 3 of taking her home immediately if I have logistics and close the deal. That hunger from the beginning, that beginner's hunger, really pushed me to go to the next level. And I'm grateful for that. That's something that not everyone can do. Also, from my experience, from my 15 years of experience in the game, I can tell you clearly that John is the best. There's no other system in the game today that can do what he does. So, basically, at around the 12th or 13th day of the challenge, I met this girl. She was with her friends. I took him under within like 2 minutes. We set plans, but I was really busy with work, so we met like 3 or 4 days after. She kiss closed me. On the second time we met, she kiss closed me. But I still had bad logistics, so I had to wait on the 3rd date to close her. But if I had logistics, I would have closed her on the 1st or 2nd month. With John's method, it was so easy. All I had to do was basically just talk to her, basic conversation skills, use the basic skills, really simple things, simple social skills that you'll never think about, but that are really, really simple. And
Yeah, social skills is very important.
That are really, really effective. And just by talking to her, she was attractive, and she was the one who actually.
I'll play a couple more black students just for the other black mGtOw guy, fucking loser, with a skinny, fat, double chin, right? And calls me a little boy. I'm probably old enough to be your dad. Don't call me a little boy. But we'll just continue playing this stuff because for him, black people like him, black folks, I didn't use the N-word ever. Black folks like him should just give up with women while my students are banging Russians and Ukrainians in 1 or 2 approaches, even in Dubai.
Later to close the deal, I had to basically book a hotel because of bad logistics, but sacrificing money for the hotel, and I closed the deal 2 days ago. Yeah. So I wanted to.
I have many video testimonials of him. I did not post yet, but for the other mGtOw guy, maybe I should post it.
John, Elite is the best in the business, and I'm speaking from experience. I tried all the systems. I'm 15, 16 years in the game now. In October, it's going to be 16 years. And I can really certify that John knows his shit. His power is in the details. John will give you this one small detail that will change your whole game. For example, without going too in depth, because we need to check his program, he asked me to shave my mustache, and it did make a difference. Also, the haircut, he gave really specific things about the haircut, and really specific things about the blazer and the shirt, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. He has the whitewash version of or the black version of the whitewash haircut.
That you will find in this program if you book Elite 30 with the Skype, or if you book Elite Access, you'll find it. So, John, thank you. And if you guys have any hesitation about taking his program, take it. I wanted also, lastly, to talk to my black brothers, because we also have this.
Yeah, his black brothers, right? Maybe that guy should listen and stop being mGtOw.
Idea sometimes that we need to stick with a black coach. Here's the thing: a black coach will help you, but like John talked specific things about the blazer and the shirt and so on and so forth, things that you will find in this program if you book Elite 30 with the Skype, or if you book Elite Access, you'll find it. So, John, thank you. And if you guys have any hesitation about taking his program, take it. I wanted also, lastly, to talk to my black brothers, because we also...
Yeah, the black brothers, right? Don't be mGtOw. Because this guy was mGtOw. He already quit. But he needed my help. He already quit. So he was un-mGtOw'd. He could not get laid anymore. He was so depressed. It was game over for him. But then I had to retrain him from scratch. I told him to forget everything he knew about mystery method and all this other shit. And look at him now.
Sometimes that we need to stick with a black coach. Here's the thing: a black coach will help you, but like John sometimes talk about, an Asian coach is even better, because Asian guys have a lower status than black guys, and it is true. It is verified. I lived in Asia for a long time,
so he even lived in Asia before, in China.
I can testify to this. So if an Asian guy can use his method to get paid, his method will be even more efficient than the black guy. That's all I wanted to say. So don't get blind. Just wait for the coach because he's black. Try the coach that can give you results. Actually, I think the coach that can give results to any race is the best coach. So, yeah. Thank you for listening. Thank you, John. And you guys go and grab Elite 30 from 0 to hero. That's the best program.
mGtOw is a choice, actually. Black pill and all this other stuff, they're all a choice. Red pill is a choice. Because you got to take extreme ownership. If you don't take extreme ownership, you're not going to change things. If your life is not perfect, you should not blame women. You should say it's all your fault. And what can you change? Maybe you need the right coach. That's a black student right there.
For women, when they first approach.
Okay, here's another black student for the mGtOw guy.
Monday came, she came over, and then we came. Hey guys.
Scott from the United States.
I just wanted to give a quick testimony on John Elite 30, hard case to hero system, Daygame system, which taught me enough social skills and the right type of body language that got me my first lay yesterday. I bought Elite 30 from hard case to hero. I bought John's other program, the Elite Playbook. I did not use the playbook though to get a lay. I really just used Elite 30, which taught me social skills. It taught me how to carry a conversation with a woman, and to how to build comfort with a woman, how to get her comfortable with you. And after I was engaged in conversation for about 10 to 15 minutes, the girl was at work, so couldn't get the lay that day. But when she got off, she was still trying to meet up. So I did get her number, and she was texting me, and she said that since we're both basically not doing anything, we should hang out. I said, okay. Later on, she did flake, but then Sunday came and she wanted to try again, but she said she got home too late, so she flaked again. And then she said she would still want to set something up with me, and I told her that she would have to make it up for all that flaking. And she said she knows that she will have to make up for it, and that she will. And so Monday came, she came over, and then we came. And basically, so I got the lay, and she told me that I got her nervous when I was talking to her. And I know for a fact that it was from John Elite's body language and the Elite 30 social skills techniques.
Exactly.
That if I would not have had those,
That's what mGtOw is missing. They're missing the social skills.
I would have never been able to make a woman nervous without those things. And when you look around, you see all the men in the mall, and they all standing, and their body language is the same, basically. But when you
all these mGtOw
use John Elite's body language technique or techniques, he'll teach you how to be the most attractive version of yourself in the eyes of women, right? And what they see and what they're attracted to. It's also a customized type of coaching. So based on who you are, your ethnicity, your height, your build, right? John will teach you how to basically optimize what you have and maximize your attractiveness. And so I got a haircut because of John. The type of haircut he wanted me to get is growing back now, so I got to go back to
No, we got to focus on the black testimonials, the brothers, because a black person tried to make a video of me, a mGtOw, saying I went after mGtOw. Well, if that's the case, then let's play some more black testimonials so he can see that they're not mGtOw and they can still get laid with my coaching. And his premise is all wrong because there's too much cortisol, which is the winner and loser effect.
barbershop, but it looks way better than it did. You know, it took me from like a 5.0 or something out of 10 on the look scale to like a 7 and up.
Yeah, this guy used to have an afro. At least he's not bald like the other guy.
Something like that. So, but I got more compliance, really is the point.
Maybe the reason why they're bald is because too much cortisol stress, alopecia.
And the women definitely were responding. And as I walked around the mall, I get way more looks from females. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot more options. So John's system works. It's a proven method. It's based on science and hard facts, not opinions. And he's tested these things out. A lot of his students have tested these things out. And he's getting people who have never gotten laid before laid. I got laid before, but it's been a while. You know what I'm saying? So if you've been out the game for a minute and you want to learn how to speak to women to the point where you can create arousal and then get them back to your place and get a lay, then John Elite 30, Hard Case to Hero, is the program you need to get. Also, after using one of my Skypes that comes with John Elite 30 from Hard Case to Hero program, he told me exactly what I needed to improve on and what was missing and why I would get rejected if I didn't fix it. And so it's really a customized type of program, coaching, training based on your skill level to socialize, based on what you have to offer physically, appearance-wise, the way that you talk, all of those things. John can pinpoint all of them to tell you what would get you compliance from women and what will not. And so John, after he taught me those things through the Skype and after I practiced in the mirror in Elite 30, what I needed to practice.
Exactly. You got to drill it down. It's skills. Skills equals value. Value rises. mGtOw is just giving up on everything.
And go over, including the body language, like I said. That's what the girl told me after I got the lay, what made her nervous and which made her wet, she told me. And that's when she knew she wanted to have sex with me. So, yeah, John Elite 30 from Hard Case to Hero is the real deal. And it is the best program that I've seen after seeing all of the top methods and strategies on Daygame and all of the infields I used to watch and trying to dissect everything. And with John, you just stick to the script. You know what I mean? Also, I chose to invest in myself even further by joining John's private inner circle group on Facebook.
Have you noticed that a lot of the students, they get to see the other students because they're part of inner circle, but I never advertise the inner circle because it's top secret. I don't even let 99% of the people join, or 99.9999%. Only the good people get to join. The scumbags do not get to join.
John Elite's inner circle. I got access to that. John is basically a genius. When you get in there, you'll be able to find that out. He'll teach you how to build your social media. He'll teach you different ways to make money. He'll teach you how to just optimize everything in your life in general to live a better quality life. You know what I'm saying? But definitely when it comes to women and how to communicate with them, you will get the details that you don't get in Elite 30 and an Elite Playbook. So he'll break that down even further in his.
Yeah, but these days they're using Elite Bundle 2 more because you need my mental filter for Elite Access in the Skype.
Circle private group on Facebook. So I suggest that anybody that's watching this video invest in it. I'm somebody who has spent thousands of dollars on trying to understand the minds of women and how to approach women and how to get the lay. And I'm telling you, this program sums it up in a nutshell. And it is the most simplest program, simplest system that you can follow if you can stick to the script. You know what I'm saying? It's not complicated. Like, you know, all you need is a memory damn near. And you stick to the script, stick to the formula. Don't try to do your own thing, okay? Just be a blank sheet of paper. Learn John's system. Practice it at home in the mirror. You get out of it what you put into it. And then practice it out in the field. But just follow it the way that John is telling you to follow it. And it'll lead you to success. Like I said, I got my first lay yesterday. And it's all because of just small things. You know what I'm saying? Small things you'll do. It'll teach you how to get over your approach anxiety so you don't have to worry about being afraid. Because I promise you that after you do it a few times, you don't have to worry about fear when it comes to approaching women. It won't even be a big deal to you. I guarantee it. So in conclusion, gentlemen, if you want to get laid, get John's system. Nothing more really needs to be said. I know how I was before I met John through the Skype and his products and watching his lives on YouTube, and how I am right now after learning.
Exactly, like the mGtOw people watching my lives, right? Oh, but that makes me a loser for posting on a live because I'm showing the testimonials of the non-mGtOws.
Those things and applying them, and it's almost like night and day. Far more attractive to women than I used to be. You know what I'm saying? So get John's products, use his system, follow his instructions, and prepare to get laid. It's that simple.
For women, when they first approach.
Yeah, get Elite Bundle 2. Let's play another black student testimonial, all right? Because that's what they want, right? Black person wants to come at me, we'll play more black testimonials. Here's another one.
Hey, John, it's me again. Just wanted to give you my COVID-19 testimonial update. Because I know ever since COVID happened, everything got twisted on its head. I know that people weren't really going out. Everybody's wearing a face mask and everybody was scared to get near each other. And that definitely affected my game. Because I know once before John, I was able to just, flirt a lot more, touch. But, in this day and age right now, it wasn't going to fly. So I know I definitely hit you up and you recommended me Elite Access. And I know with that, I was able to ask just a lot of questions that I needed clarity on. I know one of the main factors we hit it on was my fashion. Because I know once before, I just like a rock star and it definitely was fun, but I wasn't getting the job done. I wasn't hooking as many sets. I wasn't able to, to get the dates and everything that I once before was able to get. But once we changed that and I got a lot more whitewashed, a lot of stuff started to change. I was definitely able to hook a lot more.
Maybe you need to be a little bit more whitewashed if you're blackwashed. So it's kind of funny, that bald guy, right, who's coming at me, the hater, he actually looks exactly like another black student that I had that failed and I kicked out, who did not believe in himself. They both are fat and they have double chins and they look like full of cortisol. Losers.
That, and get a lot of that practice in, which I wasn't getting before through my other
Give a thumbs up
things that I had. And then I know another thing we hit on was my social skills. So I know with that, I had to go back to the drawing board with that one and start over to where I was practicing all the things you taught me when I first started with you. And it definitely helped a lot because, I'm able to just talk to people a lot more, doing everything. It's just everything switched around. And with that, I was able to get my lay on top of all the other extra advice that you gave me that I was having trouble with when I was out practicing out there and all the things that was happening. And you definitely gave me clarity on those things.
Yes.
And I want to say thanks for that. I want to say thank you as well for giving me access to the John Elite Access program that you had, where I was able to ask you a lot more questions that I need clarity on and in situations like that. So I know without that, I really wouldn't have gotten my lay. So I want to say thank you for that, John.
You're welcome.
Anyone that's on the fence with training with John,
anyone that's mGtOw and is on the fence and you're black,
recommend that you do it. He's the best coach around. Because I know before, a long time ago, I was skeptical, but John is the real deal. He'll get you laid and then some. You know what I mean? He'll definitely throw your whole life around and you'll be surprised. You know, he teaches you about so many things. And like I said, don't hearken all the RSD stuff for all other dating coaches. He's the only one you need for all your troubles. He's like a multi-tool. You know what I mean? The only person you need in your life. And I just want to say thanks a lot, John. And like I said, hopefully give you a lot more lay testimonials. And here's to the
yeah, of course you'll get a lot more.
next one. I'll catch you later.
There's another one. So.
I have to be up at 4:30.
How can they be mGtOw? They have it easy. No, I mean, for the black people, you have to be like confident black. Because if you're black and you're timid, right? Like the mGtOw guy, the stereotype of black people is that they're usually tall and they're strong. While they're not the most handsome in the face or pretty, they're usually more like muscular, have protector status. So if you're missing the positive stereotype, which is the very confident black man, if you don't have the confidence of a sociopathic, super overconfident black guy, and you're incongruent, so your emotions go down, your body language goes down, your game, it doesn't matter how good your game is. If you don't have the emotions down and you don't have the body language down, the confidence, you're fucked. You won't get laid no matter what if you're black. Even if you have an 8 out of 10 perceived natural status for status points. Hope that makes sense. So that's why they're stuck. It doesn't automatically mean easy. You still got to utilize more points. But yeah, white people are 10 out of 10 perceived natural status. But black people 8. But if black people are not confident, forget it.
Just because I have to go work out in the morning.
Okay, so this is him. After his lay, he's in the shower with a woman and he recorded it. So that's why you're talking.
No. That's me like Monday to Friday. Hey, John. I'm here with another update in about a week and a couple of change. And got my land.
He has 22 lays, 2 girlfriends, and 2 fuck buddies with my coaching. Could have been more. The other black team got more, but you know, it's how it is. Yes, black people do have some value. He's tall. I think he's like, I don't know how tall he is, but and he's also like muscular. But I had to make him rework out because he was losing all his muscles. He got skinny. If you're not like muscular, but you have body fat as a black person, it goes against the muscular stereotype. It will not work if you're chubby and you're black and you're unconfident. That can happen when you go through setbacks. So I think that's what the other mGtOw guy is going through. That's why you look like cortisol. So even this guy had setbacks. He was getting rejected like crazy. He quit Daygame for a while. So I asked him what was wrong with him. So he was mGtOw for this black guy. And he told me that he wasn't getting laid anymore. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then he told me how bad it was. And I said to him, listen. And he says, maybe he can afford a Skype. Back then, I didn't have elite access. So he says, oh, how much for a Skype? $300, right? He's like, oh, shit. It's a lot of money, but I'll scrape it together. So I said, why not? If I make another program called Elite Access, maybe for $400, I can coach you at least 10 minutes a day for 1 year. He says, that sounds much better. So he actually was responsible for me inventing Elite Access, which comes with the Elite Bundle too now. This is no longer sold separately. But after that, I asked him, did you believe I can get you laid again? On the scale of 1 to 100%, how likely do you believe I can get you laid again? I mean, he was just like the other tall black guy. And he said 100%. He joined right away. He got laid right away. He started wearing the same pants, the same clothes, everything. Automatic lay. At first, when he changed the pants, a white woman, when he's driving his car, she starts giving him a fucking hand job. And he didn't know what to do. But he didn't follow the arrow science, like what I taught him properly. He forgot. He freaked the fuck out. She was literally giving a hand job when he's driving. So, and then he knew that he was on the right track, and then he got like a bunch of lays afterwards.
This one was definitely a crazy win at that, just because I met this girl around the little college area, and we exchanged numbers, and we hung out maybe once or twice. And I know that I hit her up one day in that same week. We hung out, and I wanted her to come over, and she was giving me all these crazy notions that I really had no idea what to say. So that's when I texted you through the John Lead access, and I was screenshotting it. And from those few screenshots, you let me know exactly what to text her, and I just copy and pasted it. And when I did that, she ended up coming out, and she said, "I'll be there after work." Now that one was funny. I remember just laughing at that. And then when she came over, like after 20 minutes, got the lane, John. Because if I didn't have that elite access, I definitely would not have got that lane. So I want to say thank you a lot for helping me with that in the moment.
Yeah, thank you for helping me create elite access. Without him, this program would not exist. So yeah, as the other black guys calling me a loser, this mGtOw, but my students are winning. They got 22 fucking lays from Daygame. They don't even use Tinder or Night Game.
When I needed it. So I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't have that elite access, you need to get it. Just because he'll help you in real time, like when you're doing something or you're stuck, he's able to respond and help you maneuver so that you're able to get it in and you're actually learning from it as well. So next time I run into a girl that's giving me this issue, I'll definitely be able to handle that. And like I said, John, fuck all the haters.
Yeah, fuck all the haters, as he says. Exactly.
You definitely fuck them all, like...
Fuck them all, even the mGtOw.
Definitely talk all that shit, but they have nothing on you, John. You're the best person around.
Exactly. I'm the best person around. They have nothing on me.
Like I said, you need to get the elite access. It's definitely a big help. And like I said, John, I'll give you the next update. Hopefully the next play happens real soon. Signing out.
So what happened afterwards? Unfortunately, the army called him back and he was re-recruited. He's out there still fighting. It's still one more year, at least this year, that he'll come back. When he comes back, he's going to rejoin my coaching. He's a superstar. I can't wait to have him back into my coaching. But with all the fighting that's happening overseas, hopefully they don't fucking keep him there. So I hope he gets back here as soon as possible. If you're watching this and you're that student, it's time to rejoin the coaching again. So, all right, here's another black guy who got laid in one approach right after the Skype. I was making this into a documentary, but let's just hear what he has to say if it works that way.
What if I told you that one black student got laid in New York on his very first approach, right after just one Skype session with me for Daygame? Is that even possible? No endless rejections within your coaching. No $8,600 10-day boot camp. Just skills. This goes to show you that you don't need to learn in your coaching. Getting rejected to learn game. It only took one Skype.
I put his video somewhere.
Working on his biggest weaknesses for social skills, social calibrations, body language, and emotional control for his tonality.
I got immediate result. Immediately. Like, as soon as I got off the phone with him, off the conference with him, I went out and I did what he told me, and I got a lay.
And a week later,
yeah, he got laid right there, right after, like he said, right after the Skype.
He had a white fuck buddy who stuck around, even when her parents weren't thrilled about her seeing an older black man, which ended up with him getting 2 fuck buddies.
And then...
Yeah, over here, you can see him with a white girl. That's his fuck buddy. You see it. She's over here. So, yeah. So, even this black man in the United States, in New York, by the way, can get a white girl in, like, quickly. He has 2 fuck buddies by that time. He's married, by the way. He's already married. So, I'm glad that in some way I helped him along the way. A lot of students get married, so it's not unusual.
Next one was university student. Her dad didn't really like us talking and whatnot, but it didn't even matter because it's so official.
Welcome back to the USA is super easy.
Yeah, exactly.
For my students, documentary series, no overpriced, false inflation.
Yeah, just
ready to lower a woman.
But yeah, you got the point.
Longer works.
I just made. Okay, here's the testimonial.
Boot camps are the biggest money maker for them. Have you noticed? It's always boot camp this, boot camp that.
Hey guys, this is John Elite.
Calibration's body language and emotional control for his tonality to get laid in New York for Daygame.
I got immediate result. Immediately. Like, as soon as I got off the phone with him, off the conference with him, I went out and I think we told me and I got a lay. And the next day,
yes, he got a same day lay. He also made more approaches the next day. I believe one of them turned out to be a fuck buddy who is a university student and a white girl. That is less than 1 to 6 approaches is what my students usually takes to get laid in 2024. But this was way before. But still, it goes to show you even years ago, New York and the USA is super easy for my students. I got even more laid during the inflation that they can't even get, since they can only get during the pandemic and before. Don't let other day game coaches tell you it is hard. That is pure propaganda. It's nothing to brag about if it's so easy for my coaching. Then again, I have 652 laid in poll testimonials for day game.
656 now, but
month after.
Let's see. Nice. F close after 1 day.
Yeah. And point.
Oh, here it is.
I would definitely recommend him for anyone, anybody.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to update my testimonial for John. The first time we talked, it was probably like just 1 hour, and he was able to like pinpoint exactly what he felt like was going on, and basically he teach it to you at your level. I had same day lay.
Good.
And black girl waiting for the bus.
Yes, just to say it again, it's the same day late. One approach after a 1 hour Skype for Daygame.
The first one was black girl.
Expensive 10-day boot camps. When you get late,
The second one was a white girl, university student.
For 1 hour on the phone, and the next approach is the same day late. He simply just applied whatever I told him and did it exactly. You don't need expensive 10-day boot camps wasting $8,600. It's completely deep.
Just ignore
was a university student. Her dad didn't really like us talking and whatnot, but it didn't even matter because it's so official.
Her dad has no say in this. If his daughter,
You know what's funny? I bet the mGtOw guy, right? The fat black guy, he'll give his left nut just to be able to nut in her.
is dating and banging a black man, they are so together that their parents accepted it. So for all the black men out there who thinks you can't do it, well, my students can, even in 1 approach or less than 6.
Exactly.
Of course, you still have to be a good student and not have some excessive inner game issues, dragging your feet.
Like a mGtOw.
Not doing what I'm saying for drills and exercises for your homework assignments because you don't believe in yourself. You are so full of cortisol stress.
Exactly like the mGtOw guy.
Also getting triggered due to low self-esteem.
Exactly like the mGtOw guy.
It's not like gamey or like a trick or some bullshit. It's like the actual game. Like, this is how you actually do it, and I got the playbook. So that was it's two buddies, and
exactly
just 1 week, actually less than 1 week, like within like 3 days, but what was carried on.
Like, what the fuck? So same day lay in 1 approach, and 3 days afterwards, few approaches, a white fuck buddy. And now he's married, right? Unlike the mGtOw guy, he's probably a father by now. Who knows? But he did get married. So, yeah.
Throughout the week, but yeah, man, it's definitely more than worth it. Definitely more than worth it for the playbook, the coaching.
The elite playbook comes with a few Skypes. That was where he used his Skype coaching from. This isn't using game tactics to pull her home to secretly use alcohol in the bedroom and escalating super hard like other day game boot
No alcohol allowed in my system.
camps. This is some level of transferable skills. While this is more of a game product rather than a skill product. Being black looking, you have an 8 out of 10 perceived natural status.
Exactly.
Even if you are black but look black with some protector status. Later on, when he lost his bulk, it was a bit harder for him. More on that later.
And he's able to explain it, like, so you get it. And it's just one of those things. Like, if you don't buy it, then that's kind of on you, because it kind of took me way past than I could even imagine, but yeah, that's just.
Should we play more black student testimonials, or should we just leave that here? Because I gotta go to the bathroom soon.
What I have to say about the product.
After this, you would hear him stutter. He later in 2019 made a conversational product when he contacted me. He wasn't as bulky, and it was more of a struggle without some protector status if you are black. It's part of the positive stereotype. I was worried he used stuff from my day game training. We had a falling out. This is not the first time a black person took some of my stuff and started.
Yeah, another black student.
Part here in this part.
Play the
As an
rest.
objections loop. My system works natural status.
Okay, here's another black student. Canadian. Not a lot of hair, but not very tall. See what he has to say. Okay, he's kissing her, is the woman.
First of all, I live in Canada. I'm from Africa. I live in Montreal, and I just wanted to tell you guys about my experience with coaching with John. He's an Asian guy living in Canada. He's a dating coach, and I reached out to John basically around 2 months ago. I went a month and a half ago on Facebook, and then we decided to do a Skype coaching. And then I told him about my situation. Basically, I discovered game around 2 years ago, and that was in 2015. Basically,
This was older.
learned, broke up with my girlfriend, and then I decided to, learn.
So basically, yeah, this is 2017, I believe. This is older. But yeah, I've been coaching for a long time, since 2012. I used to teach boot camps in 2012. I was online since 2016. So I have a lot of teaching experience.
How to meet girls.
So don't call me a boy for that mGtOw guy. I'm probably older than I look.
The street, and then I find out about all the blogs, dating blogs out there, and then I started learning from them. I've been trying a little bit with online game, but it was really tough for me. I didn't know that for minorities, it's way tougher when you try online. And then I did some stuff. I even found out about Justin Wayne, back in the day, but I didn't really learn from him. I gamed for 6 months in 2015, and then I got a girlfriend, and then I stopped gaming. And then 2016, I didn't get at all. I was working on other stuff, work and everything. And then I broke up with my girlfriend again. I decided to get back into game, and then that's when I found out about joining the video. I just wanted to let you know, guys, that his teachings are really great. So I learned from him. He really corrected some stuff. I was being I had a low energy. That's what he told me. And then I became more, alive. I started laughing more. Daygame, indoor Daygame, because it's really cold here in Montreal. And for the past month and a half, I've been approaching doors. I did get some phone numbers, but I was getting rejected a lot. But I just wanted to let you know, guys, that this Skype session really helped me. It's not that I knew some stuff before that, but I wasn't really sure what it meant, because I've been watching TikTok videos, and then I decided to go with John Doe to get teachings from him. I even watched some of his students' testimonial videos. Among those girls that I approached, there was one that was, into me. She's a Canadian. She's from an African background, but she grew up in Canada, and we met, during my dating.
Okay, just a screenshot testimonial. I'm just zooming it in.
Shortly, and you did a picture with the girl that I took with the girl.
Yeah, just sending me his pictures with her. He's kissing her.
His teachings are really, really impactful. They work. If you put in the work, you learn from him, and then you go out and then you practice. He really helped me with the way, how to stop girls, how to start a conversation, basically. And from, going from, stopping her to getting the basic social comfort. That's what I was focusing on, going slowly from checkpoint to checkpoint. Trying to talk about that Skype session I had with him was really, really helpful. I didn't really get the time to, do other Skype sessions, but, I just wanted you guys to know that if you're thinking about getting into game, if you're thinking about taking your game to another level,
He's helping people all over the world, you know. And I encourage you guys to do that. It's really, really important, especially for minorities, guys coming from Africa, from Asia, from different places. You know, you should really look at the guy and say, is he like me? Does he look like me? Does he have the same circumstances or situations as me? And then you can learn from that person. You know, really use your intelligence. So, guys, that's what I wanted to tell you. Just to tell you guys that it's really working. These techniques work. You guys, thank you so much. And please go to John.
Hey guys, this is John Elite. Welcome.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that's the. Should we play a few more black students, or does the mGtOw guy gets the point? Maybe we can play one more. You know what? I gotta pee. We can just go on forever, like just like several more. You know, I gotta pee. So this is the end of the video, right? mGtOw are losers. My students do not turn mGtOw. My fans do not turn mGtOw. You got un-mGtOw. Remember, if you go mGtOw, you'll quit. Do not mGtOw. So it's ending. Yeah, I'm gonna end the YouTube live. I gotta pee. So right now, that's my concern, so I don't damage my bladder. But fuck the haters, as my student said. Fuck the haters, as my black student said. You know? What do they know? What do they know? All right, let's continue. All right, see you next one. I'm going to be here more often because I really want to get more people for Elite Bundle 2. We need a 50 army strong of non-mGtOws. So all mGtOws can go fuck themselves, get away from my coaching, right? Unsubscribe. mGtOws can go fuck themselves, really go fuck themselves. Please unsubscribe if you're mGtOw. But if you're not mGtOw, all right, then you should train with me, the world's best day game coach, Jonathan Elite. Haters gonna hate. But I'm gonna post more video testimonials soon of other people getting married who are not mGtOw. Very soon. Anyways, gotta go to the bathroom. Johnny Elite out. Fuck mGtOw.